The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Merciful God, how hard it is in these days of contest and contention not to keep score. Both outside and inside these chambers, we are hardwired to tally wins and losses. But while this may be the nature of things, forgive us when we gloat over our enemy's loss, when we find ourselves selfishly satisfied when our opponent stumbles. All around us, there are countless situations where we find ourselves so inclined. Internationally, when a hegemonic power suffers not just the loss of a certain battlefield advantage, but the devastating attrition of its young men and women sacrificed on the front line. In war, O God, there is no rejoicing. We pray for peace on both sides of the conflict in Ukraine and reconciliation for all who have suffered so terribly and unnecessarily. So too we pray for ourselves as the battle lines have been drawn between parties and the debate rages on all sides. Remind us once more that to disparage our opponent is no less an act of hubris than it is to celebrate when our adversary stumbles. Call us to our better selves, with hearts and minds governed by the compassion you have shown us time and again. May your mercy be our battle standard, and your love the weapon of our choosing. In the peace we find only in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Kerry.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor and memorialize community leader and advocate Linda Dale Shaner. Linda graduated from Imperial High School in 1964 and dedicated her life to improving the lives of others. She committed her time and energy to improving the health and well-being of those in her community, especially those in the Imperial Valley. Despite her own diagnosis, Linda showed her passion for fighting cancer through her advocacy and volunteer work with the American Cancer Society Action Network for over 20 years and through her incredible contributions to working on policies at the local, state, and federal levels. Linda, survived by her husband Steve, daughters Stephanie and Christina, and grandchildren Steve and Avery. A family and community mourns the loss of a loved one, an advocate, and a friend. Today we recognize her and thank her. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right now, we're on the path to a government shutdown caused by extremist members who are unwilling to put politics aside to do what's right for the country. a government shutdown would be a disaster for North Carolina. It would leave 6,574 federal workers in my district without a paycheck. It would jeopardize benefits for over 49,000 veterans in my district. And it would hurt our economy. The last shutdown permanently cost our country $3 billion. That was only a partial shutdown. We can't afford to do that again. That's why I've introduced the No Budget, No Pay Act. This bill has a simple idea. Members of Congress shouldn't get paid if we don't do our jobs. I'm proud to say this bill now has bipartisan support in the House. I came to Congress to get things done, and I'll continue to work in a bipartisan way to avoid a government shutdown and do what's right for North Carolina. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks, include extraneous material on H.R. 4365, and I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 723 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 4365. The chair appoints the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Carey, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 4365, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations of their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Ms. Calvert, and the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Cullum, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise today in support of H.R. 4365, the fiscal year 2024 Defense Appropriation Bill, which is the result of months of hearings, briefings, and engagements of all members and subcommittee. Provide for our strong national defense. This bill recommends $826.45 billion for the Department of Defense and in the intelligence community, which is $27.8 billion above fiscal year 2023 enacted level. When I became chairman of the subcommittee, I made it clear to the department they would not receive any blank checks. Any request that lacked adequate justification, was early to when the funds were needed, had unjustified cost growth, or did not directly support DoD's mission, would not be funded in the bill. It's our constitutional obligation of Congress, and this committee in particular, to ensure that proper and appropriate use of taxpayer funds at a time when the Department of Defense leadership is more focused on cultural issues and warfighting mission. This obligation is more critical than ever. I'm proud to say that due to the hard work of the members of the subcommittee, the bill funds our defense needs in a fiscally responsible manner. Specifically, this bill cuts nearly $20 billion from the President's misguided request and reinvests these funds into warfighting capabilities and additional support for our service members. I also approached crafting this bill with a comprehensive strategy focused on specific lines of effort. Investing in America's military superiority to deter the People's Republic of China. Combating illicit fentanyl and synthetic opioids, which are killing over 100,000 Americans every year. Shaping a more efficient and effective workforce. Creating a culture of innovation. Enhancing oversight of all programs to ensure the appropriate use of taxpayer dollars, and taking care of service members and their families. To counter China, this bill doubles funding for the international security cooperation programs for Taiwan, provides an additional $200 million to accelerate the delivery of the E-7, prohibits the decommissioning of 4 ships To grow the fleet adds aircraft like the F-35 and the CH-53K, continues investments in next-generation platforms, supports recapitalization of the nuclear triad. To enhance DoD's efforts to counter the flow of deadly drugs into the country, the bill includes a historic investment of $1.1 billion in drug interdiction and counter-drug activities account, including increased funding for the counter-narcotic support, demand reduction, the National Counter-Drug Program, and the National Guard counter-drug schools. The bill also moves Mexico into SOUTHCOM, area of responsibility, which will foster a more holistic approach to Latin American security issues. To drive reforms to the department workforce, this bill cuts over $1 billion from the budget request of the department's civilian workforce. This bill accomplishes this goal through attrition while exempting employees engaged in shipyard, depot, healthcare, and sexual assault and response duties. I want to be clear. No one will be fired as a result of this language. During our analysis of the budget request, the services and agencies across DoD reported attrition rates as high as 14%. This bill directs DoD to adopt smart business practices to become more effective and efficient, which is desperately needed. The bill also mandates a reassessment of DoD's manpower requirements, a plan to adopt technology to improve its business processes, and provides $751 million for the Chief Data and Artificial Intelligence Office to further accelerate business modernization. This multi-pronged approach is critical to create a physically sustainable and efficient workforce and is informed by previous defense reform efforts. Next, we are aware the department must innovate faster to keep pace with global threats. To do this, the bill includes over $1 billion to the Defense Innovation Unit to get needed capability into the hands of the warfighter. The bill focuses on near-term delivery of capability, partnering with the private sector. We cannot continue to take decades to produce new systems, or even worse, invest billions into programs that must be eventually canceled due to non-performance. The bridge, the Valley of Death, the bill includes $300 million to expand the successful procurement pilot program, APFIT. Further, it creates a new portfolio to rapidly field commercial technologies for the warfighter through traditional or non-traditional entities within the department. To get the department focused on its warfighting mission and away from culture wars, the bill includes a number of new general provisions that send a clear message to the department. These include funding prohibitions on teaching critical race theory, facilitating access to abortions that attempt to ignore the long-standing Hyde Amendment, overreach by the Biden administration on climate change, and promoting so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. The fact that the committee has to address these issues reflects the failure of the department's leadership. Finally, investments in weapon systems do not matter if we fail to invest in our most important resource, our service members. With changes in this bill, junior enlisted service members will receive an average pay increase of 30%. This will have a significant impact on recruitment, retention, and will improve the quality of life for our service members and their families. I was shocked to see that the Biden administration opposed the pay increase in their statement of administrative policy. As an appropriator, it is our responsibility to ensure our military has the resources necessary to defer conflict if we do get into a fight, and we win and they lose. This bill makes it clear that any adversary that challenges the United States military is not in their best interest. Before I close, I'd like to comment on the number of amendments we've received from this bill. I'm supportive of this open, transparent, and inclusive process. However, we have to be mindful not to rob our readiness accounts to fund other priorities. I look forward to working with all members on this as we move forward in the process. Finally, I would like to thank all the staff for the incredible work they do to vet this budget request, work with the members, put forward recommendations, assemble the final product. As my ranking member and former chair, Ms. McCollum, knows, putting together this bill is not an easy task. So I want to thank her and her staff for their cooperation. This is a strong bill for our service members and their families. I look forward to work with my friends on the other side of the aisle, the Senate, and the administration to enact the bill as soon as possible. Not doing so is a disservice to the men and women of the United States Armed Forces. I strongly urge support of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in opposition to H.R. 4365, the fiscal year 2024 Defense Appropriation Act. As chair of the subcommittee last Congress, I understand fully the difficult process required to put this bill together. And that's why I want to thank minority staff here with me today, Jennifer Chautran, Jason Gray, Farouk Ofaso, Ben Peterson, and Mike Clark in my personal office, and Johnny Kimberly, and the fabulous minority staff that gets to work with the great majority staff who work so hard for all of us. I wish the bill before us was more focused as our job as appropriators on training and equipping our troops and ensuring that our service members and their families have their needs met at home. And that's why it's disappointing to see the majority use the appropriations process and the defense bill to push an extreme social policy agenda. The writers included in this bill, they divide, they do not unite. And here are just a few examples. The bill prohibits the Department of Defense's policy to ensure that service members and their families have access to leave and travel allowances for basic reproductive health care. The department's policy is legal under federal law. The Department of Justice has concluded that fact, and I quote from them, "The DoD may lawfully expend funds to pay for service members and their dependents to travel to obtain abortions that the DoD cannot itself perform due to statutory requirements." And why is that important, that the DoD itself cannot perform due to statutory requirements? Well, first I want to be clear. I do not support the Hyde Amendment, but let me address it and what this prohibition does even to services legal under the Hyde Amendment. It prohibits the DoD from using funds or facilities to perform an abortion except in the cases of rape, incest, or when the life of the mother is in danger. That's not in keeping in spirit with the Hyde Amendment. So what does that mean to the nearly 20% of our force that's women? They do not get to choose where they serve. 80,000 of those women are stationed in states that restrict reproductive health care. If you serve in those states and you are pregnant because of rape, or you're on a base that does not offer obstetrics and gynecology services, then you must travel. You must travel out of state for health care that you're entitled to. This bill interprets the Hyde Amendment in a way that it was never intended. Many service women and dependents will lose access to the exceptions of the Hyde Amendment if they're not allowed to travel to seek the health care that they need. This language, in fact, is a de facto national abortion ban, and I believe using our service members to do that is shameful. Young women will refuse to serve. Women will exit the force because of this. Husbands and fathers will not want to serve in states where their families will be negatively impacted. And that's why I offered an amendment and rules to strike this provision, but the majority chose not to make it in order. I wish they had. I wish we would have all had the courage to bring this to the floor and allow a debate that our service members deserve. The majority has also cut programs for diversity, equity, and inclusion, which will discourage recruitment from all across America. The private sector are embracing programs like this to keep a happy, healthy, forceful workforce. And there's language in here that bans critical race theory, but it goes far beyond that, Mr. Chair. In fact, the bill seeks to define what can and cannot be taught in our military academies on whether or not certain topics cause discomfort. This language reads like a ban on teaching American history. Sometimes facts are uncomfortable. As a former social studies teacher, I want you to know, Mr. Chair, I find this outrageous. How can our military academies tell the history of the Civil War without teaching about slavery? That's uncomfortable. How can they discuss the story and the history of desegregation in the military without talking about the Jim Crow laws that our black service members had to struggle with when they returned home from war? That's uncomfortable. We should be celebrating that the DoD is about to be led by two distinguished Black Americans for the first time in history. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General C.Q. Brown, who's incoming to this position. Their service shows us how building a diverse workforce can take us into a proud future. There are provisions in this bill that are offensive to gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender Americans, and that will impact who serves. The ban on gender-affirming care will drive transgender service members out of the military. And why, Mr. Chair, do we have an IRS provision on the tax treatment of individuals who hold a belief that marriage is a union between one man and one woman? In this bill, it's not germane. Words matter. Divisive writers will hurt the military's undermined readiness and make our national security weaker. They must come out of this legislation if we are to gain bipartisan support for this to become law. Now, turning to the numbers. The majority has funded this bill at $826.4 billion, very close to the president's budget. But I'm concerned about cuts in two areas. First, the majority has made a $714 million cut to military climate programs and banned the assessment of military impacts on the department. We know that climate change is a national security threat, and it drives conflict. You can ask our Indo-Pacific commander. He will tell you that climate change impacts how the United States force operates. Our military installations also face threat from climate change, right here at home. Look at the $10 billion in damage from severe weather events on installations, and this is Tyndall Air Force Base, Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, and Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. This spring alone, a typhoon seriously damaged Anderson Air Force Base in Guam to the tune of $4 billion, and that's just for the Air Force costs. When we cut climate programs, we pay for it on the back end. I also oppose the $1.1 billion cuts to civilian personnel in this bill. 10 years ago, Congress directed DoD to cut civilian personnel by $10 billion over 5 years. We achieved no substantial savings. We shifted the workforce from civilian employees to expensive contractors. Mr. Chair, I have a long history of bipartisan cooperation, and I'm proud of that. And I'm confident that Chair Calvert and I can find a way to get to agreement on a conference committee so that we can move the defense spending levels forward. But I have to say again, how disappointed I am that the majority has included these extreme social policy writers. They will undermine the force of today, they will discourage building the force of tomorrow, and they will leave us weaker as a nation. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill at this time, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. Let's be clear about what critical race theory is. It's a divisive left-wing intellectual construct that advances the notion that racism is systematic in our country's institution. It advocates for race-based solutions and rejects equal opportunity in favor of equal outcomes. My friends on the other side like to deride the prohibition in our bill for funding activities that promote, in part, condoning individual feelings, discomfort, guilt, or anguish. They claim that the bill will prohibit teaching uncomfortable historical truths, but they always omit the last part of that statement, which is, on account of that individual's race or sex. Do my friends on the other side really want to fund activities that debase individuals because of their race or sex? I don't think so. I reject it, and this bill rejects it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, who is so important to the defense of our nation.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise to oppose this bill because it is incomprehensible to me that the majority would actually spend as much time, really any time, on culture war writers and focusing on their extremist priorities as opposed to protecting the national security interests of our nation. Here we are once again, considering a bill that has no chance of becoming law, as we hurtle recklessly toward a costly government shutdown that will be damaging, most importantly, to the morale of our troops, which this bill purports to actually want to protect, and to the defense of our nation. Worse, this historically bipartisan national security bill has been hijacked by radical right-wing extremists. Instead of confronting grave national security threats like climate change, this bill is riddled with bigoted attacks on Americans who bravely serve our nation. It needlessly politicizes the military and undermines the freedoms of those who risk their lives to protect ours. My colleagues across the aisle were tasked with crafting a defense bill that supports all of our service members, not just those who are white, straight, and conservative. And they failed miserably on that mission. I won't stand idly by as culture warriors try to undermine the service of LGBTQ+ individuals who bravely fought and continue to fight for our country every day. To top it off, listen to this. The report that goes along with this bill puts the word extremism in quotes. Republicans can't even admit that this is a real concept or threat. I plead with my Republican colleagues to put forward a defense bill that focuses on the real needs of the members of our military, focuses on the actual national security interests of our country, and stops feeding the extremism that is actually emanating from their own party. And I beg them to stop using this critical bill, one that we literally count on to keep every American family safe, as a disruptive wedge for partisan discriminatory policies.
Time has
Keep
expired.
America strong, don't divide it. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mrs. Bice. 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this year's Defense Appropriations Act, and I thank Chairwoman Granger and Chairman Calvert for their hard work in crafting this important bill. Today, our nation faces serious threats from our adversaries, and in particular, the People's Republic of China. This legislation focuses on delivering the resources needed to counter these threats and to support our service members and their families. The bill includes one of the largest pay increases for our troops in years, particularly for our junior enlisted, as well as needed investments in next-generation fighter aircraft, submarines, and modernized tactical vehicles. I'm also pleased that the bill focuses on combating the illicit flow of opioids and fentanyl into the country, which are killing countless Americans on a daily basis. The legislation takes needed steps to ensure that the DoD is focused on its core mission of being the most lethal and effective fighting force on the planet, not on advancing a woke agenda. Lastly, I'm pleased that the bill includes important defense priorities in the state of Oklahoma, including funding to accelerate the E-7, which will be based at Tinker Air Force Base.
Your time is
I thank the
expired.
chair and my colleagues, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California, or gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, who's on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And as many military leaders have told us, diplomacy, defense, and development go together. The more we don't spend in those venues, the more bullets we have to buy. So I'm pleased to have her here, as well as being a very important member of the Armed Services Committee, Ms.
The
Jacobs.
gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I rise today in a unique position to oppose this bill, especially Section 8146. I'm proud to represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country. I'm also proud to serve as one of the youngest members of this body and the youngest woman on the House Armed Services Committee. So I'm in a unique position to understand the importance of access to reproductive health care, including abortion and fertility care for our service members and their dependents. Because as a young woman, reproductive care is my health care. And that's the case for the 1.62 million women of reproductive age in the military health system too. Not to mention our LGBTQ+ service members who already have difficulty accessing necessary care. This care is essential to our health, well-being, freedom, economic security, and empowerment, and for our national security too. That's why I'm thankful for DoD's policy that covers the travel and transportation costs for abortion and fertility care, a policy that is consistent with the law. This is so important now that nearly half of all servicewomen are stationed in states with abortion restrictions, because our service members have little say in where they're stationed. They can't freely take days off work, and many can't afford to travel thousands of miles and pay out of pocket to receive the care they need and deserve. DoD's policy took important steps to address those barriers and make our military more accessible and inclusive. That's why I will proudly fight for our service members who have fought so much for all of us here today. The least we can do is ensure they have their necessary health care. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike Section 8146. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. Before I yield, I also want to mention that while I am opposed to this bill in general, I am very proud of a bipartisan amendment that we were able to get into en bloc Package 1 that would set aside $5 million in additional funding to recruit and retain direct care staff in CDCs. I've heard time and again that staffing shortages are the main driver of our military child care crisis. And in my community that has sacrificed and served so much for us, recently more than 4,000 military children were waiting for child care spots at San Diego's military child care centers. So this amendment will help support military families to access the care they need so they can focus on the mission instead of wondering if their kids are safe and taken care of. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from California, member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Garcia, a champion for our members in the military, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the chairman, Mr. Ken Calvert, for this historic bill. I rise today in support of this very conservative DoD appropriations package. I want to remind the American people that the purpose of the military is twofold. The first is to deter a war if diplomacy fails, to augment diplomacy in that deterrence. And the second is if by the exhaustion of all means we have to go to war, to actually give the American people the tools to win the war and keep our securities. That's it, to deter a war and win a war. This bill does exactly that. It trims the fat, it removes the excess programs, the woke CRT programs within the current policies under this administration, but it also critically funds our nation's most essential programs like the F-35, the Columbia-class submarine, the B-21 Raider, which I'm proud is made in my beautiful district, California's 27th Congressional District. It moves Mexico from a command that it's kind of an orphan right now by itself, and during this open border policy, we are now removing Mexico and putting it back into SOUTHCOM so that the combatant commanders can treat Mexico as the threat that it is to our southern border and the influx of immigrants. That's very important. But with all those things, as important as they are, the weapon systems, the change of Mexico to SOUTHCOM, the single biggest thing that we are taking care of, the single biggest asset within our military that we are taking care of is our troops. And I stood at this podium about 6 months ago and I said I would not support a Defense Department spending bill or an NDAA that did not adequately address the pay issues, especially that our junior enlisted have right now. About a third of our junior enlisted live below the poverty line. About a third of our enlisted qualify for food stamps right now. And I'm very proud that our Appropriations Committee on Defense was able to reconcile and address this adequately. The starting pay of a junior enlisted E1 was $22,000 a year, and we moved that to $31,000.
30 seconds.
The starting salary of an E1 in the military right now is $22,000 a year. That is the equivalent of $11 an hour. This bill takes that to $31,200, gets some parity with their civilian counterparts, and addresses the record high civilian pay gap that our junior enlisted. I urge support of the DoD appropriations package and a yes vote on the bill. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, everyone is welcome to serve in an all-volunteer Army. We need everyone to feel that they are welcome to serve in our all-volunteer Army. And that sometimes means doing a little extra outreach. I had to do that with my military academies to let all the students know that this was a great opportunity for them to get a great education and serve our country. It was outreach. It was inclusion. It reached out to diversity, and it's made our military academies stronger for that. So the bottom line for me is if you're willing to take the oath of office, if you're willing to put your life on the line for our country and you can get through boot camp and you want to serve our country, you're welcome to serve. Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield 3 minutes from the gentleman from Hawaii, a fabulous member of the Defense Subcommittee, Mr. Case, who is invaluable in helping us understand our challenges in the Indo-Pacific.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my friend from Minnesota. I rise in opposition to this measure, and I must say to my friend and colleague and chair of the subcommittee and to my majority colleagues that it's deeply frustrating and deeply regretful to have to stand in opposition to a bill that in so many ways is a very, very good bill. My colleague, Mr. Garcia, reflected in his comments just now many provisions of the bill with which I can agree. This bill does great things for the Indo-Pacific. It's eyes wide open on the threat of China. It funds the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. It provides for strengthening of allies and partners' relationships. It helps our service members. There's so much good in this bill. And so what is so frustrating is to see it infected with the same kind of partisan provisions and divisive issues that for a long time have not been a part of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense. This has been a refuge of sorts from the culture wars, from the division that we've seen elsewhere, and now no longer is. And this is the consequence. The consequence is division in the Department of Defense and in our relations and review of the Department of Defense, which should not be infected by these areas for a department that is, again, very realistic about the threats we face. My colleagues have talked about a lot of these issues already that create a fatal flaws in this bill, but I'm going to focus on one, and that is climate change. Oh, no. Let's not say those words, climate change. Somehow we are all supposed to react to this as if it's some kind of thing that we can put up on the shelf. Well, the Department of Defense does not ignore climate change. The Department of Defense has had its own eyes wide open for decades now on the risks of climate change. We can go back, for example, to January 2019, which is one of its most recent reports. And this is a report from the DoD, report on the effects of a changing climate. Is that a better way to say it? To the Department of Defense, and I quote from the executive summary, "The effects of a changing climate are a national security issue with potential impacts to the Department of Defense, missions, operational plans, and installations. Our 2018 National Defense Strategy prioritizes long-term strategic competition with great power competitors. To achieve these goals, DoD must be able to adapt current and future operations to address the impacts of a variety of threats and conditions, including those from weather and natural events. To that end, DoD factors in the effects of the environment into its mission planning and execution to build resilience." Pretty realistic on the part of the DoD, followed up by very definite reports. Here, the Department of Defense Climate Adaptation Plan from September 1, 2021, Climate Adaptation Plan 22 Progress Report, Climate Risk Analysis, October 2021. DoD is not ignoring this issue, however you want to label it, nor can it. Shall we ignore the rise in sea level at Pearl Harbor, where we're investing billions and billions of dollars? Shall we ignore
time's expired.
The consequences to Guam of hurricanes? Of course we need to do this. So let's get away from this approach of defunding climate risk analysis in the DoD. Thank you.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank the chair. To my friend, we fund resilience in this bill. What we don't fund is electrifying Bradleys and tanks, which makes no sense. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to close as we have no further speakers. I want to say again how sad I am to be disappointed to see these divisive writers in the bill. And they're all to gratify the extreme right of a few people in the Republican Party. I also don't make a habit of complimenting the Senate, but we should take note that their appropriators are operating in a bipartisan fashion. Their defense bill was passed out of committee 27-1 because it had no divisive language and it made cooperation possible. Go back and watch our markup of this defense bill. And you just have to ask yourself, are we doing our job as appropriators? We're not discussing our increasingly broken military health care system, which I've heard from military family and service members both here at home and when I've traveled abroad on bases. The lack of support for mental health, the lack of access, even here in the United States, to immediate health care concerns for themselves and their family members. And as I pointed out, we are solely now facing lack of obstetrics and gynecology on our military bases right here in the United States, making the travel that the Department of Defense put in for women service members and women family members to get their full health care needs. We could be talking about the merits of supporting Ukraine and how the democracies are coming together to show communism and terrorism that we stand united in our goals and principles. Or we could be talking about how to jumpstart shipbuilding to compete with what China is already doing in the Indo-Pacific. But we spent our markup arguing about extreme social policies that have no place in this bill. And now we're running out of time with the shutdown fast approaching. Our service members and their families have made a considerable sacrifice to serve our nation. So the least we can do is give them a government that stays open and pays them on time. Now I know Chairwoman Granger and Chairman Calvert and I believe that we can get this job done. But the majority must show that it can govern in a bipartisan fashion and work with us to get these bills done. And that's what we've done plenty of times and what I'm hopeful we will do in the future. But for right now, I have to ask my colleagues to oppose this bill. And let's get the appropriations process back on a bipartisan track. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady and for her comments, and I know that eventually we'll work out our differences. But yes, I admit this bill prohibits funding for Drag Queen Story Hour for kids and drag queens and recruitment. I had to choose between building ships or those kinds of decisions. I chose the ships. But with that, this debate will go on forward. I want to talk about the readiness of our military operations, building the necessary equipment to make sure that our men and women win any war that we may have to involve ourselves in, hopefully none. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order exempt. Those printed in Part A of House Report 118-216, amendments in bloc described in Section 3 of the House Resolution 723, and pro forma amendments described in Section 13 of the resolution. Each amendment printed in the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable from the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the action thereon, shall not be subject to an amendment except as provided by Section 13 of House Resolution 723, and shall not be subject to a demand of division of the question. It shall be in order at any time the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments in bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments in bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes equally and divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of House Resolution 723, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for the amendment, the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their representative designees may offer up 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 723, I offer an amendment in bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments in block.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 46, 47, 49, 51, and 65. Printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-216, offered by Mr. Calvert of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from California and the gentlewoman from Minnesota each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, these are non-controversial amendments supported by both sides. Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I support this amendment. It contains a series of bipartisan amendments in support of member priorities on both sides. We have no objections, and we encourage the adoption of this amendment, and I wish this is the spirit in which this bill had originally been written. He didn't yell back.
Reserves, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Comments, I'm ready to yield back.
I
Except to
reserve
close.
for the moment. Seeing no speakers, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
I'm
is
happy to yield
recognized.
back as well.
And the gentlewoman from Minnesota yields back. The question is on the amendments in block offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The in block amendments are agreed to. It would be nice to be able to say something. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 723, I offer amendment in block.
The clerk will designate the amendments in block.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 43, 44, 45, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 87, 88, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 99, 101, 103, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, number 50.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from California and the gentlewoman from Minnesota each will control 10 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, these are non-controversial amendments supported by both sides. Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our country has no greater responsibility than to protect and defend this nation and its Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I want to thank Ranking Member McCollum for yielding me time to speak as a member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee. I am deeply disappointed, I have to say overall, by the bill that the majority has forced to the floor today. America and our allies are grappling with an increasingly dynamic and dangerous world. Global challenges include real enemies, as well as the unpredictability of nature and climate change. And we now see artificial intelligence threatening to further destabilize the world that we rely on for liberty and prosperity. Russia's waging war of aggression against a neighboring democratic state, while China is outpacing our military development and has positioned itself as a significant geopolitical competitor on many levels. So it's our responsibility and that of the annual defense appropriations legislation to ensure we are prepared to surmount these threats. However, the majority's legislation is distracted and consumed by division instead of policies that would ensure the safety of our nation's most important defense asset, our brave men and women in uniform. In another year, I could be proud of important provisions, including support for research, testing, and manufacturing of space technologies that will define how our future wars might be fought, many of which, by the way, are being developed in my home state of Ohio. Instead, this legislation focuses on divisive policies never seen in a defense appropriations bill, like banning diversity and inclusion programs in this diverse nation, targeting women and LGBTQ and service members, and preventing the Department of Defense from addressing the very real dangers of disinformation campaigns and extremist rhetoric in our military. Enacting these proposals would have disastrous consequences for the morale and readiness of our armed forces, worsening the unprecedented recruitment shortfalls they already face. While the legislation maintains funding for many key security commitments to our crucial allies by fully funding key regional security initiatives, it fails to innovate or provide expansion of funding necessary to meet the moment, which is newly defined by the largest war for liberty since World War II, being fought as we speak in the nation of Ukraine. Oh, I could say so much on this. The Ukrainian people and their East European neighbors. Madam
Gentlelady's
Mr.
time
Speaker,
has expired.
might I ask an additional 10 seconds?
Gentlelady's time has expired.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the ranking member and will yield back my time.
So the gentleman from Minnesota reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Molan, 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak up for the people of Guam, who are facing immediate danger from the Chinese and North Korean missiles. China's DF-26 missiles has been dubbed the Guam killer, and North Korea repeatedly threatens my island. And our American defense system cannot simultaneously track or shoot down missiles from 2 directions at once. Let's also be mindful of the fact that service members from across the nation serve on Guam and face similar peril. I urge my colleagues, support my amendment with the safety of your constituents in mind. Please vote to protect the people of Guam and vote in favor of my amendment to truly fund Guam missile defense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, member of the Appropriations Committee.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I rise today in support of Representative Joe Wilson and my bipartisan amendment supporting efforts to modernize personal equipment for female service members and small statured service members. 20% of our service members are women serving our nation. So it is alarming, Mr. Speaker, that according to a new Army report, nearly half of female service members in the Army Special Operations Command have trouble accessing and acquiring equipment that is the right size for them. Imagine one of these warriors are in the battlefield, they're facing an enemy combatant, and their ill-fitting body armor prevents them from proper use of their rifle. And that puts them at severe risk for harm and prevents them from executing their duty. Listen, there's no excuse for not giving these patriots the equipment and tools to allow them to do their job safely and effectively. Our military women, they leave their families, they train hard, and are willing to risk their lives to defend our freedom. We need to do a better job to stand up for theirs, and I urge my colleagues to join me and my friend Joe Wilson in a bipartisan amendment to make sure that all our service members have the equipment that they need to keep them safe and do their job effectively. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Minnesota reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have no other speakers on this en bloc. I'm prepared to yield back.
Gentlewoman yield back. Does gentlelady from Minnesota yield back?
Oh, wait a second. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be honest. I was distracted by a member asking me a question. Could you kindly repeat yourself?
Does the gentlelady yield back?
I absolutely yield back. Thank you so much for your courtesy, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 723, I offer an amendment in bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments in bloc.
On block number 3, consisting of amendments numbered 86, 89, 98, 100, 102, 104, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 159. Printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-216, offered by Mr. Calvert of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, and the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Mrs. McCollum, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, these are non-controversial amendments supported by both sides. Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman lady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to yield 2 minutes from the gentlewoman from Texas in support of this en bloc, which I also support the gentlewoman from Houston.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 10 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Thank you.
Speaker, I'll take those 10 minutes, but I thank the gentlelady for her courtesies and particularly concerned as we move forward. This bill directly impacts the men and women who have unselfishly put on the uniform. I'm grateful to the chair and ranking member for working together, but let me be very clear. We have an overall defense bill that is enormously challenging for the American people. First, for them to know that the members of the United States military, women in particular, 1 in 5 members of the military are women, will be blocked from reproductive services that are necessary. Those in particular that live in the state of Texas will be blocked from achieving the reproductive health that they need. The LGBTQ plus community is also negatively impacted by health care. Mr. Speaker, this has nothing to do with military preparedness and should not be involved. In addition, the General has offered the commitment to electric vehicles, but yet this bill cuts $714 million. So I rise today to say I do not want a government shutdown, but I'd like us to do the right thing. Democrats don't want a government shutdown. We are obviously fighting against those who are getting direction from the former president that says shut it down. But I'm very grateful that my amendment dealing with triple-negative breast cancer is in this legislation. This is very important to me. It seeks to allocate $10 million to fund triple-negative breast cancer research. This issue is extremely important, especially for the brave men and women in the military, up to 20 to 40% more likely to develop breast cancer. I must offer my appreciation both the military and the Biden administration for making research into breast cancer a priority. This amendment would allow for more research so that we can one day hopefully learn a way to reduce this most devastating aspect of breast cancer. This has a more deadlier impact. That is why it's called triple-negative breast cancer that targets women. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, the Jackson Lee Amendment, and a complete defense bill that responds to the needs of the United States military. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Minnesota reserved, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, retired Navy SEAL, Mr. Van Orden.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with deep reservations about the provisions in this bill funding the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, a program that's been in place since 2016. To date, the United States has given $113 billion in security and humanitarian aid to the Ukraine for their war against Russia. I acknowledge the fact that this is an illegal war and Vladimir Putin should be punished. However, I am not happy with the level of visibility that we have given to this funding. The United States government must be in charge of our foreign policy. The United States government must be in charge of our defense policies, and we should not be handing these over to the Ukrainian government. We are funding Ukrainians. We're paying their salaries for their troops and giving them stipends when we're potentially looking forward to shutting down our government due to democratic intransigence, which means we will not be funding our own troops, and this is simply unacceptable. Before any new money is dispensed to Ukraine, we need a strategic exit plan from the Biden administration with quantifiable metrics. Still, I will not allow DC's dysfunction to undermine our national security and hurt our military families, and will support the underlying bill, again, with great reservations. We must fund our military, and we must pay our troops. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California reserved. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I just want to be clear. In this bill, we pay for our troops, our military, to equip and to do training, but in this bill, there's no funding for salaries for Ukrainian troops. With that, I'm prepared to yield back my time, and I thank the chair for working in such a bipartisan fashion for these en bloc amendments.
Does the gentlelady yield back her time?
Yes, I do.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman recognized Yields back. And the questions on the amendments on block offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 29 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm sorry, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Now the gentlelady is to House Resolution 723. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, and a member opposed to each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Defense-centric small businesses in the industrial base face unique challenges in creating new, advanced production lines, scaling, expanding manufacturing capacity, and in competing and leading to issues with how to best support our warfighters with key advanced defense capabilities. For many of these U.S. businesses, translating investments into marketable products and services remains a challenge. As job creation engines, startups are vital to the American economy, but they often lack the resources to bring good ideas to market or to establish a contract with the Department of Defense. And so that's why I introduced my bipartisan bill, H.R. 3147, which establishes a defense industrial base advanced capability pilot program to help small businesses bridge that gap between creating innovative ideas to help our service members and the time that it takes to get to full production capacity. This bill builds on the success of SBIR and STTR programs to further increase private sector commercialization of innovations derived from federally funded R&D. I was very proud to see this bill included in this year's NDAA in Section 853 of the House passed bill and in Section 831 of the Senate passed bill, and now we just need to fund it. Due to its targeted support to small businesses, it's no surprise that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has made this effort a top legislative priority, and I'm very proud to have their support over the years to make this much-needed change. So what does this amendment do? This amendment would direct $50 million in O&M defense-wide to the Defense Production Act purchases account to fund the Advanced Defense Capabilities Pilot Program. Funding in fiscal year 24 would accelerate the scaling, production, and manufacturing and acquisition of defense-centric domestic advanced capabilities to bolster DIB resilience and modernize and increase our competition advantage versus China and other adversaries. The public-private partnership pilot funding would increase support and investment for domestic, small, advanced defense-focused businesses and stimulate key defense-centric industrial base markets, create new production lines, decrease defense-centric manufacturing supply chain vulnerabilities, provide advisory and scaling support, and unlock private equity capital for advanced warfighting capability aligned with the National Defense Strategy. Due to this targeted support to small businesses, it's really no surprise that the Chamber has made this an effort a top legislative priority, and I'm very proud to have their support. As a former engineer and entrepreneur, I know how urgent this legislation is, and we have to support our talented entrepreneurs in translating their innovative ideas into marketable products and in cutting-edge technologies to make sure that many endeavors don't fail because they lack access to capital. Thank you. I very much appreciate your support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. The bill has constrained top line. I cannot support directing $50 million to a pilot program. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield the ranking member 30 seconds in support of my amendment.
Mr.
The
Chair,
gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania for bringing this forward. I wholeheartedly support her amendment and hope that it moves forward with adoption in the bill. And with that, I thank her for her time, and I yield back any remaining time to her.
I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The question on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask for the yeas and nays.
Does the gentlewoman request a recorded vote?
I request a recorded vote, yes.
Okay. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. For what purpose is the gentleman from? Consider amendment number 48 printed in Part A of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Luttrell of Texas.
Pursuant to House Rule 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, and a member of the opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chair, I rise today to offer an amendment to H.R. 4365, which would provide $15 million in funding for plant-based or psychedelic clinical trials authorized in the House version of the FY24 NDAA. Mr. Chair, I can personally attest to the benefits in treating post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, and chronic traumatic encephalopathy through the use of psychedelic substances. There's a stigma that exists within the body that I believe stems from a lack of education and experience around the clinical use of plant-based or psychedelic medications. I understand that when many of my colleagues hear the word psychedelics, they think of mushrooms and so on. This isn't what we are talking about today. And unfortunately, the stigma has led to the slow or no adoption of medical procedures that may have saved countless lives in our service members, veterans, and first responders. Mr. Chair, it is our duty to explore all options when the lives of our nation's most precious resources, our sons, our daughters, our mothers, our fathers, brothers and sisters, are at stake. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to rise in opposition to the gentleman from Texas amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for sharing his journey, and I'm glad you're doing well. I don't oppose the study of many of these drugs, but I'm going to lay out why, in this particular instance, I'm going to oppose this. On this floor, we've had many a debate about whether or not medical marijuana should be used for post-traumatic stress for veterans and do research and all kinds of things I've supported. And time again, we haven't done that, in part because it's a scheduled Class 1 drug. The department's concerned about a study involving active service members. They acknowledge, and I'm glad that they do, that the benefits are being pursued by veterans, and the implementation for active duty service members would be much more challenging at this time, because it involves a question around clearances, legal hurdles, and the logistics would just appear to hamper the success of a pilot program or study with active duty. As I said, Schedule 1, I gave the example of marijuana, under the Controlled Substance Acts that mean that they have a high potential for abuse, and there's no currently accepted medical treatment in the United States for this right now. So there's a lack of accepted safety for there's no medical supervision in the way we can move forward. For this reason, the Defense Health Agency does not believe it could even be implemented. I support working with the Department of Veterans Affairs to look at anything we can do to help welcome our service men and women home to find the help that they need. But currently, with the way that this amendment is written, I reluctantly cannot support the gentleman's amendment. I look forward to working with the gentleman in the future for a future time for this. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. As a veteran, and I hold degrees in psychology and applied cognition and neuroscience. I've spent the better part of a decade studying our service members, our active members, and our veterans and first responders in the space of cognitive disability and decline. And we lose 22 plus a day in the veteran space. We lose members in the active service space as well daily. The active aggressive nature of treatments in spaces like our cognitive decline, like selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors and other modalities, which I've traveled the country studying. The numbers that we're seeing are not decreasing, they're increasing. And as we transition out of these wars that we fought for so many years, we have to do something more aggressive. And I say clinical studies and clinical trials inside the DoD because it is applicable and it is appropriate. And we have some of the most brilliant researchers on the planet. They can study this and move this effectively so we can treat the men and women that serve our country. These medications have short-term, no long-term residual side effects, short-term, if anything. But the effects are groundbreaking. We are at a precipice, and I hate the fact that the word psychedelic scares everybody. I hate that word myself. And when I try to think of a creative term to title this with, it always circles back to the word psychedelics, and that's unfortunate. It is. But we have to look past that. I've never done a drug in my entire life. Matter of fact, I would tell no one to do this because the aggressiveness of it is so life-changing, but it's effective. And that's why I continue to push forward. And I think its time and its effectiveness needs to be implemented now. I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that Amendment 57 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendments numbers 66 through 74 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 125 printed in Part A of House Report 118 TAC 216 for what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 125, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Norton of the District of Columbia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and a member of the opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Mr. Chair, my amendment would allocate $10 million for research, development, test, and evaluation for the Space Force, with the intent that the funds would be used for Space Force Rocket Systems Launch Program. This funding would continue the ongoing single-stage to orbit propulsion research that we have funded over the past 3 years and ensure that the commercial space access provider supply chain is as large as possible. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition, reluctant opposition to this amendment. The amendment proposes to develop a single stage to orbit rocket. The idea of a single stage to orbit rocket is appealing, but the laws of physics are stubborn. In the early 2000s, I was actually the chair of the Space Aeronautics Committee at the time. NASA and industry spent more than $1 billion on such a concept and concluded that it wasn't practical or feasible. I'm not aware of any facts that changed that conclusion. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from the District of Columbia is recognized.
I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentle lady has the only time remaining.
Sorry?
The gentle lady has the only time remaining.
I have no more. I have no more words.
Does the gentle lady yield back?
back?
The gentle lady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentle lady from the District of Columbia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
As for a recorded vote.
The gentle lady requests a recorded vote. And pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentle lady from the District of Columbia will be postponed. Thank you. It is now in order to consider Amendment 137 printed on Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 137, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, and member of the opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today to offer Amendment 137, which takes the simple yet important step of directing the Defense Health Agency to report to Congress on options for allowing active duty service members to participate in Veterans Affairs psychedelic-assisted therapy clinical trials. I repeat, these clinical trials are already happening in partnership with the VA, and there's no reason that we should not be looking into the benefits of this research for our men and women that are already currently serving our country actively. And I want to be really clear about why I'm supporting this, what is actually a very small step to research psychedelic-assisted therapy for our active duty service members. This is not about legalization. This is not about recreational use. It's about honoring our promise to our military families and confronting the high incidence of suicide in the military and veteran community. There's a reason for the high rate of suicide. It's the trauma of serving. More than 20 veterans kill themselves every day. And 27% of post-9/11 veterans are diagnosed with PTSD. We have a crisis, and the idea that we wouldn't research potential breakthrough treatments is unacceptable. The status quo is inadequate, and it won't stop service members and veterans from committing suicide, but I believe this research will. And I have good reason for believing that. Let's look at the data. The most recent phase 3 clinical trials with MDMA found that 86% of the study participants had reduced PTSD symptoms, and 71% didn't even qualify as having PTSD anymore. People think, they hear the word psychedelics and they think Woodstock. But this is not a 1960s LSD trip that many people might be imagining. And as some groups are actively lobbying Congress, no, this is not the work of the devil. It is not the work of the devil when this treatment is actually saving families and keeping families together. This therapy is supervised by a medical practitioner. It occurs with repeat treatments in a very controlled setting. And oftentimes, it's a 1 or 2 time treatment. Follow-up results reveal that the positive effects actually continue for years, even after just 1 treatment. And these clinical trials are already changing the lives of people I know. I have so many close friends of mine who could say that they're alive today because of this treatment. Their marriages have survived because of this treatment. The idea that we wouldn't even research it, that we would keep this out of the hands of people who need it, is appalling. Frankly, it's appalling. We should be listening to these stories. They have come up on Capitol Hill multiple times. For the members who say, well, we need to learn more, we don't know enough, well, then why would you get in the way of more research? And you haven't come and listened to these veterans and these service members when they have come up and told their stories. They've come up many, many times. We shouldn't make them come up here and spill their guts anymore. We should listen to them and we should act on it. So I unapologetically support this research. We shouldn't think twice about it. We owe this to our service members. We owe it to their families. And this is a really small but a positive step in the right direction. And I think the VA and Department of Defense need to coordinate on this research into this psychedelic-assisted therapy. That's all this amendment does, and I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield. Yield back to
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 149 printed on Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 149, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and member of the opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which cuts $300 million in funding for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, and encourage all my colleagues to support that. The FY24 Defense Appropriations Bill authorizes a total of $826.45 billion in new discretionary spending. This figure is $28.71 billion, or 3.6% more than the FY23 enacted level. Currently, in the United States, the U.S. has committed over $113 billion in military, economic, and humanitarian assistance to protect Ukraine's border, but we can't fund our own border to protect our citizens from the fentanyl pouring across our southern border that's killing over 290 Americans daily, and the trafficking that the Mexican cartels are engaging in. So, you good still? Okay, all right, I'm proceeding still. I find myself asking this question: how is it that we are willing to send over $100 billion to Ukraine, and in this bill an additional $300 million, but we can't spend the money or find the ability and will to secure our own border? With no end in sight, we cannot continue to blank check fund a war when this administration has said we're going to stay there as long as it takes, we'll spend as much as it takes, and they've morphed. We don't even know really why we're there, but we've morphed into a regime change objective. Now, I would ask, what does that regime change look like? How are you going to get there? And what is going to be the extent of our participation? With that, I'm going to reserve, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in a strong opposition to this amendment. Ukraine is a democracy. It's a democracy fighting for its life every single day. And the world is watching the brave men and women of Ukraine fight to protect their democracy. Vladimir Putin violated international law with his illegal invasion of Ukraine. Putin and his thugs are committing war crimes on a mass scale in Ukraine, including the senseless murder of civilians, even while they're in the hospital. He continues also to violate international laws by deliberately targeting marketplaces, supermarkets, daycares, and apartment buildings. Putin has also broken other international laws by permitting the abduction, encouraging, not just permitting, encouraging the abduction of Ukrainian children to be taken from their families and their parents. The democracies need to stand together, and that's what they've been doing. It is the responsibility of the United States, the strongest democracy, and all nations that respect democratic elected governments to support Ukraine's fight against the unlawful Russian aggression. And that's exactly why we've seen such a global response to these atrocities. Our allies, our partners, our fellow democracies are also supporting Ukraine in this fight by providing tanks, donated by allies and partners, air defense artillery rounds, donated by allies and partners, fighter aircraft, donated 100% by allies and partners, mid to long-range air defense systems, 75% donated by allies and partners, counter unmanned aerial systems, 69% donated by allies and partners, 155-millimeter artillery systems, 64% donated by allies and partners, armored personnel, carriers, infantry, fighting vehicles, 63% donated by allies and partners, Stinger missiles, 52% donated by allies and partners. Javelin, command launch units, 52% donated by allies and partners. Javelin missiles, 46% donated by allies and partners. America is not providing support alone. The democracies are together on this. And I want to just point out for a fact, too, when Ukraine decided to become a democracy, to engage in the free world, they gave up their nuclear weapons. They gave them up. And what they're just asking for us right now is to support a fellow democracy. So I urge my colleagues to strongly oppose this amendment, support the Ukrainians in their struggle to defend their homeland. And Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. It's interesting to hear that. I appreciate those comments. Explain to me then how this administration and our allies have lost contact and cannot provide a full accounting of all the money we've sent and all the material we've sent. So here's an example of that. When we talk about insufficient oversight of funding going towards Ukraine, the Pentagon has overestimated the value of the weapons it's sent to Ukraine by $6.2 billion over the past 2 years. They've overestimated that. How have Central African nations reported that U.S. material has been found in the hands of warlords in their areas, in their own countries, rebellious warlords fighting them with U.S. material? How is it that we've gone from supplying surplus to supplying our own inventory? So our own stocks are going to take, in some instances, 7 to 10 years to rebuild, to put our own nation in jeopardy. The democratic peace theory was debunked 20 years ago. And that's the argument I heard today. Basically, the democratic peace theory. That was utterly debunked. This administration has also provided no explanation on what the objective is. What does it look like? The objective is to stay as long as it takes. What does that mean? Another 20, 30-year war that we are participating and funding in? Not only as long as it takes, as much as it takes. We are $33 trillion in debt. Our structural deficit this year is going to be more than $2 trillion. It will be that next year. Our interest cost is $700 billion. Everything we are sending to Ukraine, we are borrowing. It is our children and grandchildren that are effectively paying for this. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some disagreement with some of the, I want to say, opinions put forward by the gentleman. We do have oversight at our embassy on where equipment's going. The chair and I have been in classified briefings asking these very tough questions together, because you're right, we want accountability. And as we saw the president of Ukraine, just when he didn't think he was getting the accountability he deserved from his military leaders and people in his government, he very publicly removed him and said, nope, this is not acceptable to me. So the oversight is taking place, and our allies are also doing oversight. I want to point out, as I did earlier, that this is an invasion that was brought on for no other reason than a land grab. Putin's trying to put Russia back in an image that he wants to see it in the future. And who's watching him do this? And who's watching who stands up to him? Well, Russia's watching as to what we do, and we know China is, with all the chatter we're now hearing about Taiwan. So what does that mean? That means that democracies have to stand together to support another democracy. As I mentioned earlier today, I'm a social studies teacher. Take out a map of geography and take a look at the emerging democracies in the area who feel under threat from Russia. Take a look at our allies that have suffered through World War II with aggression from Germany. And the democracies, Germany included, have learned from that lesson. We cannot be silent. We have to be there for each other. I also want to point out that the money that is being put forward, again, is for equipment and a training, and we're doing that with NATO. We're doing that together. So, as I said, I feel very passionately about supporting Ukraine, and I thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to a great American, Mr. Crane.
Thank you. I rise in support of my colleague's amendment. Look, guys, as my colleague pointed out, we can't afford it. The gentlewoman just said that all the money that we're sending over there is for training and equipment. That's not true. 60 Minutes just discovered the U.S. is financing more than weapons in Ukraine. The government is buying seeds, fertilizer for farmers, paying the salaries of 57,000 first responders, and subsidizing small business. Again, like my colleague said, we have $33 trillion in debt. It's no wonder we have $33 trillion in debt. This is getting out of hand, and we need to stop it. Thank you.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. I'll conclude by saying our national interests are best rooted in solving our national debt crisis, which has been determined by many national security leaders as being our #1 security threat. I urge Congress to adopt this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
I would like to request a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise as a designee of the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Granger.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I
For
move
5
to strike
minutes.
the last word. I rise in opposition to the amendment. First, I want to address some confusion surrounding this funding. This is not the same funding that is included in the supplementals for Ukraine. This funding is sent directly to Ukraine. Rather, it pays for training, procurement of U.S. equipment. Congress has funded this initiative in every single year since it was authorized in 2016. During both Democrat and Republican administrations, in July, the House voted to authorize this funding at the same level. This started after the invasion of Crimea by Russia. We decided to fund this training for the Russian military, or excuse me, the Ukrainian military. Not only would this amendment strike the funding, it would also strike the important conditions on funding. We sent a very clear message to the department, no blank checks. That's why this bill contains many new oversight provisions, including notification requirements before funds are spent, a GAO report review of the Defense Department's execution of presidential drawdown authority, a reporting requirement on increasing burden sharing for Ukraine, and a requirement that the Inspector General review the department's in-use monitoring program. This bill also includes funding for a special Inspector General for Ukraine if authorized by the final NDAA. The funding included in this bill is not supplemental funding, it's not a blank check, it has broad support. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. It is in order to consider amendment number 150, printed in Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 150, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia.
House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
I thank the gentleman. Thank the Speaker. Section 8131 of this bill states none of the funds made available by this act may be used to fund any work to be performed by EcoHealth Alliance, Inc. in China on research supported by the government of China unless the Secretary of Defense determines that a waiver is in the best interest of the country. My amendment simply strikes out in China on research supported by the government of China. EcoHealth Alliance was the agency or the private company that got a grant from the NIH to do research on coronavirus, and they are the ones who gave the money as a subcontractor to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. This was not research being done on behalf of China, it was being done on behalf of us. The problem is EcoHealth Alliance didn't fulfill their contract. They were supposed to get regular reports from Wuhan. They did not follow up on that. As a result, we're missing nearly a year of data prior to the outbreak of COVID-19 that the American taxpayers paid to have. So instead of just saying EcoHealth can't do things in China that's supported by the Chinese government, my amendment makes it clear we're not going to fund EcoHealth Alliance at this point in time. And to make matters worse, you think, how can it be worse? As a part of our oversight, the Energy and Commerce Committee in February asked 41 questions trying to get information from EcoHealth Alliance. As of this date, we have answers to only 7 of those questions, and they're the most general answers, like, when did you get your contract with the NIH? It's not the tough information that we need to do proper oversight to make sure that we never have a situation again where a virus occurs where we're doing research and we can't answer the questions of the American taxpayers as to whether or not it came out of a lab that we were funding and that we weren't getting the reports from. That's all it does. It says, nope, EcoHealth for right now, at least during this fiscal year, isn't going to receive money through the DOD. And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment to have a discussion with the gentleman.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
We've had this provision in the bill for the last few years to prohibit funding for the work performed by EcoHealth Alliance for research within China. As the gentleman's very aware of, because he's very knowledgeable in this, it's a global nonprofit organization that works to protect wildlife and public health from the emergence of disease. This is an act in law, and we've worked in a bipartisan manner on the committee on this. The gentleman's amendment, if I understand it correctly, now seeks to establish a full prohibition on funding the EcoHealth Alliance, Inc. in this bill. While the amendment preserves, and I thank the gentleman for this, the waiver option for the Secretary of Defense to make a determination that working with EcoHealth Alliance remains a national security interest, I, as we move forward, like to better understand any ramifications as we move to this broader exemption that you want to do as we go to committee to make sure that it lives up to what I heard you say on the floor, to my understanding with the waiver. I work a lot on the ICCF, the International Conservation Caucus, so I want to make sure that the wildlife work that we're doing is protected as well in that, in the research. So I thank the gentleman for bringing this forward, but I just wanted him to know that I have a few more questions and we'll work on it during conference. Mr. Chair, I'd also like to just reflect on something that Mr. Crane of Arizona said in our last debate, where he implied fertilizer and other materials were being supported by the United States government. And that's correct, but that's in the State Department bill. So what I said about what we were supporting and not doing in this bill, I was factual with, and I just wanted the gentleman from Arizona to understand that what he was talking about, I wasn't confused. It's in the State and Foreign Ops bill. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I thank Mr. Chairman. So here's the bottom line. We have EcoHealth that breaches their contract. So while they may be working on some wildlife things and having been once a poll holder on a mission with a team of British scientists to study bats in northern Burma, I'm all for studying wildlife. But we have to make sure that those people that get American taxpayer dollars are living up to their contract, living up to their obligations to give us the information so that if something happens, whether you believe it was a lab leak or whether you believe it came out of bats, we needed the information that we paid for to try to make a better decision. They haven't followed through, and as of this date, they haven't given us the information that we need for oversight. Hopefully it will come forward. But until we establish that EcoHealth Alliance understands that if they're going to use taxpayer dollars to do research, we need to get the information we contracted to get, I think that we should not be granting them awards. I did leave the waiver in. That was very important to me because if it is a national security interest, I wanted to make sure we weren't taking that power away from the Secretary. But I don't think at this moment in history we should be funding EcoHealth Alliance with any taxpayer dollars. And I reserve whatever time I may have left.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 151, printed in Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of an amendment. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 151, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Plaskett of Virgin Islands.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, and member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would strike Section 8149 from the bill, removing language banning the Department of Defense from classifying or facilitating the classification of any communication by a United States person as misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation, and banning the Department of Defense from partnering with nonpartisan, nonprofit, outside experts to identify these threats. So we know misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation are three of the most important and far-reaching weapons of America's adversaries in Beijing, Tehran, and particularly the Kremlin. According to the State Department, Russia has operationalized the concept of perpetual adversarial competition in the information environment by encouraging the development of disinformation and propaganda ecosystem. This ecosystem then creates and spreads false narratives to strategically advance the Kremlin's policy goals. There is no subject off limits to this fire hose of falsehoods. Everything from human rights and environmental policy to assassination, civilian killing, bombing campaigns are fair targets in Russia's malign playbook. Only truth disarms the disinformation weapons, and the House of Representatives must support our government to ensure that foreign adversaries do not use the American people to disseminate lies with the goal of destroying our democracy without identifying them as misinformation, malinformation, or misinformation. So here are some truths. The federal government of the United States of America and the Department of Defense that we are working here to fund today are unequivocally responsible for the protection of American citizens from all enemies, all threats, foreign or domestic. All threats mean all threats, whether the threat is kinetic, economic, infectious, in cyberspace, or on Main Street. It's our job to provide the defense of the nation and its people. We must continue to come together to seek and promote the truth. And I urge my colleagues to approve this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Under the guise of fighting misinformation, our government agencies have become increasingly weaponized against America's right to free speech. In the last month, a panel of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled the Biden administration and the FBI likely violated the First Amendment by pressuring social media firms to suppress or remove posts. And the bill addresses the case of over 50 former intelligence officials misusing their clearances and status to interfere in our presidential election by signing the bogus Hunter Biden letter. The gentlelady's amendment would facilitate this continued war on the First Amendment. I strongly urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we all believe in the importance of the First Amendment. We all believe in American people's ability and their right to be able to speak out. What we also need to be aware of is the use of misinformation, disinformation by our foreign adversaries, and for the ability of our government to label that as such. It is not to stop people from saying it. It is the ability for us to tell what is lies and what is truth. You know, I sit on the weaponization. I'm the ranking member of the subcommittee on weaponization of federal government. And what the American people have seen thus far from that committee is the weaponization of Congress to be able to put forward conspiracy theories and lies to support power and quest for conquest over the American people. I would, at this time, reserve the balance of my time.
General Lady controls the only time.
Do you have anything that you would like to say? I yield to the gentlewoman from Minnesota at this time.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support to the delegate from the Virgin Islands amendment. We know that these countries are seeking to influence our way of life, to find ways to divide us and ultimately make us weaker. And we know that China and Russia, they're very active in this, and they're even working to seek to influence our elections and disrupt our democracy. So this amendment is necessary to ensure that we have the tools necessary to fight against these nefarious actions. I support this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will do the same. I yield back.
The gentlelady from the Virgin Islands is recognized.
At this time, Mr. Chair, I have nothing further, and I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands. Those all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 152, pertaining to Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 152, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and member of opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Homeland Rule to reduce the salary of Sean Kelly, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness. That salary shall be reduced to $1. As the Assistant Secretary of Defense, Mr. Skelly is the principal advisor to the Secretary of Defense and the Undersecretary of Defense for personnel and readiness on all matters related to the readiness of our armed forces. In that capacity, he is supposed to develop policies and plans, provide advice, and make recommendations for total force readiness programs, reporting, and assessments of readiness to execute the National Defense Strategy. Like many of Biden's bureaucrats, Mr. Skelly is failing at his job and the basic responsibilities. On his watch, the Army missed their recruiting goal by 15,000 soldiers last year, and all other branches were forced to dig deep into their pools of delayed entry applicants to meet their recruitment goals. On top of that, the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard are all expected to fall short of their recruitment goals this year. Mr. Skelly has also been with the Biden administration since the beginning and was appointed to the transition team, some irony there, in November of 2020. As the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness, Mr. Skelly played an instrumental role in the disastrous and shameful withdrawal from Afghanistan that killed 13 of America's finest, 13 American heroes. This embarrassing surrender to the Taliban. As DOD's highest-ranking trans official, this delusional man, thinking he is a woman, embodies and espouses the wokeism that's causing significant harm to our military readiness and troop morale. The military shouldn't be focused on this woke agenda and combating climate change. And with Mr. Skelly at the helm of readiness, these misguided policy pursuits will continue to be at the forefront of DOD's priorities. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to restore the focus of our Department of Defense to defend our nation. And Mr. Chair, with that I reserve.
Lady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in the strongest opposition to this amendment. And people deserve to be treated with dignity and respect when being addressed. Assistant Secretary Skelly has served in her role admirably, as she has done as her time as a naval officer. Assistant Secretary Skelly is a naval fighter, naval for over 20 years. And, I am a little upset because the lack of respect that has been shown to Secretary Kelly by the last speaker is surprising for me on this House floor, which we hold in high esteem. A naval flight officer for 20 years, including time spent in the Pacific. Well, we're all important how important this region is right now. There's absolutely no basis for this amendment. The colleague who offers this amendment provides no real substantive reason why Assistant Secretary Kelly should have her salary reduced. There's only one reason why Assistant Secretary Kelly is being targeted, is because she is simply a woman. I have fought long and hard with many women before me and with our allies for pay equity. We still have a long way to go, but I'm never going to vote to reduce a woman's salary. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess delusion runs deep in the Democrat Party. I would go on the record to say that science is a friend in this case, and sure, if you want to call Mr. Skelly a her, his chromosomes are still XY, and we trust the science over here rather than delusion and playing dress up and imaginary games with our military readiness. Our military needs to be lethal and able to defend our national security, not pander to the woke extremist left and make up fairy tales. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to service of our country, there's a couple of things we ask from people. To take a loyalty oath, they do that. To pass basic training and to be up and fit for the job that they're called upon to do, they do that. Secretary Skelly qualifies in all those areas. And as far as the conversation that my colleague is having, I'm not going to engage in hateful rhetoric, Mr. Chair. Instead, I want to focus on the admirable service that our transgender, gay, bisexual members do in an all-voluntary Army. They volunteer to put their lives on the line. They deserve the dignity and respect this House can give them. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want the record to reflect that there's nothing hateful about truth. And again, I do urge my colleagues to support my amendment to restore the focus of our Department of Defense to defend our nation. So I look forward to this Homeland rule being utilized to reduce the salary of Secretary Sean Skelly, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness, to $1. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Well, I'm just baffled here that we can pick and choose what's science, what's not science, what is human rights and dignity and respect, and what is not human rights and dignity and respect. And I look forward to having the discussion on climate change based on science with the gentlewoman from Colorado at some point in time. And with that, Mr. Speaker, at this point, I thank all our servicemen and women for their service, their families that serve alongside of them, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
I would like to request the roll call vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 153 of Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 153, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which will reduce the salary of Norval Dillard, Director of Diversity and Inclusion Management at the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion of the Department of Defense, to $1. Norval Rock Dillard is a part of the Joe Biden and Lloyd Austin's attempt to woken and weaken our military. He works in an office that should not exist, doing a job that also should not exist. Our military is not a social experiment, and we definitely should not be treating it like one or spending taxpayer dollars to do so. Woke ideology undermines military readiness. It undermines cohesiveness by emphasizing differences based on race, ethnicity, and sex. It undermines leadership authority by introducing questions about whether promotion is based on merit or quota requirements. It leads to military personnel serving in specialty areas for which they are not qualified or ready. It takes time and resources away from training activities and weapons development to contribute to readiness. Unelected bureaucrats at the DoD need to be held responsible for their failed leadership, which has distracted from DoD's mission and jeopardized the United States military's ability to defend our country. From the botched Afghanistan withdrawal that left 13 American soldiers dead, to the implementation of a woke agenda that has weakened our military and caused recruitment to suffer, bureaucrats like Norval Dillard have continued to put leftist agendas ahead of our national security. The federal government's obsession with diversity, equity, and inclusion needs to come to an end, especially at DoD, where our brave service members volunteer to put themselves in harm's way to fight for freedom. They don't care about the skin color of their brothers and sisters in uniform. They care about completing the mission and going home to their families. Our Defense Department should have the same mindset. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to restore the focus of our Department of Defense to defend our nation. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in strongest opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Dr. Dillard has dedicated his life to service to the United States. Commissioned in the United States Army in 1981, he served for 26 years, a retired colonel after numerous command and staff positions, and I thank him for his service. His current position as Director of Diversity and Inclusion, he provides oversight and guidance to individuals working across the Department of Defense on these issues, and he has had experience to know where improvement can be made. The goals of the Office of Diversity and Equity and Inclusion promote the Department of Defense culture of dignity, respect, and values diversity and inclusion and readiness imperatives. The department executes Secretary of Defense direction to, quote, take care of our people. And that's about supporting both the service member and their family, regardless of who they are. It's about having their backs while they put their lives on the line in the defense of this country. The chairman and others in this room are fond of Ronald Reagan's so-called, and I'll offer up the quote, government's first duty is to protect the people, not to ruin their lives. Rather than trying to run the lives of each service member into the ground, let us concentrate on what should be the focus of this bill, ensuring that our military service members have the tools they need to defend our nation and to come home safely. Need I remind everyone in the room, we are in the middle of a recruitment crisis, and the chair and I have heard why we're in the middle of a recruitment crisis. And many companies, private businesses are in the middle of a recruitment crisis. And what are they doing? They are opening up positions for diversity and inclusion to make sure people know that they're welcome in their companies. We want to make sure that people are welcome in the Department of Defense. We must find ways to attract young people to choose to serve this country, to know that their service will be honored. If they feel that serving in different branches of the department will open them up to ridicule, disrespect, or worse, why would they volunteer to serve and put their life on the line? Mr. Dillard is trying to ensure that all feel welcome and that he should not be vilified for that. He should be applauded. Let's stop the attacks on building a diverse force that represents all of America. Mr. Chair, I remember as a young high school student, I'm not afraid to admit my age with my gray hair, in 1972, all the discussions about women in the military academy. That was a radical idea. You know what the military had to do? They had to go out and they had to recruit and they had to show that they wanted the diversity, they wanted the respect. And I'm proud I do that with my military academies where I have Hmong and African Americans and people from different sexual orientations apply to serve in our country. They put their lives on the line. Duty first for them. So let's stop attacks on building a diverse force. And I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle agree that there is a recruitment crisis. Why is that? I think it's because our brave men and women who put their lives on the line to serve our nation dutifully, with honor, they don't see a true commander-in-chief in office. They don't see true leadership that they could be proud to serve alongside, to serve under. I don't believe that our brave men and women see that they will be taken care of when they put their lives in harm's way to defend our nation, to defend our allies throughout the world. Let me ask my colleagues a broad question. This Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, did that save our 13 service members in Afghanistan, or did it distract from the actual mission? I heard from my colleagues, Mr. Chair, on the other side of the aisle, that this was a way to ridicule and disrespect. Well, I think it is ridiculing to promote someone who does not have the qualifications needed for a position just because of how they identify, their race. This is what's ridiculing. This is what is disrespectful. And I see this woke agenda, this DEI, this movement that the left has created, I see it as a way to erase women. I heard my colleague on the other side of the aisle talk about in the 1970s there was a recruitment effort to bring more women to our military. And if that were the case today, if that were the mission today, to offer a more diverse military and recruit more women, well, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would simply put men in a dress, put them in heels. Heck, I got some red lipstick you could borrow. But that's not the answer. The answer is readiness. The answer is that we are all equal under the law, and you do not promote someone simply because of these qualifications. Mr. Chair, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have? Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady has 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, some of the remarks, Mr. Chair, that my colleague made, I'm not even going to bother to respond to because I don't think they are appropriate for this august chamber in which we are in. The military only takes people who are qualified to serve. And then after they've done their service for our country, they should still be respected. This is a very sad conversation that we are having. And I go back to the fact about diversity. And I'll use the example of the Hmong in my community who fought along our soldiers in Vietnam and protected many, and rescued many of our pilots. They came here, they didn't have a written language. They came here, they didn't know about military academies. And they wanted to honor and serve our country, but they weren't quite sure how to go about it. So what do? We created opportunities for diversity and inclusion. And it's amazing when you put a hand out to somebody and say, you know, we want you to be part of this great nation. And you're willing to put your life on the line. We thank you for that. The chair and I know why we have a recruitment problem. I understand why we have a recruitment problem. I serve on the committee, and I'm doing everything I can to address it, and part of it is this office.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. All of those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
I would like to request a roll call vote on this amendment as well.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 154, printed in Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 154, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment to the FY24 Defense Appropriations Bill would simply prohibit the Department of Defense from using funds to administer, implement, or enforce the proposed action by the Department of Army regarding the removal of the Reconciliation Monument at Arlington National Cemetery. Following 4 brutal years of the American Civil War, our nation's great leaders, President Abraham Lincoln and future President Union General Ulysses S. Grant, took great measures to ensure that our nation reconciled and unified after the conflict that turned fellow countrymen against fellow countrymen. These unifying actions include pardons for Confederate leaders that waged war, as well as the restoration of confiscated property. What these great American leaders understood is that a nation divided against itself cannot stand. Then in 1898, following the Mexican-American War, when Union and Confederate veterans fought side by side under one flag, the American flag, President McKinley declared in the heart of the South, in Atlanta, Georgia, the capital of my home state, that the U.S. government would commit to sharing the burden of honoring and properly burying the Confederate dead, stating, sectional feelings, I quote, sectional feelings no longer holds back the love we feel for each other. The old flag waves over us in peace with new glories. In 1900, Congress authorized Confederate remains to be buried at Arlington National Cemetery. And in 1906, President McKinley allowed for the construction of a new monument honoring our country's new shared reconciliation from its troubled divisions. In 1914, President Woodrow Wilson, a Democrat, unveiled this new memorial to national unity, which was designed by a Jewish American sculptor. The memorial is topped with a woman crowned by an olive wreath to symbolize peace. Beginning with the unveiling of the statue and now every year since, It is the tradition of the President of the United States to send a wreath to the memorial honoring the dead buried in a circle around the monument. This tradition, which shows tremendous national unity, has been carried on regardless of party or politics of the sitting president. In fact, even President Obama understood the Reconciliation Monument in the context for which it stood, which was unity, not division, when he continued on the presidential tradition of sending a wreath to the monument. Despite the bipartisan support for this monument, the Renaming Commission, established by the fiscal year 2021 National Defense Authorization Act, overstepped its legislative authority and recommended that the Department of Army remove the memorial from Arlington National Cemetery. The Renaming Commission's authority given to them by Congress empowers them to recommend the removal of, quote, all names, symbols, displays, monuments, and paraphernalia that honor or commemorate the Confederate States of America. Yet, as described previously, the Reconciliation Monument does not honor nor commemorate the Confederacy. It commemorates reconciliation and national unity. Furthermore, the Renaming Commission's authority explicitly prohibits the desecration of grave sites. There are hundreds of gravestones encircling the monument, and I do not know how in the world these graves will remain untouched if the Department of the Army proceeds with its proposal to remove the monument. Former Virginia Democrat Senator Jim Webb, a decorated Marine Corps officer who served multiple combat tours in Vietnam and later became the Secretary of the Navy, recently published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal concerning the Reconciliation Monument at Arlington Cemetery. In his opinion, Senator Webb describes his own journey of reconciliation following his combat tours in Vietnam. He explains how he hosted a delegation of Vietnamese officials in Washington to encourage them to be peaceful toward former South Vietnamese veterans who were labeled as traitors after the war and had been treated as such. Senator Webb describes how, to make his point to the delegation, he brought them to the Reconciliation Monument in Arlington and pointed across the Potomac toward the Lincoln Memorial to show that old wounds can be healed. Senator Webb concludes with this quote, "If the monument is taken apart and removed, it would send a different message, one of a deteriorating society willing to erase the generosity of its past in favor of bitterness and misunderstanding." I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to take a stand against such a divisive and history-erasing action and support my amendment to defund the effort to remove the Reconciliation Monument from the Arlington National Cemetery. My amendment prevents this tyrannical encroachment by legislative authority, ignorance of congressional intent, and disregard of national unity. Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
In 2021, Congress passed the NDAA, creating a naming commission with the intent of renaming military installations, relocating memorials that celebrate the Confederate attempt to rip apart the United States at the stake of maintaining slavery. The NDAA was passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. In fact, the NDAA had so much bipartisan support that it defeated President Trump's veto by a vote of 322 to 87. With a few remaining Confederate monuments and minor installations that have not already been renamed or removed, will happen soon. As required by Congress and implemented by the Secretary of Defense, Arlington National Cemetery is required to remove a Confederate memorial and has initiated the process for careful removal and relocation of the memorial located in Section 16 of the cemetery. Therefore, this amendment not only attempts to defy the overwhelming bipartisan support will of Congress, but it is likely too late to even make a difference. Congress decided in a unified fashion that it was time to move on from a regretful era of civil war and human rights atrocities. This amendment will do nothing to stop that. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. It would be an absolute disgrace if this Reconciliation Monument to our nation's national unity is removed from Arlington National Cemetery and the graves that encircle it are desecrated. With that, I urge all of my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentleman from New York requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order, correction, the gentleman from Georgia. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 155 printed on Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 155, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment prevents any funds in this year's defense appropriations bill from being spent on Section 370 of the fiscal year 21 National Defense Authorization Act, providing a common sense solution to block unnecessary and frivolous efforts to rename military bases across the country. As a Navy combat veteran, an area of great concern for me is the inessential renaming of military bases and facilities. As this issue is not a matter of national security, nor an improvement of our military's combat readiness, the Department of Defense focus should remain on bolstering our defense capabilities and ensuring that we maintain the most lethal fighting forces in the world. Yet instead, the Department of Defense is continuing to pursue plans to rename military bases, 2 of which, Fort Benning and Fort Gordon, are in my home state of Georgia. The Department of Defense's renaming efforts are expected to cost taxpayer dollars over, expected to cost taxpayers over $62 million and would have a detrimental economic impact in the surrounding communities. Take Fort Gordon, for example, where local small business owners who take great pride in our nation's military have named their establishments or attractions after the local Army base. If the name of the base is changed, then local entrepreneurs will be forced to rename and rebrand businesses, replacing merchandise and creating completely new marketing strategies, and none of that is cheap. In fact, in many cases, you may see that rebranding of businesses actually will cause the businesses to fail. In rural communities like those in Georgia, this economic burden would be catastrophic. And I know communities across the country will be confronted with the same issues if we allow the Department of Defense to continue this reckless plan. I was disappointed that earlier this year, when I offered a similar amendment to the fiscal year 24 National Defense Authorization Act, that these amendments were not even considered or debated on the House floor. However, we have a second opportunity right now as we look to fund the Department of Defense. We must carefully examine how taxpayer dollars are being used to fund the Department of Defense and its policies, and I adamantly believe that Americans' hard-earned tax dollars should not be wasted on renaming military bases, but should be focused on making our military the most lethal in the world. Due to President Biden's failed leadership and big government socialist agenda, our nation is facing an ongoing economic crisis. Excessive Washington spending has not only ballooned our national debt, which just surpassed $33 trillion last week, but has also inflated the prices of basic goods and services for our constituents, while running an annual deficit of almost $2 trillion. It is simply unacceptable to spend millions of dollars of borrowed money to rename military bases and facilities, only to undoubtedly burden hardworking Americans and small business owners already struggling in Joe Biden's disastrous economy. I urge colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my common sense amendment. Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I do rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
2 years ago, we passed the NDAA, which established a bipartisan commission including both civilians and military to rename installations that were associated with the Confederate States of America. This amendment attempts to stop the implementation of the commission's recommendations. I am pleased to see that the administration has already started the renaming process, officially renaming 7 installations with 2 more to go by the end of October. And I want to provide some context for these renamings. Fort Benning in Georgia, which was named after a Confederate general who strongly supported slavery and was a leader in the secession movement. Now that fort has been renamed Fort Moore after Army Lieutenant General Hal Moore and his wife, Julia Compton Moore. General Moore commanded the first large-scale battle of the Vietnam War, and Julia Compton Moore was instrumental in setting up survivor support networks and casualty notification teams. And then there's Fort Bragg in North Carolina. That was named after a former slave owner and one of the most hated generals in history. In fact, hated by his own army, and some of the Confederate soldiers tried to end his life. He's also known to be a military failure. That base has now been renamed Fort Liberty. Fort A.P. Hill in Virginia, which was named after a failed Confederate general, will be renamed Fort Walker after Dr. Mary Edwards Walker, the first woman surgeon in the Civil War and the only woman awarded the Medal of Honor. Renaming these installations helps us remember that they deserve to be remembered in a way that celebrates the true patriots of this nation who have supported this country and who have contributed to its advancement. Why would we continue to honor and celebrate traitors who were traitors to this very nation? They were also involved in horrific crimes. In my home state of Minnesota, we have been renaming several buildings and schools and other areas that were named honoring, at the time, who we thought were great territorial governor and state officials. But as history was finally taught in its entirety, we found out they committed atrocities. They were part of the genocide against tribal nations. My state, my community, we decided they should not be honored. And I believe that's also true in the case of these military installations. Congress and the administration set up an appropriate and fair process to review and rename them. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. You know, renaming does nothing to make our military more combat ready. In fact, it is a waste of taxpayer funds. Our military defense funding should be used to make our troops the most lethal in the entire world, the most feared in the entire world. It should be spent on training, not renaming, which does absolutely nothing but divert resources from the critical mission of our military. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
When we name something, and whether it's a post office, whether it's a road done by a local government, we do to honor something that's happened significant. We do that to show we're proud of this person, we're proud of their actions. And what we're doing with the renaming in these commissions is saying, let's reflect back. Why was this named this way? Are we proud of people who led the succession against this country, or should we look towards the new patriots, the people who have served in the past and the people who are currently serving, to give them the honor, the privilege of showing forward their courage, their actions, as we strive to be a more perfect union. So, Mr. Chair, I continue to oppose this amendment, but I will yield back the time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
The gentlelady from Minnesota
I
is
request a
recognized.
roll call on this.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 156 in Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 156, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Connolly of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, and member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment regarding the Department of Defense workforce, particularly important as we face a shutdown. But first, I need to address two of the biggest workforce challenges facing the military, both wholly manufactured by my friends on the other side of the aisle. First and foremost, to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, do not shut down the federal government. Step up to the plate and govern. on a bipartisan basis. I know it's hard, but the country needs you to set aside impeachment inquiries, ideological crusades, and infighting to do your job. Second, Senator Tommy Tuberville's holds on more than 300 military promotions are a direct threat to our national security and undermine the leadership of our military. For the first time in the history of the Department of Defense, 3 of the 5 military services were operating without Senate-confirmed leaders. General and flag officers are being required to perform double duty in acting roles, and military families are having their lives put on hold. How are we going to retain talented officers if their careers face a graveyard in the U.S. Senate, buried under the desk of one senator who cannot name the 3 branches of government? Senator Tuberville's holds, which would require more than 700 hours of floor time in the Senate to overcome individually, are an outrageous assault on our nation's military at the altar of a far-right culture war. I call on my colleagues to join me in condemning this reckless behavior, but I digress. My amendment would prevent congressional Republicans from further compounding attacks on the department's workforce. The amendment would prevent any cuts to the Department of Defense civilian workforce that undermine our military and national security. But follow along closely. Defense appropriation bills routinely include language that says none of the funds appropriated by this act may be used to reduce the civilian workforce, program full-time equivalent levels, absent the appropriate analysis of the impacts of those reductions. This language has received broad bipartisan support. It was included in the 2023 Omnibus. It's in the current FY24 Department of Defense appropriation bill in the Senate, and it was adopted as part of other past year fiscal year Department of Defense appropriations bills in this body and in the other. This language is derived from Section 129A of Title 10, General Policy for the Total Force Management, that states the Secretary may not reduce the civilian workforce program full-time equivalent levels unless the Secretary conducts an appropriate analysis of the impacts of such reductions on workforce, military force structure, lethality, readiness, operational effectiveness, stress in the military force, and fully burdened costs. My amendment would restore that important language and legacy by prohibiting dangerous civilian workforce cuts that do not prioritize those enumerated priorities. It's helpful to understand the broader context to appreciate why this is essential. The underlying bill cuts the civilian workforce by $1.1 billion. The committee report for the bill refers vaguely to robotic process automation and artificial intelligence as ways to reduce the civilian workforce. That's a low bar for due diligence. Forgive me, but I prefer the previous standard Congress reiterated and endorsed, which was to remind the department that any such reduction in the civilian workforce must first prioritize the lethality, readiness, and operational effectiveness of the military. My language, my amendment, would restore that consideration in that language. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Federation of Government Employees in support of my amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave. The reserve? The gentleman reserves. Does anyone rise in opposition?
Mr. Chair, I did ask unanimous consent to enter a statement in the record.
The request will be covered by general leave. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. The amendment is unnecessary. Section 129A has long been codified in Title 10. However, I'm compelled to point out that the section in question directs the Secretary of Defense to achieve cost-efficient personnel mix. The administration has failed in this regard and continues to grow the department civilian workforce to a fiscally unsustainable level. The bill before us directs the Secretary of Defense to address the issue by noting the unsustainable cost of civilian personnel within the department, over $101 billion in fiscal year alone, in 2022 alone. Reducing the civilian workforce request by $1.1 billion, which is less than 1% of the total request, and achievable through attrition, to fund a historic 30% pay raise for our junior enlisted, a 30% pay raise which they richly deserve, and directing the Secretary to reassess manpower requirements against core missions and adopt technologies that create a cost-efficient workforce, essentially directing the Secretary to abide by Section 129A. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
May I inquire of the chair how much time we have left?
The gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
I yield the balance of my time to the distinguished manager on our side.
The gentleman yields his time. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chair, I support this amendment. This amendment advocates for civilian personnel in the department. As I pointed out earlier in my opening remarks, we tried this once before and we did not see substantial savings. And, you know, people who work in the civilian part of our Department of Defense, they do an admirable job. They work very hard for all of us, and they are loyal to us. They are loyal to the Department of Defense. They are not loyal to a contractor or at the whims of a contractor if they decide to want to change a pay scale or to do something different or raise the price of the contract and hold us hostage. So when it comes to the Secretary to determine what's necessary for staffing, I want to leave it to the Secretary at this time. And I encourage my colleagues to support the gentleman's amendment from Virginia, and I yield back any time I have left back to the author of the amendment, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
On that, I would request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 157, printed in Part Alpha of House Report 118, TAC 216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 157, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my amendment to the Department of Defense Appropriations Act, which would prohibit American troops from being sent to fight on the ground in Ukraine. The United States ought to be encouraging peace talks between Russia and Ukraine, not giving in to calls for deadly escalation that could turn nuclear. It's well past time for the United States to disentangle itself from this misguided war effort and start promoting a peaceful resolution to the conflict. To date, we've shipped more than 100 billion American tax dollars to Ukraine, a country not known for its strict commitment to anti-corruption measures. Sending money is bad enough. Our men and women being sent to die over this conflict is unthinkable. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment to prevent American lives from being sacrificed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentlelady from, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be crystal clear. The United States does not currently plan to deploy forces to Ukraine in the ongoing defense against the Russian invasion. The United States does not currently plan to deploy forces. There is no current or future year funding for the deployment of U.S. armed forces to Ukraine in this bill or any other bill that I'm aware of. Therefore, this amendment would not impact any current or planned support to Ukraine. However, this amendment would impede the ability of the department to provide security aid to American personnel in the region. I'm not talking about in Ukraine, just in the region, it would impede it. For example, this prohibition would block the department from providing security forces to assist in congressional or executive delegation travel to Ukraine. I don't think that that was the gentleman's intention, but that's what this amendment does. And additionally, it would hinder the department's ability to provide emergency security assistance to American personnel in the U.S. Embassy if there was ever a threat or a need for an evacuation. This amendment would not change how the U.S. is aiding Ukraine in their war against the Russian aggression. Meanwhile, it would change the way we protect Americans abroad, and we put our elected and civil service in danger by doing that. So I strongly oppose this amendment. I don't think that this was the gentleman's intention, but I have to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I want to yield some of my time to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from Arizona yields his time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. I don't support the deployment of U.S. troops into Ukraine. The Ukrainians are doing an able job against Russian aggression. They degraded the third largest standing army in the world and taken out 50% of the Russian conventional capability. They're doing fine on their own. They don't need U.S. troops. I urge a yes vote on the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona, which I believe is going to reserve his time.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I understand what the distinguished chair of the Defense Committee just said. He doesn't support troops, U.S. troops in Ukraine. You know, that would be a vote we would have to take here in Congress. But this amendment does so much more than that. And that's why it was clear. I don't think it was the gentleman's intention. This amendment would impede the ability of the department to provide security and aid to American personnel in the region. It would block the department from providing security forces to even assist congressional or executive delegation travel to Ukraine. We have military escorts that go with us. Additionally, it would hinder the department's ability to provide emergency security assistance to the American personnel at the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine if there was ever a threat or a need for urgent evacuation. So I understand clearly the gentleman's intentions. This amendment does more than that. I would possibly ask the gentleman to see if he could withdraw the amendment at this time and remove the things that I'm concerned about in it. And then I would be happy to look at supporting not having U.S. forces go to Ukraine without the Congress having a discussion in it. But, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, this amendment does so much more than what the gentleman, I believe's true and honest intentions are. So with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time, and I oppose the amendment.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield time to the gentleman from Florida.
The gentleman yields time to the gentleman from Florida. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
The American people need to observe what is happening on this floor. My colleague from Arizona is simply saying that in the $886 billion we're sending across the river to the Pentagon, we at least don't want that to fund U.S. troops, boots on the ground in Ukraine. And there seems to be no guardrail that some in this body would not accept so as to stop our country from inadvertently stumbling into World War III. I've got amendments upcoming to stop security assistance, but this is the humblest of amendments, seemingly to comport with what the body in a bipartisan way has expressed. We do not want American service members dying in Ukraine. That risks escalation, that risks accident, and it always starts with just a few security advisors. That's how we got entangled in the Syrian civil war, and we ought to be disentangling ourselves from Ukraine and embracing the good amendment from my colleague from Arizona. I yield back to my colleague.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I want to be crystal clear. This amendment does so much more than what the gentleman who just spoke refers to, the gentleman who offered it. This would prohibit, and we have members who are doing oversight, this would prohibit the military escorts that go on Codels with us or go with the executive branch from taking us on those missions. I don't think that was your intention, and that's why I'm asking for the amendment to be withdrawn and written in the way that truly reflects to what you and the gentleman from Florida who just spoke to, because I think you'd get a lot more support on that than saying that we couldn't even bring troops in if we needed to do something at our embassy to evacuate state personnel. The Marines on post wouldn't be enough to do it by themselves. So I ask the gentleman to reconsider the way this amendment is written so that we can have bipartisan support for that. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll just yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I would ask unanimous consent that the request for recorded vote made by Ms. Norton on amendment number 125 be withdrawn to the end that that amendment stands disposed by the earlier vote, voice vote that was recorded thereon.
The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 125, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Norton of the District of Columbia.
Is there objection to the gentlewoman's request? Without objection, the request for recorded vote is withdrawn and the amendment is not adopted. It is now in order to consider amendment number 158, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 158, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment to reduce the salary of Ms. Calissa Wing to $1. Until recently, Ms. Wing was the Department of Defense Education Activity, better known as DODEA. She was the Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. As a self-proclaimed woke administrator, she used her authority to promote racist and divisive, quite frankly, hateful ideology. In a tweet from September 23rd, 2020, Ms. Wing said, and I quote, "I'm so exhausted at these white folks, F-O-L-X, in these professional development sessions." This lady actually had the audacity to say that black people can be racist too. I had to stop the session and give Karen the business. If you replace the word white with any other race or minority group, we would have people from both sides of the aisle clamoring for her immediate removal. Instead, she continued to serve unfettered for an unbelievable 3 additional years. Moreover, the mission of DODEA is to provide a high-quality education to the children of service members. This is a position of great trust. Ms. Wing broke the trust of the American people, our service members, and their children. We should be focused on providing these young minds with a world-class education and not indoctrinating them with divisive, radical, and again, hateful ideology. I'd like to take a moment right now to speak directly to the children of DODEA and, quite frankly, the children across this country to remind them of a few things. What you are isn't important. Who you are is everything. Pigmentation is immaterial. It's what's in your heart and what's on your mind that matters. And further, America, to be American, it's not an ethnicity. It's an ideal. You want to live your dreams in this country? Work smart, work hard. stay focused, persevere, delay gratification, and constantly improve. And in 2023 America, you might just get there, because the secret to your future is hidden in your daily routine. It is not, and nor does it have anything to do with what you are. Thankfully, I believe Ms. Wing saw the writing on the wall and recently resigned from her position within DODEA. It is my earnest hope that this amendment sends a message to the American people that racism will not be tolerated. I served in the military 30 years ago, and it was based, and the idea was you will advance on merit and merit alone. It is a meritocracy. We didn't have any tolerance for any kind of isms. I wish we could get back to that and not be promoting Democratic generals or Republican generals, but rather American generals. In the very building that we work and stand today, the Statue of Freedom, right underneath it's 3 words, E pluribus unum, from many one. That's a focus that DODEA should be promoting instead of this awful and, quite frankly, toxic poison. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to withdraw my amendment and urge for the underlying bill. I yield back.
Objection, the amendment's withdrawn. It is now in order to consider amendment number 160, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Number 160, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This Congress has authorized $115 billion to Ukraine. My amendment would ensure that this defense appropriations bill sends no more. $115 billion is an astonishing amount of money, especially when you consider that our nation sits atop a $33 trillion debt, and we are facing $2 trillion annual deficits. And it is not as if the $115 billion has brought this conflict any closer to an end. In fact, the massacres and the killing and the death continue. The next statement is so obvious, I can't even believe I have to say it out loud. It does not make the United States of America stronger to borrow money from China to give it to Ukraine. I hear a lot of the war hawks in this Congress stand up and say, well, we have to send a message to China by fighting for however long it takes at whatever cost in Ukraine. The message we're sending to China is that they are engaged in a leveraged buyout of Russia and increasingly of our own country. We've got problems here in America with our own borders. Americans are watching as foreign flags are being erected in the middle of the Rio Grande River while our nation is being invaded tens of thousands every month. And yet we go spend all this money on the border of another country. I do not fear broken Russian tanks rolling through Europe. I fear Russia's nuclear weapons and the risk that we could be sleepwalking into a nuclear conflict that could end life as we know it on the planet, all for what? To live out some neoconservative dream in Ukraine? Give me a break. Right now, a lot of this funding that we've sent for Ukraine has been inflationary. Food and fuel. These are the markets that have been affected globally because of this crisis and because of the money we are spending to extend the conflict. At the beginning of this Congress, Speaker McCarthy said, there's not going to be a blank check to Ukraine. But when we bring witnesses before us to ask them whether or not we're complying with our own laws regarding end-use monitoring of materiel, they cannot say we're even following our own laws. Enough is enough. I'm putting my countrymen first, and I don't think we should send another nickel to Ukraine. I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Here again is an attempt to cut off any support for Ukraine as they fight to defend their country from an illegal Russian invasion. As I said earlier, once again, Putin is attempting to rewrite the map of Europe through the use of force. He's doing so in violation of international law. He is deliberately targeting civilians, as I mentioned, hospitals, daycare centers, apartment buildings. And while he's doing that, yes, he is destroying the economy and the livelihood of Ukrainians in the process. Putin and his thugs, they are committing war crimes on a mass scale. And the United States and the other democratic nations of the world must continue to oppose him. If we do not, then he or another authoritarian leader will try something like this again. Yes, either in Ukraine or elsewhere in the world. Earlier I mentioned, I laid out that America is not alone in its support of Ukraine. Our allies and our partners are donating tanks, air defense systems, artilleries, vehicles, rockets, and infantry fighting vehicles. And this list goes on and on. So let's not abandon our fellow democracies. Let's not abandon the EU and our NATO allies now. Let's not abandon Ukraine. Faced with daunting odds against Russian forces, they have taken up a mantle to defend themselves, defend their values, and our shared democratic principles. They deserve our continued support. So I understand that my colleague has a different view than I do, but I thank him for a respectful engagement in this discussion, and I urge my colleagues at this time to oppose this amendment. And Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And indeed, this is a respectful policy dispute that we have over this matter, and I am grateful that we are taking up the Defense Appropriations Bill as a single subject bill to work through these things and let the votes fall where they may. But it seems the full sum of the argument against my amendment is Putin bad, which I concede. Matter of fact, Vladimir Putin has sanctioned me personally. So I don't have to be sold on that argument. He's a bad guy. The question is whether after $115 billion, it's the $300 million in this bill that's going to really kick the door in. And there's been no argument that that's the case because, of course, that would not comport with logic and reason. And when my colleagues say we cannot abandon the EU, that is like fingernails on a chalkboard to my fellow Americans who often feel like they are the ones who have been abandoned. As we send $115 billion to Ukraine and ignore what is going on our own border. We also ignore what's going on with a lot of our first responders. In our country, there are police and firemen who do not know if their pension fund will be strong enough to support their benefits throughout their life. We do very little on that front, but we have underwritten the full pension of every civil servant and government employee in Ukraine. Abandon them. I just don't think we should bankroll them. And that's why I would encourage the adoption of my amendment. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I rise as a designee of the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Granger. And Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which prohibits security assistance for Ukraine. The bill contains funding and conditions for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which is different from the funding that has been included in supplementals for Ukraine. This funding is not sent directly to Ukraine. Rather, it pays for training and procurement of U.S. equipment. Congress has funded this initiative every single year since it was authorized in 2016 during both Democrat and Republican administrations. Just last month, the House voted to authorize this funding at the same level. Madam Chair, this assistance and the partnership between Ukraine and the California National Guard is what enabled the Ukrainians to beat back the Russian invasion and greatly diminish Russia's conventional military forces. I've been very clear to the department, no blank checks. That was why this bill contains many new oversight provisions and funding for a special inspector general for Ukraine, if authorized in the final NDAA. The gentleman has often noted that funds used in support of Ukraine should go to securing our southern border. I argue that we should secure the border and partner with Ukraine to degrade Russia while never taking our eye off China. We do not yet know how the war will play out, but I do know that voting for this amendment would send the wrong message at the wrong time. I urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentleman from Florida has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the argument my colleague made is, well, we've always sent this $300 million. And that may be true, but we used to send that $300 million when we weren't sending $100 billion supplementals on top of that. So I don't think that argument really holds water. And then when my colleague says, well, we can do both. We can secure Ukraine's border and we can secure our border. My argument would be, can we at least secure our own border first? How about that? How about prioritize our own people first before we start engaging in misadventures throughout Europe? I reserve.
How much time? The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Chair, may I inquire as to how much time I have left?
The gentlewoman has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentleman from Arkansas who struck the last word and also spoke on behalf of the chair of the full Appropriations Committee. I had the pleasure of being with Mr. Womack in Poland, where we did oversight of the very money that we're talking about right now. And what we watched was, and I've been in other theaters where we were supporting other troops, the enthusiasm, the commitment, the dedication that we saw from the Ukrainians who were under our supervision, getting ready to receive training, was outstanding. It was like nothing else I've ever seen before. And we do need to do our due diligence, and that's one of the reasons why I opposed an earlier amendment, which would have actually restricted the military from escorting us on those types of codels into the future. This is something that, in my years in Congress and working on many international foreign affairs issues, when I was in Germany just before at the conference, just before the Ukrainian invasion took place, I have never in my life seen the democracies so united to work together because they know of the threat of what's happening. And they want to make sure, and we want to make sure, that we continue to give the Ukrainians the support they deserve. I have a friend who's returning home from just visiting, and her cousin's going back after taking some R&R after being wounded. And you know, the stories that she's sharing and the stories that I've heard from other people in Ukraine, you know, everybody is participating. 60-year-olds are driving the tanks because they can't be out there in the front line. And they're doing that, and they're able to do that because of the support and the equipment and the training that we've given them, not only to fight against Russia, but also to maintain the equipment they have. So I thank the gentleman for striking the last word and speaking to this. And we need to do our due diligence to make sure that the oversight is done right. But I do not support Mr. Gates's amendment as offered today. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman has the right to close. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The United States of America is not the world's piggy bank, and we are not the world's policeman. I applaud all of the enthusiasm in Ukraine. I am rooting for them, but enthusiasm in this country is waning to continue to support all of that effort abroad. We want to secure our border. We want to see enthusiasm with our border patrol, and we do not support continued inflationary, escalatory, dangerous spending in this war in Ukraine. I thank the House's indulgence for considering my amendment. I would encourage its adoption, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman for this respectful debate, and I yield back any balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam.
Purpose is the gentleman from Florida.
I would
seek
request the yeas
recognition.
and nays.
Okay.
It's for a recorded vote.
Yes, ma'am. I request.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 161, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 161, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This is an amendment to prohibit the transfer of cluster munitions pursuant to this legislation. And I'd like to begin by yielding 2 minutes to my distinguished colleague from California from the Armed Services Committee, someone who has led this Congress to try to stop the transfer of cluster munitions, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Congressman Gates, for your partnership on this important issue. Many of us have this idea of American exceptionalism, that America is set apart from the rest of the world. Well, that's certainly true when it comes to cluster munitions and not in the way that we want. America is an outlier. We are one of the few countries that hasn't become party to the Convention on Cluster Munitions, and that is a grave mistake. These weapons maim and kill indiscriminately. In 2021, the Landmine and Cluster Munitions Monitor found that over 97% of casualties from cluster bomb remnants were civilians, and 2/3 of those were children. That's because these bomblets are small, colorful, and interesting shapes, so to children they look like toys. So when kids find these unexploded bomblets stuck in trees or in the water or simply on the ground and try to pick them up and play with them, they can lose a limb or their life in the blink of an eye. And unfortunately, there's no amount of guardrails or promised precautions for cluster munitions that are enough. These weapons are unpredictable, and the human cost is far too high to justify. Now, let's be clear. This isn't about one country. This is not about Ukraine. This is about protecting civilian lives and ensuring our national security all over the world. Because sending these weapons anywhere makes us complicit in unavoidable civilian harm and creates blowback that undermines our national security. Our partners and allies look to us and expect us to do the right thing, to protect the marginalized, defend human rights, and strengthen democracy. This reputation is what allows us to build and maintain international coalitions that further our goals. But if other countries don't look up to us and don't expect us to do the right thing, we will be alone on the world stage. So I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to avoid all of these horrific consequences and support our bipartisan amendment to ensure that no funds can be used to transfer cluster munitions. Thank you, Congressman Gates. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Nope, I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. Artillery has been a critical part of Ukrainians' fight for survival. Cluster munitions fill a needed gap right now until the U.S. production and inventory of 155 ammunition can catch up. The Russians have been using cluster munition for a year and a half from day one. We should not limit the Ukraine's ability to fight the Russians. I also note that there's must be a commitment for all parties involved to clean up any remnants after this war ends. But this amendment goes beyond prohibiting the transfer of cluster munitions to Ukraine and would tie our hands in future conflicts. It's not hard to imagine, unfortunately, a situation where we might need to transfer these munitions to our allies and partners, for example, during a conflict on the Korean Peninsula or over Taiwan. Finally, the amendment may prevent the Department from transferring used munitions among the military services, limiting the flexibility to support our warfighters. So I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I would observe that we cannot have a goal of creating parity with the Ukrainian military and the Russian military. If that's the case, why not send nuclear weapons? These cluster bombs are indiscriminate. They've killed tens of thousands of people. And you just heard my colleague say that when this is all done, we'll be right back here on the floor appropriating money to demine the cluster munitions that we're now sending, which seems ludicrous to me. But I would love to yield 1 minute to the distinguished ranking member if she has any thoughts on the matter.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The decision by the Biden administration to transfer cluster munitions to Ukraine, in my opinion, was unnecessary and a sad mistake. Congress has been clear in prohibiting the transfer of any cluster munitions with a dead rate greater than 1%. The legacy of U.S. cluster ammunitions into the battlefield in Ukraine undermines our moral authority and places the U.S. in a position that directly contradicts 23 of our NATO allies who have joined the Joint Convention on Cluster Munitions. The legacy of cluster bombs is misery, death, and an expensive cleanup after generations of use. And I've been in Laos and worked with other countries to clean up this legacy. As has been pointed out, the U.S. pays tens of millions of dollars annually to remove cluster munitions from Laos, Vietnam era, as these are remnants of war. They continue to kill and maim civilians as we are here today. As a strong supporter of the Biden administration's policy in Ukraine, I must state the strongest possible terms my absolute opposition to the U.S. transferring cluster munitions. These weapons should be eliminated from our stockpiles.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Reserve. I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time, so the gentleman is recognized.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the bipartisan support for this amendment. I would also want to thank Mr. Massey of Kentucky and Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts on the Rules Committee for having made this amendment in order. And I look forward to us working together to ensure that we've got humane policies when it comes to our munitions. And just to respond to the argument that there's somehow a Taiwan nexus here, I study the war games and the plans around Taiwan pretty extensively, and I have seen no scenario in which we believe that the appropriate utilization of munitions in Taiwan is going to require cluster munitions. It's largely going to be torpedoes, sea mining, but cluster munitions certainly we're still demining the cluster munitions in Laos. So we can make, I think, a wiser choice now, and one certainly that doesn't put any of our allies in jeopardy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage adoption of this bipartisan amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 162 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 163 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 164, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 164, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I'd like to introduce an amendment that uses the Holman Rule to slash the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin's salary to no more than $1, and $1 is too much money. Let's talk about the job description of the Secretary of Defense. That role oversees the Defense Department and acts as the principal defense policymaker and advisor to the President of the United States. The Department of Defense's mission statement states that with our military tracing its roots back to pre-revolutionary times, the department has grown and evolved with our nation. Our mission is to provide the military forces needed to deter war and ensure our nation's security. Secretary Austin has not fulfilled his job duties. As a matter of fact, he's destroying our military. During Secretary Austin's tenure, military recruitment has reached crisis levels of low recruitment. The numbers show that the Army expects to fall 15,000 recruits short of its annual recruiting goal this year. The Navy is expecting to be short 10,000 recruits. The Air Force is down another 3,000. This cannot stand, especially with our government funding and fueling a war in Ukraine that is leading us undoubtedly to World War III. Secretary Lloyd Austin failed America with his withdrawal from Afghanistan, making American forces leave in retreat and feeling like failure. Secretary Austin also forced more than 8,000 troops to be kicked out of the military for refusing the COVID vaccine. My amendment is a strong amendment, and many Americans agree. We do not want the United States military led by failure, causing us to be weak. We need to pass my amendment. Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman.
I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
And we've seen several of these amendments, so I think, Madam Chair, you know how disappointed I am that these types of amendments have been proposed by the majority, but especially this one. Secretary Austin has dedicated his life to service in the United States. For 41 years, he served in the United States Army, which began as an appointment to West Point and rose to the rank of 4-star general. He served as the 33rd Vice Chair of the Staff of the Army and completed his career as the head of Central Command. Secretary Austin was awarded the Silver Star for his leadership in the Army's 3rd Infantry Division during the invasion of Iraq in 2003. He didn't have to return to service for the nation after giving 41 years of his life, but when called by President Biden, he served again. You may disagree with the administration's policies, as well as we've done over our careers with different administrations, but Secretary Austin has done nothing to merit this amendment. While taking upon the job as Secretary of Defense, Secretary Austin has outlined his priorities for himself and the department. First, defend the nation, which included prioritizing China as a pacing threat and address advanced and persistent threats. Second, take care of our people, to include growing our talent, building our resilience and our readiness, and ensuring accountable leadership. And third and finally, succeed through teamwork. Focus on working with allies and partners, building unity within the department. Each one of these principles should be policies and qualities that we support in our Secretary of Defense, no matter what administration he or she serves in. Secretary Austin has worked tirelessly to ensure that our allies and partners remain united. Secretary Austin has personally pulled together the ministers of defense from all over NATO to mount an unprecedented coordination of equipment, training, and tools that the Ukrainians need to fight Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion. Upon taking office, our relationship with the Philippines was at an all-time low. Secretary Austin reaffirmed our visiting forces agreement, which led to the creation of rotational access to 9 total locations, strengthening our defense in the critical Indo-Pacific area. He has made historic breakthroughs through our cooperation with Japan, leading to Japan updating their national strategy documents, which increases security burden sharing in the region with a key ally. He has worked to cement the principles of a trilateral security pact between Australia, the UK, and the United States. And that helps us with our U.S. military position in the Pacific. He's introduced programs that will help our military personnel, for example. As pointed out, recruitment's at an all-time low, but it's not because of anything that Secretary Austin did. Here's what he's doing to keep the retention and to attract people in. Introducing universal pre-K, which will cut daycare costs for our military men and women. Instituting increases in basic allowance for housing for active duty service members in 28 military housing areas that have experienced an average cost of more than 20% spike in rental housing costs. Expanding military spouse employment opportunities, strengthening support to our families, and cutting the cost of food at commissaries. Each one of these efforts help retain our servicemen and women to our service to our nation. There, of course, is more work to do, and there always is. But Secretary Austin is making the effort, and there's no need for us to make such a personal, drastic attack by eliminating his pay. For these reasons, I ask you and my fellow colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to Congressman Van Orden, who has also proudly served in the United States military.
Congressman Van Orden is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, I have multiple combat tours as a Navy SEAL, including 2 to Afghanistan, and that is why I rise today in support of the amendment to use the Homeland Rule to reduce the Secretary Austin's salary to $1. To paraphrase a famous British officer's evaluation, Secretary Austin consistently sets low standards and then fails to meet them. Secretary Austin remains in charge of the Pentagon, despite the fact that he's been responsible for the greatest degradation in the United States military since the Vietnam War and the highest active duty and veteran suicide rate in our history. He's directly responsible for abandoning thousands of American citizens and our allies to terrorists in Afghanistan and the subsequent deaths of 13 of our brave men and women in uniform during that fiasco. I support applying the Homeland Rule to reduce the salary to $1 simply because we cannot reduce it to $0. Secretary Austin could save further controversy and redeem his honor by resigning immediately and publicly apologizing to all of the Gold Star families he is directly responsible for creating at the bombing of Abbey Gate. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized. The gentlewoman from Minnesota has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I'll be brief. The loss of our veterans to suicide is tragic, and coming from a family with many who have served, I am going to reunions, military reunions. I know how serious this issue is. But to put this on Secretary Austin, to me, is just wrong, and it's disrespectful, because I've had these conversations with him personally about this. And I just want to remind members that the Trump administration started the immediate, quick, pass-phased withdrawal out of Afghanistan. And when President Biden came into office, he knew we were at a critical juncture to try to get people out safely. He was able to negotiate a small extension, but that was it. And so it's a shared responsibility for what happened in Afghanistan. Maybe the administration could have planned it better, but the administration's hand, the Biden's administration's hand, was forced by what the Trump administration had put into action.
The gentlewoman's
With that, I yield back.
time has expired. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
There is no excuse. You can't blame President Trump for the failure in Afghanistan. That failure lies on Secretary Lloyd Austin, Joe Biden, the President of the United States, and his administration. President Trump would have never led our troops to failure in Afghanistan, would have never abandoned $7 billion worth of military equipment, and President Trump would have never left the Afghan people in complete ruin and be controlled by a terrorist government, the Taliban. That is a complete excuse. Democrats need to stop blaming President Trump and his administration for Joe Biden's failures. I urge the House to adopt my amendment, Madam Chair, to take Secretary Lloyd Austin's salary using the Homeland Rule, which is a rule that allows us to fire failures that are serving our government and serving our country. Lloyd Austin is not serving the United States military. Lloyd Austin is leading it into failure. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman from Georgia yields back the balance of her time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 165, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 165, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in favor of my amendment number 165 to H.R. 4365. My amendment prohibits the use of funds to pay regular remote and telework for the civilian and contractor workforce of the Department of Defense. Madam Chair, at the very beginning of this Congress, our majority brought the voice of the American people to this chamber, saying that enough was enough and that it was time for the federal workforce to return to work. To this end, we passed the Show Up Act because our constituents were sick and tired of the lack of service from the federal government. While progress has been made to some extent, there are still legacy and recent telework and remote work agreements that keep federal workers who are supposed to be delivering for the American people out of the office. This includes the Department of Defense workforce, which is allowed to work from home in varying capacities. In 2019, the Office of the Director of National Security found that across the entire federal government, 4.2 million employees were eligible to access classified information. The Defense Department is responsible for 3.8 million of these clearances. Of these clearances for employees of the DoD, 20% are civilian workforce and 26% are contractors. The DoD works largely in a classified setting. Its responsibilities are to safeguard this nation. How this mission can be fulfilled when the employees are sitting at home is beyond me. Madam Chair, it is time for the federal workforce, including those who work for the DoD, to return to work so the American people can receive a full and fair return on the services that they fund through their tax dollars. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. The gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition.
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reading the text of this amendment, and it says here, none of the funds appropriated may be used for the purposes of teleworking or remote working for any employee or any contractor of the Department of Defense on a regular and recurring basis. That seems pretty excessive to me. Now, I would recognize with my colleague from Wyoming that certainly telework presents opportunities in some cases for abuse, just as regular work does. But we're living in a new world. We're living in a post-COVID world. There is a place in our workforce for regular work, quote unquote, which is not so regular anymore, and there's a place in our world for telework. I can certainly envision legitimate purposes for an employee or a contractor of the Department of Defense to engage in telework. For example, a particularly valuable contractor who does in fact choose to work at home, and that contractor's services are desired by the Department of Defense. Why should we limit the Department of Defense in its ability to utilize telework if and as appropriate? By the way, it may be not only about the efficiency of the work, but it may be more cost productive. It may be more cost effective for that work to be engaged from the telework perspective. We have the technology to do that. There are a lot of ways that we can provide for work. We're obviously in a significant recruiting and retention challenge for the Department of Defense. And if the Department of Defense wants to engage in telework or offer that as an alternative to satisfy its own needs, I see no reason to provide an excessive amendment that essentially rules out an entire option that is available really to the rest of our society. And for those reasons, I must oppose this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Hawaii reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
I yield 90 seconds of my time to the chairman of the committee.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of the amendment. Regular telework was a necessary evil to sustain DoD operations during the COVID lockdown, but that time is over. Main Street small business went back to work in person years ago, and big business is steadily ending full telework policies. Leaders across the country have found that full-time telework drives more meetings, reduces productivity, and hinders the development of new employees. Further, DoD personnel must also access and work on highly classified national security issues. I urge a yes vote and yield back my time to the gentlelady.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
To my friend and colleague, Mr. Calvert, Main Street small business is engaging in telework today. It is finding the opportunities to utilize telework where appropriate. Main Street government is engaging in telework where appropriate. I completely agree with the concerns for telework in a national security environment. Presumably, if one was exercising flexibility from a responsible perspective, one would not engage in telework especially in the national security area. But obviously, we have a great part of our federal government that does not engage in national security directly, and why shouldn't the Department of Defense have this particular flexibility? So again, the excessiveness of the amendment and the no exceptions at all nature of the amendment, I think, advise against it. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you. I believe that my colleague on the other side misunderstands the amendment and the scope of it. The amendment does not prevent DoD employees from working from home if needed, such as for health or emergency situations. In fact, the Defense Civilian Personnel Advisory Service is responsible for policy oversight of the DoD telework and remote work programs. These programs are administered in accordance with DoD instruction 1035.01. This amendment specifically prevents only for telework and remote work on a regular or recurring basis. The other categories that accommodate health issues, emergency situations, and more would be left untouched, providing the necessary flexibility. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Well, again, to my colleague, I'm simply reading the language of the amendment. On a regular and recurring basis, there may well be suitable reasons why telework would be advisable on a regular and recurring basis, which is not health-related and not very specifically narrow, as she has pointed out. We've belabored this point long enough, so I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman
And
from
reserve.
Hawaii has the right to close.
Yes.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
This should be a no-brainer that our federal workers and our employees should actually go to work. And in fact, it's actually bipartisan. President Biden called on his cabinet members to aggressively execute plans for federal employees to work more in their offices. The president and I do not see eye to eye on very much. In fact, very little. But in this instance, putting workers back in the office is common sense. This amendment would not defund telework and remote work for servicemen and women. This amendment specifically prevents funds for DoD employees, civilian and contractors. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, but the gentleman from Hawaii has the right to close. The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Suitable oversight of telework by the DoD is appropriate. It's something that we should engage in. But to foreclose it under all circumstances, I believe is unwise. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Hawaii yields back. The gentlewoman from...
One final comment. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 166, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 166, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My bipartisan amendment would prevent funding from this bill to be used to carry out the Defense Department's, quote, unfunded priorities list. This list that the DoD is required to send to Congress is simply a wish list of things that individual commanders and generals would like to fund, and by definition have been determined non-essential to our national security. This practice does not serve the national security interests of the United States, and in fact, it was not mandatory until the passage of the fiscal 17 NDAA. Mandating these wish lists only serves special interests in the defense contractor industry, eager to grow their profits by selling expensive equipment that were not important enough to make it into the Pentagon's own budget. This is corruption and a waste of taxpayer dollars. The practice has long been criticized by DoD officials and lawmakers of both parties. Bush-appointed Defense Secretary Robert Gates all but banned the list, strongly discouraging his generals from submitting wish lists to Congress during his tenure. And Senator John McCain, chair of the Senate Armed Services Committee, publicly stated his skepticism of the practice. In fact, in response to a letter that I sent to the Department of Defense on this practice, Undersecretary of Defense Michael McCord said on behalf of Defense Secretary Austin, and I'm quoting, "Therefore, the department supports your proposal to repeal the requirement in 10 U.S.C. 222A, and that is to send Congress an unfunded priorities list." These wish lists are packed with billions of dollars of excessive line items, this year totaling more than $17 billion, on top of the $842 billion requested by the White House. The Space Force alone requested $500 million in unfunded priorities, almost all classified. Meanwhile, we cannot verify that the money that we authorized for DoD is even spent responsibly because the Department of Defense has never passed a budget audit. I urge my colleagues, especially those across the aisle who are interested in fiscal conservatism, to vote yes on this bipartisan and common sense amendment. And I want to thank my Republican colleagues, Congressman McClintock and Congressman Davidson, as well as members of my own party, Congressman Garamendi and Congressman Moulton, who understand that this is wrong, and they have worked in concert with me to rein in this wasteful spending that has no benefit to our national security. Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. Unfunded priority lists are a critical tool to provide Congress with unfiltered information on what the military services and combatant commanders need. Access to this information is so important that FY17 National Defense Authorization Act established a statutory requirement. Unfunded priority lists give our military services and combatant commanders a direct channel to Congress, which allows Congress to make more informed decisions. I would just say, for instance, Indo-PACOM obviously has challenges dealing with China, and we unfortunately are constrained by our budget not to get the resources there that they would like to have, but if in fact resources come available, we'd like to take care of those combatant commanders to deal with the threats that they have. So I would urge opposition to this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as she would like to consume to our top Democrat on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, Betty McCollum.
The gentlewoman has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of my colleague's amendment. We all support funding for our national security, but should any department, any agency, or any entity really get an opportunity to request additional funding outside of the President's request and administration's request? The service chiefs appear before the committee each year to discuss how their budgets, needs included in the National Defense Strategy. Most of the battalion commanders testify before committees also. So Congress is able to assess with strength and oversight what we believe the needs are for our country and for its national security. With the levers that we have in place, I support our colleagues, my colleague's amendment, and I would urge others to support it, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield to Representative Chuy Garcia of Illinois.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that we're living in uncertain times. We are witnessing an unjustifiable war of aggression in Ukraine and a global democratic backslide. But Congress can respond to national security needs as they arise. We don't have to spend billions of dollars on what-ifs. These risks are already built into the Pentagon's budget request. But if military leaders want more funding for their wish list, there is nothing in this amendment that will prevent DoD from supplying an unfunded priorities list to Congress, but this process should be optional, just as it was 7 years ago. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The time is controlled by the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this letter from Undersecretary of Defense Michael McCord that I quoted earlier.
The gentlewoman's request will be covered by general leave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will just close out by saying that we know that the Department of Defense is necessarily a hierarchical institution where the top leaders identify the most important priorities across a very vast swath of departments within the Department of Defense. And they are the ones who we charge and who we confirm, frankly, to be in charge of that appropriations request and that budget. What is happening now with this unfunded priorities list, and we've had testimony on this in the Budget Committee and other committees, is that these lists are just coming up from people who simply do not have any authority to determine the importance. So I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a roll call vote.
What purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
I ask for a roll call vote.
Gentlewoman asks for a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington will be postponed. The gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent that the request for recorded vote on Amendment 154 be withdrawn to the end that the amendment stand disposed of by earlier voice vote thereon. He's saying what the hell?
The clerk will redesignate the amendment. Is there an objection to the gentleman's request?
Amendment number 154, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Is there an objection to the gentleman's request? Without objection, the request for a recorded vote is withdrawn and the amendment is adopted. It is now in order to consider amendment number 167, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer amendment number 167 as the designee of Miss Malliotakis of New York.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 167, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. D. Esposito of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from New York, Mr. D. Esposito, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is September 27th, 2023, and because of the dereliction of duty of Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration, this nation is under siege. We have record numbers of migrants coming into this country, estimated at 10,000 a day that we know of, and an unknown amount of gotaways. In places like New York City, where people like Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul have celebrated sanctuary cities, we now see, in fact, that they had no plans to be a sanctuary. They just wanted to pander. And now, in places like New York City, we have migrants who are coming into the United States of America through our points of entry. They're coming to the United States of America for a better way of life. They're leaving their homes, their families, risking their lives to cross this border. And instead of being given that sanctuary, they are in old hotels. They are in empty warehouses at airports. This amendment today will ensure that no funds made available by this act may be used by the Department of Defense to provide assistance to the Department of Homeland Security to house migrants or illegal immigrants or illegal aliens on military installations located in the United States of America. Back in May, Governor Hochul sent a letter to President Biden and CC'd members of the New York delegation asking that he allow military installations to be utilized for housing migrants. And just recently we've seen that there is a deal in place for migrants to not only be housed, but buildings to be erected at Floyd Bennett Field, a military installation in Brooklyn, New York. And not only is it a military installation, but like many others throughout this country, Floyd Bennett Field plays host to my brothers and sisters from the New York City Police Department, housing our aviation team, our scuba team, special operations, and many more. This simply says no funds to be utilized given to the Department of Homeland Security to house migrants and illegal aliens on military installations. I now yield time to the chairman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of the amendment. The Biden administration is failing our country and undermining our security with the unmitigated crisis along our southern border. This policy-driven crisis affects more than just the 4 states that share a border with Mexico, mine included. Today, every city in America is dealing with the influx of illegal migrants because the Biden administration has failed to secure the border and is unwilling to enforce the nation's immigration laws. The administration's refusal to act has created looming crisis at our nation's military installation, which should not be used to house migrants. They are not designed or equipped for refugee camps. Housing illegal immigrants on military installations negatively impacts our security and readiness. I understand that New York Democrats have created over 200 migrant camps in the gentlelady's district, in the gentleman's area, and I stand with them on the need for real solutions to the border crisis. I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose is the gentleman from Hawaii recognized?
I stand in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I just heard my friend and chair of the subcommittee say something that I completely agree with, which is we need real solutions in immigration to the border crisis, and that's true. But this takes a piecemeal approach that is unnecessarily broad and unnecessary in general. To our knowledge, there is no current or planned use of active military bases to support DHS need for temporary or long-term detention of migrants crossing the southern border, and certainly if the claims by my colleague from New York are correct, that's worthy of debate. However, The amendment goes much, much farther than that particular point. It says that the military cannot provide any assistance to the Department of Homeland Security to house persons on a military installation. And so therefore we have to ask the question, well, is that too broad in an amendment? Let's take a look at a couple of examples, or at least one example in particular. It would apply in that case to government-wide efforts like Operation Allies Welcome, which was the evacuation of Afghan refugees after the collapse of the government in Afghanistan in 2021. DHS at the time worked with the Department of Defense and state to use military installations to temporarily house Afghan refugees fleeing imminent danger and persecution. And this was a critical tool to save lives. There are, I am sure, other situations that we can envision in which we would want to access our military installations for very tailored purposes with congressional oversight, purposes that are under the control of the Department of Homeland Security. So if we want to have a debate over immigration, let's have at it. If we want to recognize we have a real problem, I'm the first to recognize that as well. But the amendment certainly takes a very, very broad approach to a problem that I think we can all agree is definitely a problem, and rules out many other situations that, in all honesty, we would want the discretion to the DoD. So much better off for Congress to retain that discretion to the DoD where necessary for national purposes with congressional oversight and with very tailored congressional restrictions. With that, I yield. I'm sorry, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from New York is recognized. For what purpose?
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to see that we're all looking for solutions to the failed policies of Joe Biden. But what we're focused on today is the fact that military installations, our national parks like Floyd Bennett Field, where military operations actually take place, they are critical to defense. They are not equipped to house migrants. That's what we are focused on today, that there are no plans in place, and that these plans, the ones that they're rushing to, are not the ones that we support. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I think we're trying to confirm whether or not Floyd Bennett Field is in fact a military installation within the definition of the gentleman's amendment. But that point aside, again, I would say that if we're trying to solve the particular issue that my colleague and friend from New York is trying to solve, let's try to solve that one. But let's not do so with a blunt instrument that takes away discretion across the board for legitimate uses of military installation under congressional oversight, such as the Afghan refugee situation. So we can talk about this on the floor. Yes, it's completely necessary to discuss and debate this, but let's not overplay this so that DoD never has the flexibility to have any military installation used for legitimate purposes that we would all agree with. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining. Gentleman from Hawaii has the only time remaining.
I'm sorry, I yield my time back.
Gentleman yields his time back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York and the gentleman from which the gentleman from New York has been carrying. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 168, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 168, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will have control of 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot believe I'm up here having the debate, particularly at this critical time in our military. The spending of $1.4 billion in 2022 for money spent on diversity, equity, and inclusion. A woke military is a weak military. The military's sole purpose is to provide for the defense of our great nation. Our military's focus should not be the protection of the American people and our freedoms, not liberal feelings. Therefore, my amendment would eliminate any offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the armed forces and the Department of Defense. Woke ideology undermines our readiness in a variety of ways. It undermines cohesiveness by emphasizing differences based on race, ethnicity, and sex. We recently had 160 retired flag officers write a letter to Speaker McCarthy and House Armed Services Committee Rogers about the dangers of DEI and the opposition to it in the military. The officers wrote, "We respectfully request that Congress, pursuant to its constitutional powers, not raise and support armies, and to provide and maintain a Navy, to take legislative action to remove all diversity, equity, and inclusion, otherwise known as DEI programs, from the Department of Defense." Another one, our military must be laser focused on one mission: readiness, undiminished by culture war engulfing our country. DEI is dividing, not unifying our military and society. Another one, we have fought for our nation and are sounding the alarm that DEI poses a great danger to our military warfighting ethos and is degrading warfighting readiness. Social engineering, commonly called wokeism, has absolutely no place in our military. And finally, these indoctrination programs differentiate service members along racial and gender lines, which runs completely counter to the military imperative to build cohesiveness based on common loyalties, training, and standards. What more, the Army missed its recruitment target by 25% in 2022 at this critical time in the history of this great republic. Otherwise known, this is a Bud Light level failure. And I would urge, Mr. Speaker, that this amendment be adopted in light of an administration that has completely left our nation vulnerable. And as President Biden told a group of overseas Air Force airmen that the Joint Chief of Staff had determined that the greatest threat facing America was global warming. The greatest threat was global warming. It's a claim that the Joint Chiefs had to walk back. He didn't mention Russia. He didn't mention China. He didn't mention the threat of the debt that's engulfed this country. He mentioned global warming. And as I mentioned, DOD spent $1.4 billion on their equity action plan. It's money we don't have. It just adds to the national debt. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman, purposes, gentleman from Hawaii rise.
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Before I proceed on the amendment, we have confirmed that to the prior amendment, Floyd Bennett Field in New York is not a military installation. Do we not value diversity in our military? That's the question in this amendment. Does it matter that we have a diverse military? Does it matter or not? Do we not value equity in our military? Does it matter? Do we not value inclusion? Do we want a military that represents our society or just a slice of it? That's the question. It doesn't, if you say that you value a diverse, equal, and inclusive military, if you say that that is of value to you, it doesn't happen automatically. It takes effort. And that's why our military leaders, over a long period of time now, have valued the investment in diversity, equity, and inclusion. They understand that a military that reflects the society that we live in values our military and accelerates and enhances and improves the overall service that it provides. They understand that that military in that situation will be supported by the American people. They understand that it will be respected around the world, where many, many other militaries, our partners and allies around the world, do value diversity, equity, and inclusion. They don't have these debates in their parliaments and Congresses. They don't face these attacks from an attempt to value these attributes within our military. We need to back those up. And that, yes, does take an investment. And where you think that those efforts are wrong, where you think they've gone too far, where you think that they are somehow affecting military service, then go ahead and oversee those efforts. But your solution is to cut the funding from all of them because you don't value these attributes in our military. You think that valuing these attributes leads to a weak military. I heard you say that. I don't agree with that. That's fundamentally not a position that we agree in and that we agree with. And so from our perspective, again, to take a blunt instrument and wipe out an entire department that values efforts that will improve military service, by the way, improve military recruitment. I hope the offerer of the amendment agrees that military recruitment is a major challenge for our military, and yet let's just say to whole parts of our society, sorry, we don't value you at all because we're not going to take care of trying to provide for diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's the wrong approach. And so just fundamentally, this is a difference in policy. It's a difference in goal. Apparently, it's a difference in assessment of what makes our military strong and will continue to make it strong. And so for those reasons, I have to strongly oppose this amendment. I yield. I'm sorry, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is just more liberal gibberish. $1.4 billion? Sir, you tell these young people behind me, you tell them instead of building ships, instead of building airplanes, instead of protecting cybersecurity, you going to really pay for transgender operations? Hogwash. You try to make that case to anybody in this room, and they would laugh. Well, it wouldn't. It's so serious, they wouldn't laugh. Let me tell you some of the other things that I'm sick and tired of. Feelings. Talk to the military Gold Star mothers who have lost their children. Tell them what you just said on this House floor. An admiral told midshipmen at the Naval Academy that they need to read How to Be an Anti-Racist, a book that teaches the only remedy to past discrimination. Another one, military recruitment videos in recent years have touted the military's inclusivity to LGBT members. They use a rainbow flag. Enough is enough. Americans are tired of this. Why do you think the shortage of people entering the military to have to put up with this kind of thinking? So for this reason, we shouldn't even be wasting our time debating this thing. But it is what it is, and thanks to the Biden administration and their anti-military and anti-readiness, it's a time in America that we're in severe danger economically and security-wise. I reserve.
Gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, obviously, we have a difference of opinion here. And I would also submit that the leadership of our military have a difference of opinion with the perspectives expressed by the offerer of this amendment. Again, they understand the values of pursuing a diverse, equitable, equal, and inclusive military. They understand the challenges of a military that is not representative of the American people. And they understand the need to provide for that investment. So again, we can oversee this particular effort. We can question particular representations of that policy, but to take a blunt instrument to this entire effort and defund it and say that it has no value at all, That's what's objectionable in this amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered from the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 169, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 169, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, like the other amendment I had, I cannot believe we're sitting here debating this. But what my amendment does is prohibits provisions of gender transition procedures, including surgery or medication, through the Exceptional Family Member Program. Now, let me tell you what the Exceptional Family Member Program is. It provides resources to military families with special needs. This program is designed for military spouses, children, and other dependent family members who require ongoing medical or educational services, such as individuals with autism, asthma, chronic respiratory illnesses, Down syndrome, and many others. The military has tried to politicize this matter. And my amendment ensures that we reserve the valuable programs and the dollars for these programs, which would go toward the intent of what it was put in for the first place, which is to help family with special needs and prevent the further disillusioned and misguided dollars spent on something like gender transition procedures. It also, my amendment also prohibits the change of duty stations simply for the purpose of providing a child with easier access to these procedures. I urge the adoption of this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii rise?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we have an amendment that would want us apparently to occupy some other state of reality as opposed to the world as we have it today. And in that world, we do have transgendered individuals who need help, children whose parents are looking for the right courses of conduct for them. And this measure would say that those parents do not have the rights to make those decisions in consultation with their doctors and with their children. And further, what this amendment says is that those parents need not apply to join our military because they will not be welcomed there with the decisions that they need to make for their families. This amendment that cuts gender-affirming care options for service members' children will drive individuals out of the military, prevent recruitment to start with, and is frankly needlessly cruel. These decisions should be reserved to parents and their children. I hear all the time from the other side of the aisle talking about parents' rights all the time. Parents should have the right to make these decisions. Is there an exception for military families? Parents get to make these decisions, but oh, by the way, if you're a member of our military, you don't get to make these decisions. This is a very personal decision for parents to make with their families, with their children, and with their doctors. It's probably, in all honesty, unconstitutional, as courts believe health care bans like this violate the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. But let's leave that aside and just talk about the policy. Is the policy wise to say to service members and their families that they cannot access care that is provided to them in a non-service member world? I think that's the wrong policy. So I oppose this amendment, reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Well, let me tell you the dollar amount spent for the past 5 years. $15 million. $15 million for surgery for a man who can't decide whether he's a man or a girl who can't decide she's a girl. Imagine that. And you tell those families that have children with Down syndrome, you tell those families that have severely autistic children, you're going to spend it for changing genders? I don't mind somebody if they're questioning the gender, but pay for it yourself when you want to have it, not on the backs of our brave military families. In the past 5 years, it was spent, the $15 million was spent to treat 1,892 transgender troops. Boy, isn't that something? You want somebody that's trying to decide if they're a man or woman on the firing line? That's really a question to decide in the military. 11.5 million was spent for psychotherapy and 3.1 million for surgeries. The price tag for individuals getting this surgery and treatments after have ranged from $8,000 to $100,000. Related health care coverage is only going up. So my point is, I think to make this argument, particularly with dollars that can be spent for meaningful, helping meaningful children who have disabilities, should be made, and to spend this money that we don't have just really spits in the face of our military families. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, we can certainly debate the efficient use of our funds for expenses and the cost, but I strongly suspect that my colleagues' objections in this amendment do not relate to cost, but to a judgment about what should and shouldn't be provided to our military families. Now, we can have this debate about transgender care for our military service members, and the debate will look something like this one. But this particular amendment would ban any care for minor children. And so what this amendment would do is to say to our military service members, you cannot have the full range of recognized medical options for your children that are available in a non-military setting. That's what this amendment would do. This is about children. It's about parents making decisions for their children. And this is a situation where that decision should be left to the service member parents who have a choice as to whether to serve in the military or not, have a choice as to whether to join the military or not, or stay in the military. And we should provide to them the same basic rights and options as are available in the private sector. Otherwise, aside from not being fair to them, in my estimation, we also will not have a strong military because they'll choose not to join or to stay in. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
How much time do I have?
1.5 minutes.
Well, I'll just say that it's this kind of thinking that's got the military in a demoralized state. It's this kind of thinking, this kind of rationalization of our hard-earned tax money that's got the military recruitment numbers way down. It's this kind of woke thinking that is penalizing families that want to serve this country, but families who have children with these disabilities who need the care, that they would deprive from getting the care because they want to fund somebody who doesn't know what gender they are. And it's this kind of thinking that America is sick and tired of. And ask any military family, and they will tell you the same thing. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The agreement is agreed to. We're going to transition. I am very hard of hearing. I will ask you to indulge me. Which one? Start at the top. Yes, sir.
It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 170, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 170, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to the House Res 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Section 1260H list maintained by the Department of Defense was created by the fiscal year 2021 National Defense Authorization Act and intended to identify any Chinese military companies operating directly or indirectly in the United States. Section 1260H is a part of a largely bipartisan, years-long effort to name and shame CCP companies operating in our nation. While the Biden administration has made important additions to this list, including military companies such as Kim China and China State Construction Company, the administration has still fallen short of a full commitment to countering the malign influences of the CCP. Earlier this year, we saw Secretaries Yellen, Blinken, and Raimondo take trips to China as part of a diplomatic overture. Many of my colleagues would undoubtedly agree that the CCP could care less about diplomacy and that these trips have very little, if any, bearing on how China chooses to behave on the international stage. One could argue that these trips only serve to demonstrate the limits and the lack of American resolve to confront the PRC's obviously petulant behavior. For instance, it is a daily occurrence to see the PRC infringe on Taiwan's air defense identification zone. The PRC regularly makes threats to wage war against Taiwan. They manipulate international organizations to do its bidding. They entrap developing countries into contracts that make them de facto vassal states. They construct dual-use ports across the world, and it goes on and on and on, Mr. Chairman. In the face of the CCP's belligerent escalatory actions, the gut reaction of the American administration ought not to be for the Secretary of the Treasury to fly to China, consume psychedelic mushrooms, and yet that's what we saw from Janet Yellen. Before Secretary Raimondo's visit to China, the Department of Commerce, acting through the Bureau of Industry and Security, unilaterally removed 27 CCP entities from the Bureau's so-called unverified list. Our Department of Commerce literally chose to make a concession to an aggressive state in order to get the CCP to meet with our Commerce Secretary. It is clear that this president's judgment cannot be trusted. This administration's assessment of China has only emboldened our nation's foremost enemy. Appeasement has long failed as a strategy, and it continues to fail today. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Does anyone claim time in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask adoption of my amendment. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 171, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 171, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Res 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would appear that many in the Democratic Party have taken it upon themselves to offer their talents and considerable abilities to help determine which information is reliable and which isn't. But no thanks to Mr. Chairman, in September 2021, the Department of Defense offered NewsGuard, a self-proclaimed fact checker, a $750,000 grant to effectively censor conservative viewpoints and opinions. Want the proof of NewsGuard's censorship efforts? I'm more than happy to provide undisputed facts. NewsGuard has given extremely subjective and clearly biased ratings to several conservative news outlets, including The Federalist, a 12.5% accuracy and credibility score, Newsmax, 15%, the Epoch Times, 17.5 score, and OAN, 17.5%. I'm sure these conservative news outlets have lost out on crucial ad revenue from these ratings. It's censorship. It is fundamentally pathetic that this administration thinks they can sideline conservative viewpoints and demonize conservative platforms without the American people finding out about this. All this is happening while Politico, NPR, the New York Times have previously received a perfect 100%. CBS, 95%. Mr. Chairman, we're supposed to have an open and free press. There should be no censorship. This is the United States of America, and the fact that we are funding an organization that is censoring viewpoints and news is untenable. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. NewsGuard is a service that provides tools to counter misinformation, and it's been around since 2018. It uses tools to catalog and track all of the top false narratives spreading online, which is an effective in countering hostile misinformation targeting democratic governments like our own. There's no doubt that China, Russia, and Iran and other bad actors are trying to influence our country through its mis, dis, and malinformation. We need every tool available to determine what's real and what's not, and when it comes to being reported by the press. The amendment does nothing to weaken our ability to do that, so I oppose this amendment, and at this point in time, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it should be noted that Newsmax TV is more than just online. CBS isn't just online. The New York Times isn't just online. These are news outlets with multiple platforms. So it's not about censoring online, it's about censorship. The irony here is abundant, especially when considering that these leftist news outlets parroted the lie promoted by 51 intelligence officials and our disaster of a Secretary of State that the Hunter Biden laptop story was a production of Russian disinformation. Only in America could a guy who helped steal an election and undermine our democracy be promoted to oversee our nation's policy on Ukraine. But that's the story of Anthony Blinken in a nutshell. The Hunter Biden laptop debacle was literally the biggest story of the 2020 election, and a story, if taken seriously, might have resulted in a different outcome. Instead, our government is subsidizing a self-identified fact checker who completely whiffed on the biggest story of a presidential cycle. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you. Just a few facts about NewsGuard. Journalists are employed by NewsGuard. They have technology people that score websites based on their reliability and general trustworthiness. It's not censored. People still have the freedom to read, to believe whatever they choose to. But this analysis is designed to be transparent. And it also includes the name of the staffer who analyzed the staff. So if somebody has a dispute with it, they know exactly who made the score system happen. Let me just kind of a couple of things, Mr. Chair, what they do. They look at the frequency of publication that has inaccurate information. the extent of sourcing and original reporting on information, the degree of demarcation between news and opinion journalists. You know, and this is something that, Mr. Chair, that I attended both public and private grade schools and colleges, and I remember the good sister saying, "You're entitled to your own opinion. It should be said so respectfully, but you're not entitled to your own facts." So one of the things that they try to do is ferret out what is hard news and what is somebody's opinion. And we're entitled to read people's opinions, but when opinions somehow get interwoven that they become fact, it becomes very confusing for people. And so what NewsGuard tries to do is kind of help separate that out. The accuracy of headlines, including those that are bait-click headlines, and the degree of disclosure of the website's owner. So if you're reading something and you want to know whether it's who owns it, is it owned by your next door neighbor? Is it owned by an American company? Is it owned by a Chinese company? Is it owned by a foreign national? It discloses all those kinds of things. So I'm the daughter of a librarian. I'm not about censorship. But I am about people being able to sort out in this day and age what is opinion, what is fact, and who is writing what, so we know what their bias is. And that's why I strongly oppose this amendment and believe that NewsGuard is a service that provides some tools to counter misinformation and they've been around since 2018. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, while I appreciate my colleague's perspective, it should be noted that when conservative versus other news sources are compared with similar metrics, that the more liberal-leaning news outlets are ranked 27 points higher. This has a direct impact on revenue streams. And so to say that they are somehow unbiased literally defies the facts that I've laid out before you, in that you have conservative news sites on the bottom end of the spectrum, whereas the more mainstream liberal-leaning news sites are at the top. Mr. Chairman, it should also be noted that NewsGuard is known to be reliant on and working with the WHO, the World Health Organization, which is known for disinformation and lying and is unduly influenced by the CCP. This is a grant that should not be authorized, it should not be continued, and they should not be relied upon. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to see your source for NewsGuard working directly with the World Health Organization. They might report things from the World Health Organization, but that's different than working directly with, because that implies something else. So I'm going to just close this up just saying, you know, there are many people who want to, you know, when they're sorting through something, just want to know that there's a fact check. And I'm you know, sorry if the gentleman, Mr. Chair, feels that somehow or another some of the papers or the websites or the news programs he wants to watch don't have as high a rating from NewsGuard. He's still free to watch and do that. But for you know, people who just want to make sure that things are fact-checked, they want to know who owns the site, who's operating the site, where they're getting their sources and sites from. That's what NewsGuard's function is. And with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 172, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 172, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment number 172 would prohibit funds made available by this act to require a member of the armed forces or a civilian employee of the Department of Defense to receive a COVID-19 vaccine. The fiscal year 2023 National Defense Authorization Act rescinded Secretary Austin's memorandum requiring that members of the armed forces be vaccinated against COVID-19. Unfortunately, the NDAA did not prohibit future mandates. The last mandate resulted in over 8,400 troops being kicked out of the military for refusing this experimental vaccine, and we lost about 60,000 reservists. Countless individuals also decided not to enlist because of this mandate. While our military is failing dramatically to meet recruiting goals, it is outrageous that the Department of Defense would condition employment on receiving a COVID-19 vaccine. For example, in 2022, the Army sought 60,000 recruits, but only enlisted 45,000. For 2023, the Army is aiming to recruit between 65,000 new members, but is only expected to recruit between 50 and 55,000 active duty members. Additionally, young healthy males are the least at risk of getting a severe case of COVID-19. While they are the most likely group to have an adverse reaction from the vaccine, making the mandate not just counterproductive, but potentially dangerous. The Biden administration is already urging all Americans to get a booster shot, despite no human outcome data on the new shot. Congress must preemptively stop all COVID-19 vaccine requirements before these unelected bureaucrats try to take more control of our lives. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota rise?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The Department took bold and effective action to confront the COVID-19 pandemic, to protect our personnel across the force, ensure the U.S. military can fight and win wherever they're needed. In fact, the Department of Defense lost 96 service members to COVID. 96 service members died from COVID. More than 2 million service members have been vaccinated against COVID-19. All the service members in the Department of Defense are required to comply with applicable medical readiness requirements. One such requirement is when you go to boot camp, and a lot of us have seen the movies or know people who have served, all service members must receive, if they've not already, inoculations, immunizations. And they usually are the same ones that we've had as children. They just want to make sure that they're up to date, because like you have to get your tetanus redone and other things like that, that's required. These vaccinations also include measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, diphtheria, pertussis, and chickenpox. And in some cases, service personnel are required to take certain medications if they're deployed to an area. For example, to prevent malaria, or maybe yellow fever. That's to make sure that they're safe. Applicants for military service and service members may seek an exemption that's always been available to them, and it continues to be available to them, to seek an exemption for vaccine requirements based on qualifying medical or religious, and so they can ask for that, and they're often granted it. Members of Congress should not be directing or deciding what vaccines or medications are needed for our military personnel. Now, Madam Chair, I would ask my colleagues just to take a second and you to come along with me. Just imagine you're on a submarine. My father-in-law served on a submarine in World War II. And he would tell me how close those quarters are, and I've been on submarines, I know how close they are. And there's no place for total privacy, and germs are all over. Now, just think what would happen if there was a COVID-19 outbreak, how this could possibly affect national security. All of our service personnel are in close quarters with one another. We must try to protect them from any disease that could inhibit their ability to execute that mission. At this point, there are no COVID vaccine requirements. There aren't for any members of the total force. So there aren't any requirements for this right now. The Department of Defense says, no, you don't have to get this one. There's other ones you have to get. Since there are no COVID-19 vaccines requirements pending, I don't know why we're debating this amendment, Madam Chair. And for this reason, I would ask my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad we are talking about the effectiveness and the readiness of our military. Again, let me quote, 60,000 reservists left the military because of a mandate. And fortunately, we did learn something from it, and it was removed from the NDAA, and Austin went along with it. These are the mandatory vaccinations that all service members are required to receive before initial entry into basic training. We have adenovirus, hepatitis A, hepatitis B, influenza, measles, mumps, rubella, meningococcal, poliovirus, tetanitis, diphtheria, and varicella. However, the main difference is that these other vaccines are much different and more effective than the COVID-19 vaccine. Take measles, for example. One estimate found that measles vaccine is 85 times more effective than the Pfizer COVID vaccine. With that, I'm going to turn over 1 minute to my dear friend, Representative Roy from Texas.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chair and I thank my friend, and I rise in strong support of his amendment because it is extremely important. The reason there isn't a mandate at the Department of Defense right now is because we demanded that it end. That's the truth. We forced it through on that ridiculous omnibus spending bill last December. And here's the reality. We have a doctor here in the building right now speaking to a group of members from Johns Hopkins University, talking about the extent to which the current iteration of the COVID vaccine has been tested on like 10 lab rats. It hasn't gone through the human trials necessary. When my father had polio and the vaccine came after, it was a decade of testing and trials. We have stuck this vaccine out because of panic. We have undermined the health and well-being of our soldiers, our airmen, our Marines. We should stop it. We should prohibit it in the future, and we should make back pay available to our former members who are kicked out. I yield.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Montana reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Chair, at some point I would like the gentleman from Montana to show me his statistic. We might have had 60,000 people who chose not to re-up, but to attribute it all to COVID. I would like to see that information. I'm sure Chair Calvert would like to see that information because that would be important to see. That's a statistic that I'd like to see where it came from. I'm just going to state again that COVID-19 isn't currently required, but to ban it in such a blanket way in which we're doing takes away some of the ability for the department. You volunteer to be on a submarine. Takes away some of the flexibility that the department or commander or something in the height of a pandemic, should it come again, have every tool in their toolbox. Right now, there's no current reason for it. And I'm like, Madam Chair, I'm like you, talking to friends and neighbors. Some are deciding to get it, some are deciding not to get it, just like people do with the flu shot. And, but there are certain times that the Department of Defense says, you know, you need to take these certain medications. And the gentleman from Montana listed off a lot of them. We've had them, our kids have had them, our service members have them, but COVID-19 isn't on this list right now of anything that's being required. And this seems to me to be superfluous and, you know, just kind of creates more friction and anxiousness about how we talk about medicine that's being provided, medicine that should be options. So is this an option that would be available if a service member going in said, hey, I want to get the COVID vaccine. I want to have it, and I'd like the Department of Defense to provide it to me. So I really think we should leave it up to the medical professionals of the Department of Defense to decide what's necessary. And right now, they're saying this isn't a mandated vaccine. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we don't have a single problem with this being an option, and if any service member wants to go and get an experimental vaccination plugged into their arm, they are welcome to do so. What we are saying is that the dollars that are going to be issued to the Department of Defense will not include any mandate for this experimental vaccination. In August of 22, the Washington Post reported that 58% of the deaths related to COVID-19 were among vaccinated or boosted persons. This raises serious questions about even the effectiveness of this vaccine. I would also like to state that the COVID-19 vaccine requirements also continue to ignore natural immunity. As renowned Dr. Marty Makary testified in the Select Subcommittee on COVID pandemic this year, over the past 3 years, over 200 studies have shown that natural immunity is at least as effective than the vaccinated community. A recent natural immunity is at least as effective as the vaccinated immunity and probably better. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 173, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 173, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-216, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. The amendment that I have offered increases funding for the Inspector General by $20 million for an Office of the Special Inspector General for Ukraine Assistance, if authorized, to enhance oversight and accountability measures for funds appropriated for Ukraine, reducing the Inspector General by $20 million. Over the last year and a half, Congress has appropriated approximately $113 billion in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, I'm one of these individuals that believes that we did have agreements with Ukraine, and we've got to recognize those from the mid-90s when we asked them to denuclearize and work with Ukraine and work with our partners in Eastern Europe. But I also don't believe that we ought to be just providing an endless supply of funds to Ukraine with no clear mission, with no clear accountability of the dollars, and without clear accountability of whether NATO and our European allies are upholding their end of the bargain. So this is a step to try to rectify at least one part of that by making sure that there's a fully empowered Inspector General to make sure that the information that we have is complete, that we have a full understanding of every dollar that has been already appropriated and that might be appropriated in the future, and to make sure that we're tracking it to the level that is necessary. There have been a number of different issues that we have identified in the past. For example, if you look at other conflicts like Afghanistan, the lead for the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan found at least $19 billion in U.S. taxpayer funds sent to Afghanistan was lost to waste, fraud, and abuse from 2002 to 2020. It's critically important that we track this and follow it and understand it. And with that, I will reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I'm claiming opposition and only to have a discussion, Madam Chair. So let it be said loud and clear, the chair and I and all the members on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee have been bird dogging, asking questions, wanting to have great reports on what's happening with the money. So you're in lockstep with what your ultimate goal is and what we've been doing on the committee. In fact, we fund a lot of this. So in general, I support the idea of this amendment. But the bill already includes funding for the oversight dollars that we spend to support Ukraine. And I'm kind of a penny pincher, believe it or not. You're smiling, but I am. I ask people. I ask a lot of questions, like, how much is this? Well, I won't get into that, but I ask a lot of questions. So I am kind of concerned about some, duplicity and inefficiencies in here, which I know that is something we're striving to make sure that that doesn't happen. And keeping track of every dollar, especially when it comes to DOD, Madam Chair, is something that when I was on the Oversight Committee during the Iraq War, and the way that we didn't have oversight over equipment and dollars and hard cold cash that was being delivered there is something that I'm very, very interested in and supporting and doing. So I thank the gentleman for the amendment. I think the committee kind of has it underhand, but I just wanted you to know that this is a bipartisan, a full appropriations subcommittee defense thing, that we are asking these questions every time somebody's in to see us. And I thank the chair. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I thank the gentlelady, and I thank her for her comments, and I think a general agreement on what we're trying to accomplish. I would note that in the NDAA, we passed an authorization for this, and this would be the appropriation necessary to carry it out. That was the desire of our effort to try to put a bird's eye view on this across agencies to ensure that dollars are being spent the way they're supposed to. And with that, I'm going to yield a minute and a half to my friend from Arkansas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and I thank my friend. I rise in support of the amendment, and as the ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee just said, the Defense Subcommittee is united in this entire process to try to bring accountability to the table. It is practical and it is rational that we have complete accountability and oversight. That's why this bill contains many new oversight provisions, including notification requirements before funds are spent, a GAO review of the Defense Department's execution of presidential drawdown authority, a reporting requirement on increasing burden sharing for Ukraine, and a requirement that the Inspector General review the department's end-use monitoring program. Provisions that go directly to the heart of the gentleman's concerns about accountability. This bill also includes funding for a special inspector general for Ukraine if authorized in the National Defense Authorization Act. This amendment furthers these efforts. So I urge a yes vote. I think I can speak for a good segment of our Defense Subcommittee, including those on the other side of the aisle, and encourage a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Oh, reserve. The gentleman has the only time remaining.
How much time do we have?
The gentleman has a minute and a half.
I'd yield a minute and a half to the gentlelady from Indiana.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. I know that accountability is a foreign concept in Washington, D.C., but accountability builds trust, and it's very important, considering the track record of this administration, considering the track record of Department of Defense that hasn't been auditable, considering the track record of Ukrainian government, that American people do have proper accountability. Accountability will be key to success for very brave Ukrainian people fighting the fight against evil in winning that fight. So I will strongly urge the support of this. It's a very, very serious war, and we don't want to have another failure that we had in Afghanistan. Thank you.
Yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 174, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-216. The clerk will designate the amendment. Oh, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 174, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. The amendment that I'm offering reduces the salary of Cypress Salazar, the director of the Department of Defense's Office for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, to $1. Now, you might ask, why would we do that? It's a power that we have in the House of Representatives under the Holman Rule to try to restrain the executive branch, both in terms of expense, dollars, how they're being used, and in terms of what they're being used for. The American people are frankly getting a little tired of a Department of Defense that is being taken far too often off mission. I hear it all the time. I hear it from veterans. I hear it from active duty. I hear it from recruits. With recruiting numbers at low levels, with morale at questionable levels, we need to reinstill in our military a crystal clear focus on mission first. And importantly, when we are, to use the gentlelady's terms, which I take to heart, pinching pennies and trying to find dollars because we need to stop racking up $33 trillion in debt, when we can't even figure out how to fund the salaries of our rank and file men and women in uniform at the level that we might need to, when we're dealing with the issues of increasing health costs, when we're dealing with the issues of needing to have a fully armed military with the latest and greatest technologies to defeat China, then it would seem questionable that, for example, we would have positions like the following. The Air Force is looking for a supervisory diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility officer in Arlington, Virginia, that'll pay between $155,700 to $183,500 per year. Another one, the Air Force is looking for a diversity inclusion manager to work at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland, which pays between $94,199 to $122,459 per year. Another position in Alaska, another position in Alabama. I could go down the list, and this is the top of that pyramid. And what we're trying to say is we shouldn't do this. We need to stop this. We need to stop diverting the mission of the military, which a laudable goal of ensuring you've got a workforce that is representative of the population of this country. You don't need an entire bureaucracy within the Pentagon to do it that is then perpetuating a lot of divisive policies. For example, West Point Academy slides told cadets that whiteness is, quote, a location of structural advantage of race privilege, a standpoint or place from which white people look at themselves and the rest of society, and refers to a set of cultural practices that are usually unmarked and unnamed. Another, Kalisa Wing, former chief diversity officer at DoD schools, tweeted, quote, I'm so exhausted at these white folks, F-O-L-X, in these professional development sessions. This lady actually had the caudacity to say black people can be racist too, end quote. This is not the kind of thing that should be going on at the United States military and the Pentagon. This is one step of many that we need to take to return the military to its core mission and end this social engineering wrapped in a uniform rather than doing the job of defending this great country. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
So Cyrus Salazar, as been pointed out, is the director of the Department of Defense for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and charged with promoting diversity within the DoD. The department has a responsibility to make sure all Americans are welcomed in the service of our nation and that it reflects the America's defense. I worked in the private sector until basically, I served part-time in city councils and that, but I worked in the private sector until I came here to Congress. And so I still have a lot of friends in the private sector. Where I represent 3M, right across the river in Minneapolis, General Mills, Target, I could go on and on with the companies that we have. And these companies are competing for talent, whether it is the person who is helping you at the Target store with a checkout, or whether it's the person that is being recruited to go into teaching, or a person who's going to become a CEO or a compliance officer or a bank auditor. We're all competing for workforce right now. And our labor trades are competing for workforce. So there's fewer and fewer people kind of entering the workforce, and so there's a great competition going on. And these companies have diversity offices, so that they're going out and talking to groups that maybe have never been in industry before. And I'll use the building trades again. So in our building trades, they are knocking down the doors, going to our high schools. They have people just working on diversity, saying these are great paying jobs, let me tell you about them. Maybe nobody in your family's been a plumber, maybe nobody in your family's been an electrician or a pipe fitter, or maybe you've never worked road construction. These are great jobs for you, but they are going out and they are recruiting these people. And we're up against the same challenge of recruitment and retention that the private sector is. In fact, we're competing for the same workforce. So of course, in my opinion, we need to be doing some of this diversity and inclusion. And the gentleman from Texas, when he quoted what was said at West Point, I totally agree with him. Those are horrific statements, and that person's gone, and they should be gone. But the DoD is struggling with a challenge. And right now, our civilian workforce doesn't reflect the diversity of other federal agencies. So we're trying to get more women, more men, more everybody in this country to know that the DoD is a great place to work, and that once you're there, you're going to love the job, and we're going to give you those tools in the toolbox to do it. I will close with this. One of the things that I've been working on is cybersecurity and IT and linguistics. And I come from a culturally rich district. I have people, you come to University Avenue in St. Paul, and the diversity of the restaurants and the small businesses that are there, it'll blow your mind away. It's rich in diversity. But we still find, even with all being in the same neighborhoods and communities, we still have to do outreach to say you're welcome. And one of those places is cybersecurity. So a lot of these businesses are being hacked, they're having issues with it. And we're going to the high schools and the community colleges, and we're looking at folks like, there is a place for you in cybersecurity. And they're like, me? Yeah, you. Sometimes people need to be welcomed in. They need to have the opportunity to be recruited. So I really think that having someone that oversees opportunity, equal opportunity, diversity, inclusion, making sure that disability programs, I mean, we have our service members who come back and sometimes have to be relocated into another position or a job. That's what this office can do. And so I know we've gotten down this track of how we can divide ourselves talking about diversity and inclusion. I want us to embrace it in a way to have a more unified workforce and to recruit and retain the best and the brightest to work in the Department of Defense. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm just going to yield back because I think we've had this discussion over and over again today. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chair. The United States military is one of the few institutions in America where the skills of the men or women on either side of you could mean the difference between life and death. And at the end of the day, it embodies, I think, Dr. King's notion of judging men and women on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Yet the Biden administration is infatuated with divvying us up by race, with divvying us up by our immutable characteristics. The fact is, with all due respect, and I appreciate the gentlelady's remarks and the tone in which they were offered, corporate America is slashing DEI officers amid a backlash to diversity programs across the country. Story right here about the numbers of how many offices have been being slashed over the last year. In part because they don't add much value to the bottom line in a world in which the economy is hurting and people are suffering. and also in part because they're getting a backlash to having so much focus on divvying us up by race and all these characteristics that it's not actually good. And we're seeing this in countless corporations across the country. Story after story, if you just Google it and see what's going on out there. I think the Department of Defense should be in line with where I think we're seeing our society recoil at this divvying us up by race. And this is one way to accomplish that objective. And with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 175, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 175, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. The amendment that is being put forward here would say that none of the funds made available by this act may be used to carry out the observance of Pride Month authorized by the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness for the Cultural Observance and Awareness Events List. First of all, that whole title should give you a little bit of pause. But at the end of the day, in line with the amendment that I just offered, the goal here should be to ensure that our military is focused on the mission and building cohesion to accomplish the mission. Now we've got the Department of Defense focusing on, for example, the Air Force releasing a memo entitled Department of the Air Force Observance of LGBTQ Pride Month, which empowered installation commanders to plan and conduct appropriate activities in honor of Pride Month, which they then did, which then resulted in, for example, you got the Department of the Navy issuing a memo declaring June's month theme Peace, Love, Revolution, a flyer advertising Robins Air Force Base 2023 Pride Month events included information for service members and their families to attend the Pride Night, Game Night, and Unity and Diversity Color Run. Because some of the colleagues voiced opposition, Nellis Air Force Base approved and then canceled a scheduled drag show to celebrate Pride Month. What on earth are we doing? I mean, my constituents, and I represent Fort Sam Houston and San Antonio, I represent countless veterans attached to or having served at Joint Base San Antonio or otherwise in Central Texas. And they come to me and they just shake their heads and say, what are we doing? What happened? We need to beat China. We need to be able to be in a position to carry out multiple front wars around the globe if necessary. We need to have the finest fighting force in the world with the best technology and the best training. Again, it's one thing to respect someone's private life and differences, but to carry out your objective in the office without having the Department of Defense promoting dividing us up by our various characteristics. That's the reality. On social media, the Marines tweeted a Pride Month image with the rainbow-tipped bullets on a Marine helmet featuring the words, "Proud to serve." I'm sure the Chinese military is quaking in its boots with the rainbow-tipped bullets being tweeted around the world. The Air Force tweeted an image with the silhouette of an airman saluting in front of a pride flag. The Navy changes their logo on social media to ships and aircraft in front of a rainbow flag. Again, that's the flag right there. Red, white, and blue. That is the flag. No other flag. When we're talking about what the United States military should be standing in front of and should be projecting, I have very few constituents who disagree with this sentiment, that we should be focused on having a military that is designed to, when called upon, to blow stuff up and kill people in defense of this country as needed, and to be the best fighting force to accomplish that objective in the world, and to be trained, and to have a clear mission. And oh, by the way, side note, while I'm sitting here on the floor talking about the Department of Defense appropriations, not engaged in endless conflict without congressional engagement in terms of authorizations of the use of military force, which, by the way, we were supposed to be addressing by the end of this month. I'll save that for a different speech, and I will reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady rise?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
We honor and celebrate many cultural events. We celebrate Hanukkah. We celebrate on the National Mall. We light a Christmas tree outside here at the Capitol. And when my father was with the DOD, served in many bases that the gentleman mentioned in Texas, I can tell you about some observations that I had of celebrating Texas pride. So we have a history of celebrating a lot of things. Black History Month was first observed in 1976 by President Ford. And yes, we celebrate Pride Month. And we celebrate other cultural awareness months. This is National Hispanic Pride Month. And what they do when the DOD does that is they show that they're committed to creating and affirming an inclusive environment and that everybody's welcome with their diversity. Everybody has something to offer. At a time when the GLTBQ community, along with so many other minority groups in this country, are facing attacks and threats. I mean, just think of what happened, Mr. Chair. We had a moment of silence on this House floor after what happened at the Pulse nightclub shooting in Florida. It's more important than ever that people know that we have their backs when they're under attack. Mr. Chair, I was in the chair that you're in when this floor ended Ask, Don't Tell in the NDAA. And that made our military feel open and more inclusive. And I think of a dear friend of mine who served in the Navy, who served when he couldn't be who he was openly and was serving proudly in the Navy, but he had to hide who he was until he was discharged, and then he felt he could come out. It was a burden that he carried with him. So this amendment has no place in the defense bill. I don't think it has any piece in legislation that we do here. We are about coming together as a country, not trying to fight what divides us. We need to be focused on what unites us. And what unites us, and one of the things that unite us, is we're a country that awkwardly at times, not everybody agrees all the time, but we are a diverse community, and we celebrate that. I mean, the people who came here when there were originally 13 colonies on that flight came here because they were looking for freedom to be who they were. It was religious freedom at the time, but that's what they were looking for. So the federal government recognizes these cultural awareness months. The House of Representatives recognizes many cultural awareness events. And we do that because we honor the contributions and services of all communities. So Pride Month should be no different. And that's why I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields, reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll be brief in the interest of moving things along. The only thing I would note is, with respect to the difference, for example, of talking about Christmas trees and, celebrating the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and putting up a pride flag, I'd say those things are different. But I would also note that there's been problems at the Department of Defense with people expressing their faith. And in fact, there were Christians who were being limited in their ability to have Christian displays in their offices. And we had to have groups like First Liberty go litigate it in court in order to defend their right to be able to display said Christian symbols and statements in their office cubicle. This is what's going on at the Department of Defense, and people don't understand it. And I think this is a common sense effort to refocus our military on the mission to which it should be focused. And acknowledging that we're a diverse community is great, but the Department of Defense can acknowledge that diversity, bring people together to carry out the mission without perpetuating essentially social engineering at the Department of Defense. With that, I would reserve. I can't remember if the gentlelady.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chair, I will close in just a minute. I mentioned a friend. I had several friends in high school. I graduated in 1972 that were gay. Hid the fact that they were served when recruitment was kind of down after the Vietnam War. served honorably, had honorable discharges. When Mr. Pocan shared this, Mr. Chair, when we were in full markup of the committee, it was very moving to me. So I'm gonna share something. It's the sacrifice that our BLGQ friends still make before Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And here's a quote. And it's a quote on a tombstone of Sergeant Leonard Malkovich. "When I was in the military, they gave me a medal for killing 2 men and discharged me for living 1. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, where? Sorry. Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Yes, the lady is
Mr. Chair, I
recognized.
request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 176, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 176, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
The amendment that I'm offering here would prohibit funds from being available under this act for the Marine Corps University Krulak Center's Reynolds Scholars Program. Now, I was unaware of this relatively blissfully, I don't know, a couple of months ago. But then the Marine Corps University's Reynolds Scholar program at the Krulak Center is a year-long program for students who wish to explore, quote, gender and security issues. Now, that may not have jumped up onto my radar screen, but I became aware because the official Krulak Center Twitter account publicly criticized a user for calling this program, quote, woke, and calling this individual a stain on the legacy of Marines. Well, it seems inappropriate for a federally funded center, so it caught my attention. And so then it became clear to me when I had a syllabus presented to me about what was being presented. Here are a few examples of the program themes listed in the official syllabus. Quote, gendering war, end quote. Quote, what is gender and how is it different from biological sex? Quote, how are war narratives constructed through gendered discourse, end quote. Quote, how can we imagine nonviolent masculinities and the role they might play in conflict, end quote. War is pretty darn violent. Quote, how might the United States Marine Corps strategic narrative be problematic for women, peace, and security, end quote. This is just something that, again, my constituents, and I think a large block of the American electorate, dare I say a very sizable majority, would say, what are you doing? I mean, again, let's assume we were swimming in money. Let's just assume that we had money coming out of our ears, that we had a $33 trillion surplus that we had banked up and we were just saving for a rainy day to spend $33 trillion. I don't know how you do that, by the way. Let's just assume that was the case. Let's assume we had a $2 trillion surplus this year instead of a $2 trillion deficit. Let's assume further that our recruiting numbers were excellent. Let's assume further that we had really strong morale. Let's assume further that our health care costs at the military were manageable, or that our health care costs anywhere in this country at all were manageable in the post-Obamacare world in which prices have skyrocketed, insurance companies have made gazillions of dollars. Again, that's another speech for another day. In that imaginary world, where that were the state of things, would this still be a good idea to spend even $1 or $10 or $100,000 or $5 million or whatever the amount is, it might be here. Would it be a good idea to spend that money for this? For how are war narratives constructed through gender discourse? How can we imagine nonviolent masculinities and the role they might play in conflict? Again, the American people just want us to focus on making this government do its core constitutional duty, do it within its fiscal responsibilities, do it in terms of providing a mission to defend this country, secure our borders, provide for the general welfare in the sense that you're allowing the American people to do what they do best if the government gets out of the way. Stop bleeding money, stop racking up debt, defend the United States, stop social engineering, and just do your damn job as Congress. I think that ought to be a pretty simple goal and a bipartisan goal. And with that, I will reserve.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I strongly oppose this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This feels to me, Mr. Chair, like another attempt by the majority to go after minority groups in the military. Here's the history. The Reynolds Scholarship Program was designed to study women in the military and was named after Lori Reynolds, a decorated female Marine Corps general. The program was established to comply with the Peace and Security Act 2016, the FY 2021 National Defense Reauthorization Act, the Department of Defense Peace, Women's Security Strategic Framework. So this is something that Congress has weighed in on. Let me read a description to the program. I mean, the gentleman from Texas has read some excerpts, and I didn't see them in full context. I'll take them at face value that he's upset with them. But I will read some descriptions for you, and I can cite the sources and put it in the full remarks later for the committee to have. Women account for the majority of individuals adversely affected by today's armed conflicts. It affirms the critical role women play in the prevention and resolution of conflicts and peacekeeping. And it advocates for the recognition and diverse perspectives of increased military effectiveness and supports the empowerment of half the world's population as equal partners in preventing and managing conflicts. Now, I have not been to the scholarship program, but I have traveled with military, I've traveled with state, and I've been with women who have been adversely affected by armed conflicts, raped, tortured, bullied, harassed, and it's often our military and our military women that sometimes in these conflicts are having conversations with them and trying to get the facts if there's been war crimes committed. It takes a very special person to do that. It affirms the critical role, as I said, in the prevention and resolution of conflicts and peacekeeping. President Bush and the Bush administration, when I was first serving in Congress, actually had me go to Yemen and speak with our military at a graduation of Yemen soldiers that we had been working with and training with. And part of the message that the State Department and the Bush administration and our Department of Defense wanted to communicate was the importance of young girls going to school. In Chad, I witnessed after leaving in the refugee camp and having been after the Janjaweed had attacked an area, not only what had happened to the women there, but our military female leaders interacting and with the troops there in Chad that we were working with, peacekeeping troops, reinforcing that women needed to be treated with dignity and respect. And I'll end with this at this particular part of talking about this. Often when we go to build peace, whether it's sustaining the peace in Northern Ireland, whether it's looking for peace and conflict in Africa, whether it's working with terrible situations in Latin America, it is the women when we bring to the table that can get the attention of the community elders, because they talk about their children and the need for peace. So I have seen, I don't know if these people were graduates from this program, but I have seen where women make a difference, and the male members of our military that are part of these programs, they're indispensable and they're very important. So as a woman who stands up for our women in the military and our allies in the military, I have to tell you, I see nothing woke. I see nothing woke about trying to understand the intersection of women in conflict. I only see it as a benefit. So in my opinion, this amendment is anti-female in what it's purporting to take away from the scholarship program moving forward. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I have nothing more to say except that I don't think it's intentional sometimes, some of the things that are happening on the floor today. But one of the things that, we chant as kids is sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Words hurt. They hurt. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would agree with the gentlelady that words hurt. And the question is how those words are deployed and what they do for the mission of our United States military. When I see taxpayer dollars going to fund a syllabus which was not something in public view, which then became in public view after an online kind of disagreement, with things like what is gender and how is it different from biological sex, and all of the things that we're focusing on, and we've talked about it in other contexts with funding transgender surgeries and funding other manners of the social engineering currently going on that I believe is ripping apart the fabric of our country and the strength of our military and the cohesion of the finest fighting force in the world. And I believe it's important for us to try to maintain that. I'm enormously proud of the women that I've nominated for academies, met with women and men just 2 weeks ago with my staff in a retreat where we went to the United States Naval Academy. Enormously proud of their service, proud of everybody who's worn the uniform and been honorably discharged for their service. But we need to stand up for a military that's focused on its mission. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 177, printed in Part A of Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 177, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
The amendment before us would prohibit any of the funds in the Defense Appropriations Bill from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. Our military should be, as I've stated in these other amendments, focused on deterring and, if necessary, defeating our adversaries. President Biden wants to continue to sacrifice the strength of our defense in deference to the climate cult. In 2021, Department of Defense spokesman John Kirby refused to say China was a bigger national security threat to the United States than climate change. He called them, quote, equally important, and said it doesn't do anybody good to make a relative assessment of national security issues. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has said, quote, climate change is an existential threat to our nation's security. Secretary of State John Kerry literally travels to China to discuss climate change, not China's increased aggression against Taiwan, not its expansion in the Pacific, not its oppression of its people. Biden's executive orders have served as the catalyst for massive reforms at the Department of Defense that compromise and undermine national security to advance a climate fetish. The Department of Defense's climate adaptation plan includes radical proposals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the expense of our warfighting capabilities. According to the plan, the Department of Defense has identified climate change as a critical national security issue, and it contains mandates on, quote, environmental justice, because why miss an opportunity to push such an ideology? The Department of Defense says it will transition to 100% carbon-free electricity, meaning America's war machine will literally depend on the wind and the sun, unless they're going to be moving, I guess, nuclear power, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have not been all too quick to help us move. Meanwhile, China has 1,100 coal-fired plants and is building close to 2 a week. We've been building 0. We've been constraining the development of natural gas-fired electricity. And we have only recently finally had one nuclear plant get launched, I think, for the first time since the mid-'70s. The DoD has mandated that all non-tactical vehicles be EVs by 2035. It's fair to say the tactical vehicles we need to win wars are not far behind. That means our defense will become wholly dependent on Chinese batteries and other critical minerals. I always wonder why my colleagues are not too bothered by the fact that 80% of these batteries are using cobalt and they're being mined heavily by slave labor, often child labor. There doesn't seem to be any concern about what that means by continuing to perpetuate a mandate to send us down that road when it won't dent CO2 production. It's living in a fantasy land. If you eliminated the internal combustion engine in the United States tomorrow, you might dent all of worldwide CO2 production by about 1.5%. Meanwhile, China and India are pumping it out in mass volumes. Yet we're going to inject this directly into the veins of our national security. That is why I offered this amendment and believe it is critically important so that we can again have our military focused on a core mission, defending this country. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise? Seek recognition.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The fact is our Earth is warming. The fact is our climate is changing. And it's unprecedented. I've been to Alaska several times. The last time I was on some of our bases in Alaska, we're dealing with permafrost now not being reliable to land planes on the runways that we've constructed. The Army Corps of Engineers is up there trying to figure out what they do about what's happening with the permafrost and the thawing that they're seeing to make our buildings be resilient and sustainable, and how do we build buildings in the future to address this? That's just in Alaska, and I won't even talk about what's happened with some of our radar facilities sliding off into the ocean. The start of the hurricane season has begun, and it's historic. Hurricane Hillary brought Southern California its first tropical storm watch. That's new. We know that these weather events are worldwide, and we know that they know no boundaries, and it's evident by the recent Canadian wildfires. The U.S. has already set a new world record for the number of weather disasters this year that could cost $1 billion or more, 23 so far. And I'm going to refer again to what I had in my opening remarks. This is Tyndall Air Force Base. We flew planes out of there because we knew it was coming, but we weren't able to protect the infrastructure. We are spending billions and billions and billions of dollars. Thank you. The other thing I mentioned was what happened in Guam with the recent storms there. The Air Force alone in Guam is saying $40 billion. So we have to wake up here. We have to wake up and do what we can to mitigate these costs. Now, the Department of Defense is the largest and most wide-reaching government agency. It can make a huge difference by climate-friendly changes in the way that they operate. And I'm proud of the fact that we've worked on them in the defense bill. This amendment is needless, and it makes it difficult for the Department of Defense to achieve its climate goals. It jeopardized our military readiness when we have bases, like the one I just showed in Tinsel, on what has happened in Guam. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, testified that climate change is a serious threat that's facing our country and one that the military must take into account. He went on to say that climate change has a significant effect on military operations. And I quote, "Climate change is going to impact natural resources. It's going to impact the increased instability in various parts of the world, and it's going to impact migrations." Yes, it's a problem not only here at home on our bases with resilience, but it's a problem with people fleeing climate change and what has happened in their lives and in their countries. Each of these situations increases the instability in different regions, which could trigger more hostilities that we have to respond to protect ourselves. Each of these situations can increase different regions in very, very different ways, even in our own hemisphere. So we need to ensure that our military is aware of the problems climate change could cause, and if they can play a role in either resilience of buildings or different energy sources that they use so we're not burning as much fossil fuel, I think we should do that. Now, obviously, the gentleman disagrees, but I'm looking to the future. I'm not looking to the past. I'm looking for a stronger, more flexible, more resilient, and more economically empowered United States, because the dollars that we put into much of this climate resilience and that is also transferable into the private sector, and the work that the Department of Defense is doing to reduce its energy costs, whether it's in materials that it's building, whether it's in use of, with all the equipment that our soldiers are having to carry, ways in which we can solar power some of the equipment that they use, so we're not bringing these huge oil trucks in that we all watched every night for how many weeks of our soldiers, many of them dying in front of our own eyes, transporting fuel. I think it can be a win-win. And we need to look at it as a win-win. We can't always be looking at it as a loss-loss. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I would just note, recently China's military sent 103 warplanes toward Taiwan in a 24-hour period in what the island's defense ministry called a recent new high. 40 of these planes crossed the symbolic median line between mainland China and Taiwan. There's a lot going on in the world. We're going to have debates about Ukraine. I hope we'll have a debate about Ukraine rather than just tacking on a continuing resolution and jamming it through to the American people, but that's a debate for another day. The question here is just simply whether or not we're going to have, in the gentlelady's words, a strong military, resilient military, and a strong economy on the back of that, or wrapped around that, when in fact what we're doing through the Inflation Reduction Act is spending almost $1 trillion, according to the Wall Street Journal, in massive subsidies going 90% to billion-dollar corporations, heavily to the most elite, rich, frankly, usually white liberals in this country, driving around their EV-powered cars, and we're subsidizing the crud out of that while we're decimating the natural gas strength of this country, which puts us in a much stronger position from a national security perspective vis-a-vis Russia, vis-a-vis China, rather than empowering China by saying, sure, please, let us please buy all of your solar panels and all of your batteries so that we can transfer our military to something that isn't even remotely ready to be transferred to. So with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I'll yield back as well, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman yields. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what? It is now in order to consider amendment number 178 in Part A of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 178, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed each control for 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment would prohibit the Department of Defense from creating, procuring, or displaying any map which depicts Taiwan as part of the territory of the People's Republic of China. This should not be a problem, since all of us know that Taiwan is not, nor has it ever been, part of Communist China. Any claims to the contrary are simply false. Since the 1970s, America's so-called One China policy has acknowledged Beijing's bogus claims over Taiwan. This is an antiquated and dishonest policy, and it is one that we should abandon. While my amendment would not end that misguided policy, it will at least require that the maps that we use reflect a simple reality. China is China, Taiwan is Taiwan. I ask for a yes vote on my Honest Maps amendment, and I yield. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
And in part, I rise as opposition to this amendment, oddly enough, as a social studies teacher that taught some geography. The Department of Defense and the administration of this Congress have been pretty clear in its opposition to the unwelcome Chinese assertion and control over Taiwan. This amendment will do nothing to prevent the Chinese aggression in the Indo-Pacific, but it would prevent the Department of Defense from buying or displaying a map on how China views the world. Now, if you're going to have a discussion and with students about geography and China's ambitions, China has maps. China has maps in which they rewrite history, whether they rewrite history of including Taiwan, or whether they rewrite history as they've done in Tibet, or what they're looking at doing in other parts of the world with their Belt and Silk Road initiative. They have maps. And so we can't be blinded or not acknowledge how they view the world physically and what the world really is. And so this would force the department to put its head in the sand or obtain intelligence or something on how the Chinese have labeled as theirs. So I think we can all agree it's important to know what our allies and adversaries are thinking, and sometimes we have to physically look at it. Instead, I believe Congress and the department should focus on our time and energy on being clear with China about the respect for international boundaries and the rule of law. And one way you can show that is the international boundaries and the rule of law on a map that we can all agree on that is correct, and showing how China is coming up with their own maps, reinterpreting the boundaries themselves. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm stunned. I mean, this is the type of appeasement that gets the world in trouble. And we have a long history of this, and our country is very familiar with it, going back to probably the most classic example that's taught in our history books from the 1930s, where there isn't this clear demarcation, where you do not have definitive language, like President Reagan when he said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." There are times you have to be very clear with your adversaries where you stand. This is one of them in regards to Taiwan, because Communist China would like to take over that island nation, an island nation that they never controlled, it was never under their control. So we can appease, and we will continue to see dozens, perhaps hundreds of sorties being flown over Taiwan as aggression comes from that appeasement. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm certain that the gentleman from Wisconsin does not think I appease China. I don't. I do not. In fact, China, when we went to visit Taiwan, at one point I was on a delegation and they were going to refuse us entry because they see us as hostile. So China doesn't see me as an appeaser. I want to be really clear, and maybe it's not the intention of this gentleman, but I'm going to say it again. You're in a military college situation. You're talking about how China views the world. You put up the real map, and somehow or another, the Department of Defense can't even procure, create, or display a map that shows how China sees themselves viewing the world. We are in conflict with China right now in the South Island Seas. And not to show how China sees these islands as theirs when we're sending our Navy in there to protect freedom of seas against a map which shows the freedom of seas that they're protecting, that just doesn't make any sense to me. And with that, I am just going to yield back because I am lost for words why we can't show how China views the world when we're getting ready to defend our democracy.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'll take the point in good faith from the lady on the other side. If you have a good instructor, they can clearly explain how China views the world. If you have a good instructor in the Department of Defense, perhaps in the military college, they can explain very clearly how China views the world. This does not preclude that in any way. But when we make a trip like I did recently with the Natural Resources Committee, and we have a map that's put before us that shows Taiwan as part of communist China, that is just simply not the truth. And that is what we are getting at. I think this legislation is going to have strong bipartisan support, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 179, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 179, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment would prevent the enforcement of several arbitrary State Department restrictions that limit communication and cooperation between U.S. officials and their counterparts in Taiwan. These restrictions, which are imposed at the behest of Communist China, are not only counterproductive, they actually conflict with existing U.S. law. They prevent high-ranking officials from traveling to Taiwan, which makes it more difficult for us to coordinate with military planners in Taipei. They police language, warning American officials not to refer to Taiwan as a country or its elected leaders as a government. They even impose degrading restrictions that serve no reasonable purpose, such as a ban on displaying Taiwan's flag and the playing of Taiwan's national anthem at functions held on U.S. government property. In essence, they are designed to prevent and limit high-level interaction between U.S. and Taiwanese officials. Despite the fact that it has been official U.S. policy since 2018 to encourage and facilitate them, Mr. Speaker, these rules do not help the United States, and they do not help Taiwan. The only country they help is Communist China. These Taiwan rules, like so many elements of our failed one China policy, simply perpetuate Beijing's lies and reward their bad behavior. America does not need a permission slip from Communist China to talk to our friends and allies, and that policy should end today. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment. I'm in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The executive branch has the ability to determine how the United States engages and manages our relationship with Taiwan. Just as, at times, this Congress has decided when and where to travel. It's because Congress has left it to the executive branch, however, to conduct the diplomacy and the recognition or non-recognition of foreign states and governments in this case. Now, I believe, Mr. Chair, if we want to legislate on how the executive branch should engage with Taiwan, then what we should do is mark it up in a separate bill in the Foreign Affairs Committee that deals just with that. Either the authorizers, or we're going to have the authorization handle it, or we could have, if we're going to have the Foreign Affairs Appropriations Bill on the floor at some point, I hope. But in the absence of that, the executive branch needs to determine how to handle diplomatic engagements abroad. It's their job to weigh multiple equities and balance delicate factors that are simply not considered by this amendment today. The gentleman knows and understands that Taiwan is a sensitive geopolitical subject with respect to our relations with the People's Republic of China, and I appreciate that. But, Mr. Chair, we have a select committee in this House, and I think it's something that we should allow them in a bipartisan fashion to examine. There's just too much at stake, in my opinion, to have this amendment decide what guidelines of engagement will be here today on the House floor. So I oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, America has always done best in regards to foreign policy when we are strong and resolute. This is anything but strong and resolute. Let me read to you from an unclassified document from the State Department. You should not refer to Taiwan as a country or to the authorities on Taiwan as a government. Instead, refer to Taiwan authorities or Taiwan counterparts. Please avoid the public display or use of any ROC symbols of sovereignty. Taiwan authorities should not wear their uniforms on U.S. government premises unless necessary for safety reasons. In other words, in effect, you're almost saying to them, we need you to grovel. You are second-class citizens when you're interacting with the United States of America. We should never treat a friend like that, in particular a friend like Taiwan, where you see the Communist Chinese government is working day after day, and they've been successful in some places, like the Solomon Islands, in Central America, where they've undermined the support for Taiwan. We should be standing resolutely with Taiwan and send a very clear message. Because when we send a clear message to Communist China, it is important for them to hear that. But our partners, our allies around the world also see that clear message, and they are more likely to be resolute also. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Department of Defense Appropriation Bill, we are sending a message. The chair is sending a clear message, and I support that message. What the gentleman from Wisconsin is talking about, Mr. Chair, is the Department of State, and that is not germane to this bill. There are bills on the floor where it will be germane to, and that is my biggest concern with this amendment is I don't want to be party to not respecting the chairs of the authorizing committee or the chairs and ranking members of the appropriations committee that oversees that funding. That is not what this bill's about today, and for that reason alone, to respect the different roles that we have in this body, this amendment, although well-intentioned by my colleague from Wisconsin, is not germane to this bill, and we should not overstep our jurisdiction. We should stay with what we're doing with China and Taiwan in the defense bill, which the chair has marked out clearly. I support that, but I do not support starting to dictate what the authorizing committee and the appropriations committee for state and foreign ops should be doing. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if there's a point of order that's being raised here, my amendment does not change any existing law or require any new duty or determination on the part of any employee of the Department of Homeland Security. Simply prohibits the expenditure of funds in contravention of a long-standing existing law which the department ought to comply with already. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 180, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 180, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment number 180 would prohibit the use of funds being made available by this act from enforcing any COVID-19 mask mandates. Now, I want to make sure to make a point perfectly clear that everyone understands there is a huge difference between a COVID-19 mask mandate and having a section of a medical facility that is quarantined off because of highly contagious diseases or folks that are immune deficient that has nothing to do with a COVID-19 mandate. This is only about COVID-19 mandates. Last month, Morris Brown College in Atlanta reinstated its COVID-19 mask mandate. They eventually rescinded the mandate in large part due to public outcry. But make no mistake, tyrants will go out of their way to control our lives if we allow them to. The simple fact is that masks don't work. A recent study confirmed this fact, stating, quote, wearing mask in community probably makes little or no difference to the outcome of influenza-like illnesses, COVID-19-like illnesses, compared to not wearing masks, end quote. This was obvious to anyone with common sense, but our experts lied to us for the past 3 years about everything. There are also negative consequences and potential safety concerns for children being forced to wear a mask. There are almost 70,000 children that attend Department of Defense education activity schools. We have seen the negative consequences of children masking, and children of our service members who are risking their lives overseas should not be subject to this cruel treatment. Nobody should be turned away for refusing to wear a mask. But the real purpose of the mask mandate is for unelected bureaucrats to control our behavior, which is unacceptable and something that I will not tolerate. Moreover, a potential mask mandate based on vaccination status would create a division among service members. There's been a lot of discussion on enacting police policies that create cohesion among members of the armed forces and stigmatizing some service members by forcing them to wear masks that would create a group of second-class citizens. This would ultimately create division among enlisted members. The American people are sick of COVID-19 hysteria by unelected bureaucrats and will not comply with any more unscientific edicts. Thank you very much. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I appreciate, Mr. Chair, what the gentleman from Montana said about protecting medical facilities, but I am going to read the amendment. At the end of the bill, before the short line, insert the following section, and the section will be numbered. None of the funds made available by this act may be used to enforce any COVID-19 mask mandate. Any. So on a DOD facility, at a hospital or something like that, they would not be able to enforce a mask mandate if they felt one was necessary in a certain section of a hospital or clinic. Now, to the amendment in general. If this was enacted, the department, as I pointed out, they would be limited in what they could do, but they couldn't even purchase any masks in case of a COVID surge. Both the CDC and the World Health Organization have recommended using a mask as a tool to protect people, especially the vulnerable in cases of COVID-19 surge. Now, here's why an option is necessary in the military. And I mentioned this earlier, Mr. Chair. I once again ask you and my colleagues to consider life in a submarine, the close quarters, the lack of privacy. Now think what would happen if there's a COVID outbreak in a submarine. It would have the potential of impacting the ability of that submarine to stay on station or deploy, putting our national security at risk. If enacted, this amendment would take away a safety tool for the commander to use, a tool that they have in their toolbox. One person tests COVID, positive for COVID. Sorry, folks, we're in a submarine. We're all kind of breathing the same air. We're in tight quarters. You're all going to have to put a mask on so we can complete our mission. Our commanders deserve our trust. They deserve our respect, that they're going to act in the best interest of their crew so they can execute their mission. So I don't want to take any tools away from people in that circumstance. And this amendment would do exactly that. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and this time, Mr. Chair, I'll even yield back the balance of my time because we've talked a lot about COVID, so I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I am glad that the gentlewoman from Minnesota brought up the bill, the actual bill, okay? None of the funds made available by this act, very clear, very simple, may be used to enforce any COVID-19 mask mandates. So again, let me reiterate, highly contagious diseases or folks that are immune deficient have nothing to do with the COVID-19 mandate. If someone's concerned, here's the other thing. If someone's concerned or chooses to virtue signal by wearing a mask, they're free to do so. They are absolutely free to do so. If they have immune deficiency and they want to wear a mask, they are free to do so. But do not impose the mandates on us freedom-loving individuals who don't want to walk around covering our faces up just to let someone else feel a little better about things. We have problems right now with the recruitment. As much as 35%, the numbers are down. We're missing goals dramatically. Approving arbitrary mandates that don't help the military mission to be the most effective fighting force on earth is not the way that we're going to get those numbers up. Mr. Chair, this is a good amendment. It's going to help us with recruiting efforts. It's going to help us make sure that our team works together better, and I would ask everyone in here to support it. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Aye. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4365, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4365 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4367, that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection.
I want to begin by He's got to start first. He's got to recognize me.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4367. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole. House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4367, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the chairwoman of the full committee, Mrs. Granger, for her leadership and her tireless efforts to bring these appropriation bills to the floor. I also want to thank the ranking member of the subcommittee, my good friend, Mr. Cuellar, who has worked with us in good faith on the bill, despite some disagreements on policy. And lastly, I have enjoyed my time sitting next to the ranking member of the full committee, the gentlelady from Connecticut, not once, but twice in the last few days. The bill before us today provides $62.8 billion for the Department of Homeland Security, an increase of $2.1 billion above the fiscal year 2023 level. In addition, the bill also includes $20.3 billion for the disaster response and recovery activities, including to support communities after the devastating wildfires in Maui and Hurricane Idalia. One of the most pressing challenges this country faces is a border security crisis that has raged under the Biden administration. 2 million migrants illegally crossed the border each of the last 2 years, and we're on track for that same amount this year. Just yesterday alone, there were 11,000 migrant encounters. Let me repeat that. Nearly 11,000 migrant encounters in one day. Regardless of your definition of border security, it's clear that the policies of this administration are not working. The reason is obvious. The White House is sending a message to cartels and migrants that the border is open and there will be no consequences if you cross illegally. This bill forces the Biden administration to do what it has not and will not do on its own, act to address the border security crisis. The funding and policy provisions included in this bill are in lockstep with the provisions of H.R. 2, which together will put us on a path to securing the border. Unlike recent Homeland Security appropriation bills, in the President's request, this bill returns to a tried and true border security approach by investing in methods to both secure the border and deter those who have no legitimate basis for entry. This bill includes $2.1 billion for physical barriers, with explicit conditions that the funds be put on contract quickly. The Chief of the Border Patrol and other border security professionals have confirmed time and time again that walls work. The board also provides nearly $500 million to hire more Border Patrol agents to reach an end strength of 22,000 agents. The bill increases funding levels for border security technology so our agents and officers have the latest, most effective equipment to detect and deter illegal activity. Stopping fentanyl and other narcotics that have been ravaging our communities is a priority for all of us. So this bill provides $305 million for non-intrusive inspection equipment at our nation's ports of entry. Detention is a deterrent to those who seek to abuse our immigration system and falsely claim asylum. As a result, the bill provides funding for 41,500 detention beds, which is 16,500 more than this administration requested, to ensure that ICE has adequate capacity to detain those with final removal orders or who pose a risk to public safety, as well as migrants who illegally cross our borders. To counter the growing strength of Chinese influence in the Indo-Pacific, the bill provides an additional $335 million to the Coast Guard for fast response cutters. And to increase our presence in the Arctic, the bill provides funds for the Coast Guard to acquire a commercially available icebreaker to extend U.S. sovereignty and counter Chinese and Russian expansion into the polar regions. Simply put, the bill before us today ensures that the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security, who work tirelessly on our behalf, have the resources and the tools that they need to protect this great nation. Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I rise to speak on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
First of all, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. First of all, I also want to thank Chairwoman Kate Granger. Certainly want to thank Ranking Member DeLauro for working together as much as possible. And I certainly want to thank Chairman David Joyce. I know we have some disagreements, but at the end of this process, we're going to be working together, making sure that the Homeland Security bill passes in a bipartisan way. Members, you know, this Democrats and Republicans had a deal when we passed a debt bill some months ago. Now we have our colleagues, the House Republicans, are backing away from this deal and yielding to some extreme demands that will not help border security. And now the House remains in chaos as the Republicans have the infighting that will all but guarantee a government shutdown at the hands of the far right in just a few days. Instead of working on a bipartisan continuing resolution that will keep the government open, one that will pass both chambers and sign into law, we're here talking about bills that are not going to go very far in the Senate. So again, I want to make sure that people understand that we want to work together. We want to make this a bipartisan bill to get it done. As the ranking member of the Homeland Appropriations and as a member that actually lives on the border, I'm very concerned about ensuring that the border is secure and that the department has the resources it needs to do that successfully. But instead, what are we doing? If we have a shutdown, we're going to have over 226 folks that employees from the Department of Homeland that are going to continue to work for a period of time and not get paid. And again, that is not the way to create morale for our Border Patrol and other agents that we have down there at the border. I strongly support the hiring of additional agents, but if there's a shutdown, what's going to happen is that this will prevent us from onboarding the anticipated 150 additional agents in October. It would also stop the recruitment and the vetting efforts that impact CBP ability to onboard additional agents later on. We cannot have a shutdown, and we got to make sure that we work together to prevent the shutdown itself. Now, if you look at the bill itself, the proposed bill, let's look at a couple things. Yes, we did have some bipartisan investments and oversight requirements that we work together. But there are certain funding decisions and policy riders that I cannot support at this moment. We have to understand the border. Some of my colleagues don't understand the border, and they call it a war zone. I would tell you that if you look at the criminal records or the criminal figures that we have, whether it's murder, rape, assault, the border is actually safer than so many other parts of the country. In fact, Washington, D.C. is about 2 or 3 times more dangerous, if you want to look at those figures, than the border community. Now, when it comes to migration issues, yes, we do have a problem and we do need to address it. But I think we need to stop playing defense on the 1-yard line, which is the U.S.-Mexico border. What we need to do is extend the perimeter where we can work with partners like Mexico, Central America, South America countries to make sure that we provide that perimeter and stop folks before they come over to our border itself. This bill has some very outdated strategies, and one of them I know that doesn't work, and I'll call that the 14th century solution to a 21st century problem, which is the border wall. We're spending $2.1 billion, or we intend to spend $2.1 billion on a wall that really doesn't stop. If I can show you some of the figures, let me explain why. I have some of the if you look at the border wall, you will see that the fence is in many parts of the border itself. But if you see the heat maps where people are coming into the border, it's usually where the border fence is at. If I can show South Texas as an example itself, you will see that on the South Texas you have a fence. And if you see the heat map, we have a fence here, we have a fence here, we have a fence here, we have a fence there, we have a fence there, and so on. But the activity is where the fence is at. Let me explain why. If you look at the fence, we have a river. The middle of the river is actually the U.S. boundary with Mexico. We don't have a fence there. If you look at the riverbanks, we don't have a fence there also because it's going to get washed away. So what we do is we actually put a fence about a quarter of a mile or sometimes even a half a mile away. And what happens, you see the fence here, the one in the red itself, and then you see the river over here. So instead of having a fence over here, it's actually put a quarter mile or a mile away. So therefore, what happens when you have this situation? Well, first of all, if you're asking for asylum, like most people are asking, you are going to see people that will touch the riverbank. They walk half a mile or a quarter of a mile to the fence over here and ask for asylum. So does the fence stop them? No, it doesn't. And if you ask all these landowners, you're ceding away thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of good farming land, good ranching land away because you put the border and the rivers over here. So again, if you want to stop drugs, we need to put more money. I know we added some money for technology, but we got to add the money at the ports of entry where 90 to 94% of the meth, the fentanyl, the cocaine are coming in instead of through this particular area. So again, this bill also has no funding for USCIS that will help reduce the backlog of the migration. So the people that have been waiting for a while, we're not putting any resources for the USCIS, and we got to make sure that we help the folks who are trying to come in the legal way itself. We do lose a lot of opportunities. We can do a lot more to add monies to counter the fentanyl and the opioids. And again, most drugs will come in through the ports of entry, and that's where we need to put the focus. And finally, also, we should have an updated border security improvement plan. So again, I certainly want to work with my good friend, Mr. Joyce. We are going to be together later on in the process. I know we got some disagreements, but we'll get there. And with that, I hope that we have a good bipartisan bill at the end of the process. And with that, I will reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the distinguished gentlewoman from Iowa, a member of our Appropriations Committee, Mrs. Hinson, 2 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for yielding. I rise in support of the fiscal year 24 Homeland Security appropriations bill that will help to secure our border. Since President Biden took office, there have been over 6 million illegal immigrant encounters at our southern border. And because of President Biden's open border policies, we have seen countless illegal immigrants, including known people on the terror watch list, violent gang members, and sex offenders released into the homeland. So with this bill, we're finally doing what President Biden won't. We are securing our border. My colleagues and I have been to the border, something the president hasn't bothered to do. We've spoken with law enforcement on the front lines. These brave men and women told us directly that this administration has undercut them at every turn and that they needed more resources to deter illegal immigration rather than incentivize it. While their pleas seem to have fallen on deaf ears at the White House, we here as House Republicans have heard them loud and clear. And in this bill, we deliver for them and for every state that, as a result of these policies, has become a border state. We are restoring border security technology funding to its highest level. We are funding the 22,000 Border Patrol agents that CBP requested. And we are finally restarting border wall construction instead of letting those materials that taxpayers paid for rust away on the side of the road. We're fully funding ICE detention capacity as a deterrent, and we are providing funding to deport illegal immigrants. Our southern border is a lawless free-for-all under the Biden administration, undermining the safety and security of Iowans and every American. This bill delivers on our promise to secure the border and keep America safe. So let's shut down our border, and let's keep our government open and move this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Gentleman reserves?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Friend, the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Texas and the all-American city of Laredo, for yielding and for his continued leadership. I also have great respect for the distinguished gentleman from Ohio, the chair of the subcommittee, and of course the top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee from Connecticut. At the beginning of this Congress, House Democrats made it clear that we are willing, ready, and able to find common ground with the other side of the aisle, our Republican colleagues, whenever and wherever possible, to make progress for everyday Americans, to build a healthy economy, to address cost of living issues that consume the American people, that we were sent to Washington to work on, that President Biden has made progress on with House and Senate Democrats, but of course there's still more work to be done. From the beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear we are ready, willing, and able to find common ground with the other side of the aisle to make progress for the American people. But we've also made clear that we're going to fight extremism whenever necessary. And we are headed toward an extreme MAGA Republican government shutdown in just a few days. Now, we can avoid it because there's a bipartisan bill that is working its way through the Senate right now that will continue to fund the government in a way that makes sense for the American people, that would provide funding at the fiscal 2023 levels for 6 weeks, beginning on October 1st, to give us time for the appropriations process to run its course, to find an agreement, to fund the government in a bipartisan way. It's a continuing resolution right now pending before the Senate, strongly bipartisan, that doesn't contain any of the extreme policy poison pill riders that House Republicans have been trying to jam down the throats of the American people, but have no part in any bipartisan agreement, particularly when we are faced with a possible government shutdown that will hurt the American people. And it's a continuing resolution that also meets the needs of everyday Americans by providing robust funding for the Americans who've been adversely impacted by extreme weather events all across America, in blue states and in red states, because extreme weather events aren't partisan in nature, and we should be there for the people of Florida and California and Hawaii and Vermont and the Northeast and the Midwest and the Deep South, everyday Americans who've been impacted by extreme weather events. That's what the bipartisan continuing resolution pending in the Senate will do, and it will allow the Ukrainian people to continue their brave, valiant, and courageous effort to push back against illegal, Russian, brutal, violent aggression. So we have a bipartisan continuing resolution working its way through the Senate that meets the needs of the American people, that has input from those of us in this chamber, and that will pass if it reached the floor of this chamber, that would avoid an extreme MAGA Republican shutdown. Just yesterday, a bipartisan group in the Senate voted, I believe, 77 to 19 to advance this bipartisan continuing resolution. It will reach the floor of the House in a few days. And the question is, what will the House Republican majority do? There are only two paths forward. Allow that bipartisan continuing resolution that meets the needs of the American people to receive an up or down vote, and it will pass, and we will avoid a shutdown, or refuse to allow that bill to receive an up or down vote and stick the American people with an extreme MAGA Republican government shutdown that will hurt children, hurt families, hurt seniors, hurt veterans, hurt everyday Americans, and hurt the economy. And if we find ourselves dealing with an extreme MAGA Republican shutdown, what will it all be for? Well, this week is very revealing because we're considering bills, including the one that is before us right now, that have zero chance of becoming law. Zero chance. And they're filled with extreme policy poison pills relating to things like cutting Social Security, criminalizing abortion care, slashing public school funding, taking food out of the mouths of women, infants, and children, hurting the ability of veterans and seniors to meet and make ends meet. That's why the government will shut down, because extreme MAGA Republicans have determined that you want to try to jam your right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people, and if we don't pay that ransom note, you want to shut the government down. We know this playbook because we've seen it over and over and over and over again. We saw it in the 1990s under Newt Gingrich, when the House Republican majority at the time shut the government down twice, demanding that we slash and burn Medicaid. Well, that government shutdown ended with an unconditional surrender because the American people were unwilling to pay that ransom note to slash and burn Medicaid. So the same thing happened in 2013 when the Tea Party forced a reluctant John Boehner to shut the government down for 14 days. What was the extreme ransom note demand at the time? That President Obama should repeal the Affordable Care Act, his signature legislative accomplishment. It ended the same way, in unconditional surrender, because the American people were unwilling to pay the extreme ransom note. And then again in 2018 into 2019, another government shutdown, longest in American history, 35 days. What was the extreme ransom note demand at the time? That the American taxpayer be forced to pay billions and billions of dollars to fund a medieval, ineffective border wall that Donald Trump wanted to make happen. And that government shutdown ended exactly the same way after 35 days. Unconditional surrender because the American people were unwilling to pay that extreme ransom note. So why are we going through this exercise again when we know it's going to end the same way? Because the American people are not willing to pay a ransom note that will allow my extreme Republican colleagues to criminalize abortion care, or to cut Social Security, or to slash public school funding, or to take food out of the mouths of women or infants or children. That's not a ransom note that will ever be paid. And you have a bipartisan vehicle coming out of the Senate that will be before the House in a few days. And there's only one responsible course of action. House Democrats are prepared to support that bipartisan agreement so we can avoid a government shutdown that will hurt the American people. And the only question is, will our Republican colleagues join us? I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Speaker, I do reserve. Thank you. The balance of my
Thank you. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce, for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, you know, as a member of Congress, our job description up here is real short. It's take care of your constituency, and it's have oversight of the federal government. And we do that through things called appropriations and hearings. Appropriations is what we're working on right now. Well, I want to tell you, the past 9 months, I've been out here crossing this country attending field hearings. I've also been speaking with and listening to members of our industries about the overreach and the out-of-control government agencies that we have up here. And that's why I rise today. I rise today to speak about an important issue that sadly this bill is going to fail to address. You see, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's boat speed limiter proposed rule, which, by the way, NOAA is an unauthorized federal agency, never authorized by Congress. But NOAA's rule limits the speed now of all boats 35 feet and longer to 10 knots. And this is up and down almost the entire eastern seaboard. Now, they're doing this in claims that this rule is necessary to save the North Atlantic whale, which by what I've been able to find, that they've been able to maintain this roughly the same population since the 1980s. So I just wanted to go over a few quick facts. Now, approximately 15 of these whales have been killed by boats in the last 18 years. Now, there is approximately 63,000 registered boats in this 35 to 65 foot length. Y'all, that's a 1 in a million chances that you're going to hit one of these whales. And if you do, you're going to come out on the short end of the stick, and they're going to know it. But this is what's going to happen. This is going to have an $84 billion economic impact just on the West Coast. 340,000 jobs will be impacted, and that's also on the East Coast. You see, this rule, it's not just going to cripple the boating, sport fishing industry. It's going to crush it. And it's also going to crush and kill the communities that support them. Now, I offered an amendment to prohibit the Coast Guard from enforcing this rule because, you know, I think our Coast Guard's got a whole lot more important things to be out there doing. But sadly, my amendment was not made in order. And so, therefore, Mr. Speaker, I stand today and I urge my colleagues to fight for language that's going to prevent the Coast Guard from enforcing this misguided rule during our conference committee. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves?
Yes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The Homeland Security Appropriations Bill before us weakens our national security, defunds border security, harms the Homeland Security workforce, and leaves Americans vulnerable to escalating disasters. That we are debating this bill on September 27, 3 days before the end of the fiscal year, when House Republicans have provided no path forward to keep our government open, is irresponsible. The House majority has exhibited their own inability and unwillingness to govern by ensuring this bill cannot become law without other partisan legislation moving first. But it cannot become law. Rather than voting to keep our government open and ensuring border protection officers and immigration officials get paid, Republicans are pursuing a path explicitly designed to shut down the federal government. A shutdown will have consequences for every American family and on the border and border communities. Mr. Speaker, Democrats do not support an open border, but let me be unequivocal. There is a crisis on our southern border. Our border communities are struggling with the influx of immigration. The status quo cannot be maintained. That much we agree on. Where the majority-minority differs is how we address this issue. We must continue to invest in our processing facilities and in transportation and medical care. We need to have an effective process of determining who is eligible to enter the country and who is not. And we must continue to invest in newer technology and in our immigration and border security officials and invest in immigration judges. But we must also think bigger, broader, bolder. We cannot hope to resolve this issue if we only begin addressing it right at the border. We must invest in our partnerships with Latin American countries and fund the expansion of safe mobility offices. Our Republican colleagues refused to negotiate with Democrats on these issues. We were kept on the sidelines, and thus this bill does not make the sound investments that would actually reduce the burden on our border facilities and our communities. This bill misses important opportunities to address the dire opioid crisis that we face as a nation. It provides insufficient funding for our ports of entry, where the vast majority of these drugs enter our country. We should be focusing resources where we agree they are needed most, like combating fentanyl crossing the border, helping our border communities, advancing our cybersecurity posture, protecting Americans from violent extremism and foreign adversaries. I'm also deeply concerned about the conditions that greet migrants and asylum seekers, people who leave their homes out of desperation and necessity. We have a responsibility to ensure the safety of these migrants, especially children, and to provide resources so that those who are entitled to stay under our immigration laws can do so. Please understand, by law, the United States is required to take in unaccompanied children from neighboring countries, screen them, house them, and provide safe placement. This bill leaves Americans vulnerable to the growing number and increasing severity of natural disasters, exposes Americans to foreign threats with inadequate cyber and infrastructure security investments, and does not fully fund the Transportation Security Agency personnel. House Republicans claim to care about oversight, but this bill proposes several cuts to programs throughout the Department of Homeland Security, which are critical to the oversight of our immigration facilities. This bill also eliminates discretionary funding for refugee processing. It shifts the burden of those costs to an already backlogged and overwhelmed system. We all know the enactment.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Seconds.
Gentleman from Texas.
I'll go ahead
10
and extend
seconds.
for an extra 1 minute.
No, 10 seconds is all I need. We all know the enactment of appropriations will require bipartisan agreement on sound investments, not reckless cuts and partisan policy riders. Let us focus. Let us focus on opening the government, keeping it open. There is a bipartisan bill in the Senate that we're now debating, 77 to 19, that's overwhelmingly bipartisan. It will come here. Let's put that bill up, get bipartisan support on this floor.
Gentlelady's time expired.
Bring these harmful consequences to the
Texas.
American people to a close. Don't close the government down. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the friend and gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank Chairman Joyce, my good friend, colleague from Ohio, very, very much. Mr. Speaker, I do rise in support of the Homeland Appropriations Bill. We all know that our country, our citizens, are in dire need of a stronger Homeland Security. We know that we have an unmitigated, Mr. Speaker, disaster at our borders. 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, we also all know that our borders were in fact secure. Today, almost 10,000 illegals in despair are crossing our border, not including the so-called gotaways. Human trafficking, deadly drugs are killing our Americans, primarily our young people, by the tens of thousands. This bill adds to our Customs and Border Patrol, Mr. Speaker, provides for border barriers, which work, and for fentanyl detection, strengthens our asylum laws, and forces Secretary Mayorkas to do his job. It also, Mr. Speaker, ceases the ability for HHS, through the DHS funding, to send ghost flights into my district in the middle of the night. That can't happen anymore under this bill. This bill also provides for our Coast Guard and eliminates $500 million, over $500 million, in Go Green initiatives that have absolutely nothing to do with Homeland Security, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a vote for our nation's Homeland Security. A no vote, well, is a vote for the status quo. And, Mr. Speaker, by the way, if we want to keep our government open, we have a plan. We have a plan to keep our government open, and it includes border security and reasonable fiscal sanity with some moderate spending reductions within our discretionary spending. If we unfortunately have a handful of Republicans on our side not supporting it, but every single Democrat does not support securing our border and moderate reductions to our outrageous spending that's taken place.
Gentleman's time has expired.
For the record,
Thank you.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland and the member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Throne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Texas. Here we are, 3 days from a government shutdown, voting again on extreme Republican-led bills that do nothing to prevent it. The ink wasn't even dry on the bipartisan debt ceiling bill deal before Republican leadership, not leadership, reneged on their word, reneged on their promise. Instead, the bills we're considering this week include disastrous funding cuts and culture war priorities that apparently play well in fundraising emails, but fail to address our nation's problems, like the opioid crisis. This Department of Homeland Security appropriations bill would dedicate $2 billion in taxpayer money to build a border wall, a 6th century solution to a 21st century problem, especially considering 90% of the fentanyl comes through the border at legal points of entry driven by American citizens. As a member of this subcommittee, I find this unbelievable. Across the board, Republicans' funding bill undercuts our ability to take care of America today and build a brighter future for our children and grandchildren. It's about time the Republicans put the needs of the majority over the loud few and pass a government funding bill that meets America's needs. Campaign season's over. 10 seconds.
15 seconds.
Campaign season's over. It's time to govern. I urge my colleagues reject this hyperpartisan bill and pass the bipartisan Senate bill. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the proud daughter of immigrants, the wife of a dreamer, the representative of a district proud of its immigrants and how they contribute to our economy, I am disgusted with the Republicans' relentless persecution and scapegoating of immigrants. While we should be looking for ways forward to keep providing essential service for our districts, Republicans want to play games with lives and livelihoods through their inability to lead. They're repeating false claims that the border is open and conditioning government funding on dangerous and irresponsible requests that will neither make the border more secure or protect our securities. There's a dissonance between this. This party of fiscal responsibility is driving us to a shutdown, while immigrants, supposedly our economic downfall, are contributing more than $20.4 billion in taxes just in Illinois. And with 11 million more immigrants ready to boost our economy through needed pathways to work. It's time to leave the political theater. People are tired of it. Let's recognize the positive fiscal contributions of immigrants to our nation, and let's do the work our constituents send us to do.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, I just want to comment a little bit on the last speech from the other side. They said the vast majority of fentanyl coming across in this country comes from designated points of entry. And you hear that said. But the reason, I think what they should say, is the vast amount of fentanyl that we catch comes across from designated points of entry. There are, depending on the month, 30 or 40,000 people who are gotaways who come across between designated points of entry. We never catch them because they're called gotaways, and nobody is monitoring places that are not designated points of entry. So clearly, if you want to sneak fentanyl across the border, you would do it between designated points of entry, and it would not show up on any statistics because we don't catch those people. Thank you.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Will reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Let me thank the gentleman. And again, I said that I would come to the floor and each time would say that I do not want a government shutdown. I don't want the American people to suffer, and I want the government to be able to function. As an almost 20-year member of the Authorizing Committee of Homeland Security, I am stunned at the lack of concern that my friends on the other side of the aisle would have on a government shutdown on Homeland Security. These are extensive government employees, many of them represented by the American Federation of Government Employees. TSOs, of course, would continue to work in the Transportation Administration, but so many would be working without compensation. If we're concerned about the border, I don't know why the Southwest Border Initiative is out, why money for USCIS is eliminated, why opportunities for shelter services are eliminated, particularly when we realize that throngs of people are coming here that are having the ability to apply for asylum. And ask the gentleman.
Time's expired.
An additional 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
So the answer to this, of course, is to give ourselves more time to address the question of serving the American people. So I rise, as the leader did, to support the bipartisan Senate continuing resolution, which maintains current funding, takes care of communities impacted by natural disasters, and provides funding to Ukraine, and contains no poison pills. If we're serious about doing the job of keeping this government open, supporting the hardworking American workers, then we will support the Senate continuing resolution. We'll do it tomorrow.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
And save this nation. Do not shut down.
Gentleman from Texas. Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I reserve balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close it. We have no further speakers.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, and to my good colleague, Mr. Joyce, look, we are apart right now. I know we're going to get together, but I do want to remind some of our colleagues that, we had an opportunity on the current bill that we have right now. We added the last couple of years $2.4 billion. That's a 15% increase for Border Patrol agents, pay increases, add more Border Patrol agents, ICE, CBP, the other folks in. We had the monies to do that. But at the end of the day, and I'll just take one example, we gave money to Homeland, 15% increase, yet there's only 2 members, when we all vote, on the Republican side that actually supported the appropriations bill, Homeland. So if we care so much about Homeland, why did we vote no on the final appropriations bill? I know some of us are going to vote no, and I'm voting no on this one, but on the final one, I will support the final appropriations bill. The other thing is, as the leader said, Mr. Jeffrey, the Democrat leader said, look, we have 3 days to work this out. And by passing this bill to the Senate, it's not going to get there. I would just like to remind members that we ought to be working on preventing the shutdowns. And if you look at the shutdowns that we've had since the 1990s, in 1995, it was a House Republican that had a 5-day shutdown. That was November 13, 1995. On December 15, 1995, it was another Republican-led House with 21 days of a shutdown. And then on September 30th, 2013, again, for 16 days, it was a House Republican-led that allowed the shutdown. Then on January 19, 2018, another House Republican-led House, and it was a shutdown for 2 days. And then on December 21, 2018, it was another House Republican shutdown for 34 days. So again, I hope that on Saturday or on Sunday at 12:01, it is not another Republican-led shutdown. So we're asking you, please give us input. Let's sit down. Let's talk about it. And I know, Ms. Joyce, I have a lot of respect for you and your staff. I know we can do this together. We'll be voting no on this, but I know that at the end of this process, we'll be voting together on this, on a yes bill. So thank you so much. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought we were here to talk about the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill, and I look forward to having further discussion and reviewing these amendments, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. Amendments en bloc described in Section 6 of House Resolution 723 and pro forma amendments described in Section 13 of that resolution. Each amendment printed in the report shall be considered only, and the order printed in the report may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before action thereon, shall not be subject to amendment except provided by Section 13 of House Resolution 723, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 13 of House Resolution 723, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments, each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 723, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-216, offered by Mr. Joyce of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bipartisan en bloc amendment before you is comprised of 23 amendments offered by my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This en bloc contains proposals that would strengthen the underlying bill. I want to highlight just a few. The en bloc will provide additional funding to bolster investigations for exploited children with Secret Service and Homeland Security investigations. It would increase the non-intrusive inspection equipment at CBP ports of entry to improve detection of fentanyl and other opioids that plague communities across our country. It would also increase funding for FEMA grant programs for firefighters and other first responders, and for the physical security for nonprofit organizations at risk of terrorist attack. Lastly, I want to highlight a proposal that would strengthen our national urban search and rescue response system. I was on the ground in Maui last month and learned firsthand the critical role these teams play in saving lives and protecting communities in the immediate aftermath after a disaster. The base bill includes a modest increase for this program, but I strongly support the further increased funds for this force-multiplying federal asset. Again, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their participation in this process, and I urge members to support this bipartisan en bloc. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment. It contains a series of bipartisan amendments in support of the members' priorities on both sides. And this is the way we ought to do it, bipartisan. And certainly I have no objection and encourage the adoption of this amendment because it supports shared priorities, including counter fentanyl detection, Border Patrol checkpoints and ports of entry, investigations for missing and exploited children, and more technology for the frontline officers and agents. And I support this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the distinguished gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, 2 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding, and I thank the ranking member for his support of this amendment also. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment, which has been included in the bipartisan en bloc for the Department of Homeland Security appropriations bill. Last year, there were over 32 million reports of online child sexual abuse material previously referred to as child pornography. That is an 89% increase since 2019 and equals over 87,000 reports per day of images and videos of children, Mr. Speaker, being raped and sexually exploited, spreading across the internet. Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, is on the front lines fighting to locate and rescue these vulnerable children and apprehend their abusers. My amendment would ensure that HSI receives the fully offset $24 million that they requested to investigate these unconscionable crimes. Mr. Speaker, Congress must do more to reverse this horrific trend, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yes.
Unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman has indicated he supports this en bloc amendment. I support that as well. I do not support the bill. I want to speak on the bill. I rise today to speak against the majority's inability or unwillingness to govern. Take your pick. Republicans have had 9 months to pass all their spending bills. They passed one. Now they're struggling to pass the rest 96 hours before the government shuts down. It is the theater of the absurd. They did not merely sit on their hands. They actively slowed down this process with manufactured debt limit crisis, an illegitimate impeachment inquiry, and the meaningless message bills that will never become law. Wasting our time with these pointless proposals is not just inept, irresponsible, and idiotic. It is dangerous. It is costly. It is unwarranted. This bill is supposed to be about Homeland Security. We could have a legitimate debate about that. Instead, however, this bill, this entire process makes our nation less secure, and for what? A laundry list of far-right poison pills that prevent Congress from addressing the challenges at hand. How much time is spent on these pointless and negative and unacceptable provisions of these bills other than what these bills actually are supposed to do? Do we want to pad the ego of some extreme right-wing members or pay the border agents and service members who protect America? Do we indulge in petulant tantrum or uphold our oath of office? Do we want to help the partisan fringe secure a segment on Newsmax or keep our government functioning for the people? A shutdown isn't a cudgel to score political points. It's a consequence of failed governance that should be avoided at all costs. Republicans, the majority of whom do not want this path to be followed, should say no. May I have one additional minute?
An additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
I believe the majority of Republicans don't want to go down this path. But I say to the majority of Republicans, shut them up. Let's have a bipartisan. We'll have an overwhelming vote, as we did with the debt limit. Over 300 of us voted to do the rational, necessary thing. We could do that again. How sad that we're not doing it. Republicans ought to have learned by now, after shutting down the federal government for 81 days since 1995, costing the American people billions of dollars and the confidence of the American people and
Gentleman's time's expired.
Abroad. I fear they're about to add to that shameful tally.
Gentleman from
I'd
Texas.
like another 30 seconds. Is it possible?
An additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you so much for that generosity. I urge Republicans to work with us to pass a clean, continuing resolution, just as Mitch McConnell and 26 Republicans did yesterday. Now, they haven't gotten it to us yet. There's one Republican holding it up. Stop holding America hostage. Start holding your members accountable. Govern as if Americans are depending upon us, because they are. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, reserves.
Mr. Chair, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I believe we're on the bipartisan en bloc amendment. And to that point, I'd like to yield to the distinguished gentlewoman from Missouri for an encore performance on yet another amendment, Ms. Wagner, for 1 minute this time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment to direct Customs and Border Patrol protection to eliminate the serious delay in Trusted Traveler Program application processing time, known as global entry. I've heard from so many frustrated constituents who have paid for global entry a $100 upfront processing fee, not cheap, only to wait months in some cases for CBP to approve them for an interview. And those who succeed in getting to that point are finding that there are simply no interview slots available. Today, Global entry processing time averages 11 months. This is utterly unacceptable. My amendment will direct CBP to do its job and get the situation and backlog under control. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Correct, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bipartisan amendment supporting the Department of Homeland Security implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security Act, which was passed in 2017 and relevant to the debate today, recognizes that women bear the brunt of harm during disasters, and importantly, they can play a essential role in responding and preventing them. Whether it's a hurricane, a flood, a fire, a refugee seeking asylum, evidence shows that women are more often vulnerable during disasters and crises that the department responds to. And sadly, there's more gender-based violence and often more responsibility for care put on women to provide for their families. Our amendment ensures that gender perspectives are included in the DH responses to crisis to ensure that the needs of women and their families are met, they have the resources they need to recover, ensure that DHS is taking steps to prevent these outcomes in the first place. It also recognizes the impact of women's participation. The amendment supports efforts to increase the number of women in law enforcement, senior DHS leadership, including staffing, programming, and research, and department-wide training. When women are at the table, when decisions are made and on the ground to prevent and respond to disasters, outcomes are better for women and for their communities. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I'll reserve it this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chair, I reserve 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to advocate for the Chemical Facility Anti-Terrorism Standards Program, often referred to as CFATS, and in support of my amendment included in the en bloc to improve training for the facility inspectors who advance this critical work. Since 2007, CFATS has helped thousands of sensitive chemical facilities strengthen their security posture and reduce on-site risk. I'm particularly invested in the CFATS program because there are 4 facilities covered by the program in New Jersey's 8th Congressional District, which is also home to what Homeland Security experts call the 2 most dangerous miles in America. So for my constituents, it is vitally important to ensure that these facilities, their workers, and the surrounding communities are adequately protected. 2 months ago, this chamber passed a reauthorization of the CFATS program to prevent its lapse at the end of July. Unfortunately, our colleagues in the Senate have not advanced this critical national security priority, and the CFATS program has lapsed. We're no longer able to inspect the more than 3,000 high-risk chemical facilities covered by this program, enforce security measures at those facilities, or vet individuals who are seeking to access dangerous chemicals. It is also critical that the CFATS program is fully funded. My amendment supports robust CFATS funding, particularly for improved and regular training of facility inspectors. This amendment builds on my earlier work on the Committee on Homeland Security to update the CFATS program and improve training for facility inspectors. Our facility inspectors deserve our full support so they can continue to do their best work to keep us safe. I will continue to fight for this funding as we move forward in the appropriations process. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute.
Sure, 1 minute.
1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Groffman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
First of all, one comment on the people who are more likely to be victims of violence in a natural disaster. Just doing a quick Google search, I noticed that 80% of the murder victims in this country are men. Maybe the men are getting killed when the weather is good. I don't know. In any event, as chairman of Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs, I've had the opportunity to go down the border several times. It amazes me what a good job dogs do at detecting drugs coming across our southern border. They're not only able to detect drugs, they detect explosives, money, even human beings being trafficked or smuggled. We wonder if canine units are so effective, why not expand their use along the southern border? To find the answer to this question, my amendment in this en bloc would express the need for a study on the expanded use of canine units along the southern border. And I'd appreciate if that amendment was included. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves.
Correct. Mr.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise to express grave concern that the majority has included in the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill a cut to the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, which, in the face of the grave and significant threats against nonprofit organizations across this country, rising threats towards religious and other nonprofit institutions, these cuts will likely have a profound impact on the safety of our community across the country and of Florida and our community in particular. We strive to foster an open and safe environment in our communities and our houses of worship in line with the core value of welcoming the stranger. But according to the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and CTC, faith-based institutions are more susceptible to attacks by violent extremists due to their symbolism, perceived lack of security, and accessible locations. We are going in the wrong direction in this bill, and the amendment to increase the amount of funding provided for nonprofit security grants is critical at a time of increased vulnerability to threats of hate-motivated violence by domestic extremists. The House should be significantly increasing funding for religious institutions and at-risk nonprofit organizations, not cutting them and putting more people at risk. Shame on you if you don't increase the bottom line number for nonprofit security
Texas
grants.
reserves.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve at this time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
This is a bipartisan amendment. I support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The questions on the amendments in bloc offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 2 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment 6 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 8, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer amendment number 8 as the designee of Mr. Nels of Texas.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Santos of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would reestablish the Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement Office, also known as the VOICE Office within the Department of Homeland Security. In 2017, President Donald J. Trump, the greatest president of my lifetime, established the VOICE Office. Its mission was to provide support for the victims and family members of crimes committed by illegal aliens, also known as angel families, and to hold criminal illegal aliens accountable for those heinous actions. American citizens should never have to pay the consequences of Biden's open border policies. Sadly, angel families are becoming far too common. Just a couple of weeks ago, a criminal illegal alien murdered yet another American citizen in the state of Texas. The family of this American would have had access to the critical services that the VOICE Office offered, but by the stroke of a pen, the Biden administration converted the Voice Office in 2021 instead of helping criminal illegal aliens. Let me repeat that, Mr. Chair. An office intended to help families who had fallen victim to criminal illegal aliens, individuals who have and should never been here in the first place, is now helping those very same criminals. Secretary Mayorkas himself said, and I quote, "All people, regardless of their immigration status, should be able to access victim services without fear," and I close quote, "at the U.S. tax dollar expense." What part of America First do Democrats not understand, Mr. Speaker? When the Voice Office was fully operational, it assisted thousands of angel families, connected them to crucial services, and worked to hold criminal illegal aliens accountable for their heinous actions. It is a shame that the Voice Office must exist, but until the Biden border crisis and full-scale release of criminal aliens is stopped, angel families need this support. To my Democrat colleagues, mark my words, if you haven't already, you or someone you know will reap the consequences of an open border, and you will wish you had the support offered by the Voice Office. I hope my colleagues across the aisle will start to put America first. I urge adoption of my amendment. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment. There are already avenues for victims of crime to engage with both the Department of Homeland, the Victims Engagement Service line, or the Department of Justice, the Office of Victims of Crime. So the Department of Homeland has protection for victims, and the Department of Justice also has the Office of Victims for Crime. This office will be duplicative of those efforts. It will be a waste of taxpayers' dollars. We're already doing that already. And frankly, when you say this, you're basically taking the position that crime only occurs when you have a migrant. The supports do not support this conclusion. In fact, the Department of Justice released a study in 2020 that found that undocumented immigrants had substantially lower crime rates than native-born citizens and legal immigrants across the range of felony offenses. Again, I want to make sure, I don't care where the attack came from. I want to support the victims. I want to support the victims. And that's what the Department of Justice Office of Victims of Crime does. And let's support that office and provide them more funding. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to close.
Okay.
So,
gentleman is recognized.
As my colleague said, we already have the service and it's supported. The problem that I find is taking this office and converting it into a mechanism to support the same people we were supposed to give refuge to our victims from. So I urge my colleague to come clean and come to the table and tell the American people, why does he oppose funding another office to help victims on a very targeted basis instead of funding the office to actually go help the people that are causing harm and the purpose of why the office was raised. So Mr. Chair, I find it troubling that we can't simply put America first when it comes down to discussing the other side of the aisle. So it's a sad day for America, and it's very unfortunate that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't see the necessity to protect angel families. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to close. So with that, I just say I oppose this amendment because, again, the Department of Justice Office of Victims of Crime supports everybody. They don't ask you where the crime came in. They will support you. This office will be duplicative of those efforts, would be a waste of taxpayers' dollars. Let the Victims Engagement Service Office, the Office of Victim Crime, do their job. Let's make sure that they get the support. And with that, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 10, printed in part of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I rise to offer my amendment number 10 to H.R. 4367 to the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2024. Amendment 10 will increase the amount of funds withheld of the Office of the Secretary of DHS if it does not submit the state of the border report and the report on detention facilities by the designated time required by the law. Agencies have a strong and problematic tendency to ignore or loosely follow congressionally mandated reports, and this amendment would put pressure on DHS to provide these reports in a timely manner. With the ongoing crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border, it is vital that Congress receives accurate and up-to-date information from the agencies. A cornerstone of any nation is its boundaries. A border defines where one government ends and another begins. It denotes the separation between two distinct peoples, cultures, and languages. Without a border, we have no nation. We have no sovereignty. In the first half of September alone, and that's only 2 weeks, U.S. border authorities had more than 142,000 encounters at the U.S.-Mexico border. Fentanyl seizures at the border increased 164% from 2020 to 2022. This year, there have been over 21,000 pounds of fentanyl confiscated. We've had over 110,000 overdose deaths just this last year. As an ER doctor who treated overdoses every shift last year, and somebody who could not revive 4 of my patients from an overdose, I take this very personal. This isn't the only public health consequence of an open border. Whether it's tuberculosis, measles, COVID, which many of the members from the opposing party are being so concerned about, there's no way to ensure that those who are crossing the border do not bring these diseases into our country. This doesn't even address the chronic problems, congestive heart failure, emphysema, kidney failure, cancer, which these patients will come to the ER for, and you'll wait behind them in order to pay their bills. The Biden administration has ignored the rule of law and refused to secure our border. Not only will President Biden not do what's necessary to stop the flow of migrants and drugs, but encourages problems by using humanitarian parole as loophole to bring in up to 30,000 migrants each month from Central and South America. Many of those individuals crossing the borders are coming to make a better life for themselves. However, too many of them have ties to terrorist organizations and dangerous criminal cartels. Worse yet, the Biden administration has lost count of 85,000 children. Our open border is giving child exploitation industry a huge boost. We must secure the southern border. This is not just a bipartisan problem, not just a bicameral problem. It's an American problem. I urge my colleagues to support Amendment number 10 for a better accountability of DHS to provide Congress with the information needed to make the right decisions for America. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to rise in opposition to this amendment. I understand what my colleague is talking about. We do want to make sure that we address border issues, but we just got to make sure that we address it in the right way. And I'll talk about the report. In fact, I'll be happy to say that I also get frustrated sometimes when we don't get reports also, and I'll be happy to work with you, with the chairman, also to get you that report. But I would tell you that in the bill already, there is a $25 million hole for this report. So you add another $10 million. Does that make the pain more painful? Does that make the action? Again, keep in mind that this account doesn't just fund bureaucracy. It funds suicide prevention efforts and other health security measures. It funds child welfare professionals for tender age kids in DHS custody. It funds the Office for Civil Rights also. And again, I agree. I also get frustrated when we don't get the report, but add another 30 million, add another 40 million, will that get you there? And again, you mentioned the border. Keep in mind that we are concerned, and I want to make sure that we control our border. But if you want to stop drugs, again, as one of the colleagues said again, most drugs will come in through ports of entry, but we're not putting the emphasis on ports of entry. We do put money. We need to do a lot more canines, more technology. If you want to look at the people that are here illegally, I like to remind everybody that the #1 violator for visa overstays that have been over millions over the years has been Canada. I don't hear none of you talk about putting a wall between the U.S. and Canada. And again, I say that because, again, we just got to be smart on how we address it. And I appreciate it. I invite you down to the border, and I love when people come in and spend a few hours. I live there. And I will tell you, and I'll take the biggest cities in your state. I would say that if you take Atlanta, the border, Laredo, I'll take Laredo, murder, rape, assault, we have lower crime rates than the city per 100,000. And if you look at the national crime rate for murders, the border crime rate is lower. So again, we got to look at crime as one issue and then look at migration. I'm with you. I hate open borders, and I want to make sure that we work together, but we got to do this in a bipartisan way. And again, I feel your frustration. There are some reports that I wish we could get faster, and I will work with you and the chairman to get this report to you. But again, for those reasons, I would say I oppose your amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. I understand that you would get us the report. I want a timely report, I want an accurate report, and I want it as we agreed. The one thing we've noticed is that agencies react very well when we take away their money when they don't do what they're supposed to do. We cannot make the right decisions, we cannot make the right arguments in front of the American public unless we have the complete and accurate information. This is just another tool to encourage the agency to do what they're already obligated to do for us anyways. And that should be a bipartisan appeal, to do the right thing and to be punished if they do the wrong thing. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
That's it? Okay, with that, I am prepared to close. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 11, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Arrington of Texas.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. I rise to offer an amendment to this appropriations for Homeland Security, where we would include House Resolution 50, which affirms every sovereign state's right to self-defense. In the face of this unprecedented and unmitigated humanitarian and security crisis, states do not have to be a passive victim of a failed federal government. And the federal government has failed because our commander-in-chief has failed to do his first and most important job: provide for the common defense. He's also failed to uphold the laws of the land. In fact, Title 8 of U.S. Code says that no other citizen can induce people to break the law. It says that you can't harbor people who have broken the law. And in fact, it goes on to say that if you're doing that, you're aiding and abetting law breaking. And I believe this administration has aided and abetted what I believe is an invasion by the drug cartels, pushing their poison into our country, into my state, into our communities, killing our families and our friends at hundreds a day.
It's the leading cause of death in this country. And we have a president and a Homeland Security Secretary with the audacity to say that this border is under operational control of the Department of Homeland Security of these great United States. Baloney. Nobody believes it. I just got back from Eagle Pass. The chaos and lawlessness has never burned hotter. And the people of those border towns have never felt more abandoned. It is shameful that a country as great as the United States of America would surrender control of our border to paramilitary terrorist cartels. Shameful. Here's the good news. Here's the saving grace for Texas and every state in this country. They have the constitutional power of self-defense, and it is explicit, and it is crystal clear in the Constitution. When the states decided, and by the way, the federal government didn't create the states. The sovereign states created the federal government, and they made darn sure that in a situation like this, where the federal government failed in their obligation to repel an invasion, that they would maintain the authority to defend their border and their citizens from this chaos and the criminal elements that are just deluging our great Lone Star State. Article 4, Section 4 is the obligation of the federal government to repel an invasion for each and every state. And Article 1, Section 10 is clear. If there's an actual invasion or there is imminent danger such that will not permit delay. Now, I want my Democrat colleagues to explain to me why the current conditions at the southern border, on account of the administration's failures, is not imminent danger to the citizens of Texas such that will not permit delay. I stand with Governor Abbott and state leaders all along the southern border and everywhere in this country. Stand up, fill the gap, enforce the laws, deport, detain, secure the border, and for God's sakes, protect the citizens of Texas and all the good people of this country and restore law and order. We welcome the immigrant who wants a better life. We welcome the immigrant who wants a better future for their family. But we will only welcome those who respect our laws, our sovereignty, and the safety of the American people. And that's where I stand, Mr. Chairman. And I can do no other, say no other, and I'm going to continue to stand on that until we get a change up here in Washington or we have all resources deployed to do the job the federal government just apparently will not do on account, I believe, of a president who would rather placate and appease a fringe group in his party than to prioritize the safety of the American people. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, whatever that may be.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the other gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Again, I rise respectfully in opposition of this amendment. The U.S. Constitution grants the federal government the sole authority to control immigration and secure the national borders. I would say that if we would do this in partnership, working with the state and the local government like we do with a program that we started called Stone Garden, where we provide funding, that would be the way to do it. Unfortunately, there are some states that want to go solo on doing certain things. Let me give you an explanation. When the governor from the state of Texas put the buoys, those buoys were less than a quarter of a mile for a river that's 1,200 miles. So less than a quarter of a mile for a river that's 1,200 miles long. It's like putting a postage stamp in the middle of a football field and stop a running back from crossing the 1 yard line. Second thing is, when the governor has talked about stopping every truck like he's doing, what he's doing is, he said he's inspected every truck, but the only power, and I used to do the budget for DPS, the only thing they can do is check license plates, check driver license, check the brakes and the windshield wipers. They can't even open the trucks, but what they're doing is, in Eagle Pass and El Paso and other places, they're stopping millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of trade itself. So again, we want to work with the state. We want to work with the state, but you just can't go solo on this. And again, when you say lawless at the border, I would say that in the state of Texas, if you look at the most dangerous cities that we have, none of them are on the border. Again, I'm not going to name any of my Texas states, but they're the big urban areas per 100,000 where murder, rape, assault is a lot higher than at the border rate. So again, the border is safe when we talk about crime. On the issue of migration, I'm with you. We need to have repercussions, but we need to put monies outside the 1-yard line and put it on the 20-yard line and work with other countries. In fact, when you look at 2015, when President Obama had the numbers go down, it was because Mexico was stopping people. In 2019, when President Trump was taking credit for stopping the numbers and having the lowest crossing, you know why? Because we got Mexico to do its job on the southern border. So again, we can either play defense on the 1-yard line or we can play defense on the 20-yard line, and we got to look at this and how we address it. So again, if you want to talk about crime, look at the big urban cities. Do we want to make sure we secure the border? I'm with you. We got to have repercussions. We got to make sure that we play defense outside the 1-yard line. But again, we can't have the state go solo. They want to work with us. My brother was a DPS officer for 20 plus years, 27 years. I want to make sure that they work with us hand in hand. And Stone Garden does that where we provide money to the cities, the counties, and the state. So we're on the same page. We're just looking at this in a very different way. So to my good friend from my fellow state of Texas, again, I'm with you. I just pose this particular amendment. And again, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
What's the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman?
15 seconds. Good luck.
I love Henry Cuellar, and I couldn't disagree more. More is said than done in this town, and ain't nothing getting done on the border. Texas, do your job. The Constitution's behind you, and so am I. God bless, and go West Texas.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. Those in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
Question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House and the State of the Union, having had under jurisdiction H.R. 4367, directs me to report that it's come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4367 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to the House Resolution 723 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4368. Will the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, kindly resume the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4368, which clerk will report the title.
A bill making appropriations for agricultural, rural development, food and drug administration, and related agency programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on the legislative day of Tuesday, September 26, 2023, The request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 102, printed in Part F of House Report 118-2116, offered by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part F of House Report 118-216. On further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment 76 by Ms. Sparks of Indiana, 79 by Bovert of Colorado, 83 by Hageman of Wyoming, 85 by Good of Virginia, 89 by Bovert of Colorado, 90 by Good of Virginia, 91 by Good of Virginia, 92 by Good of Virginia, 93 by Good of Virginia, 94 by Good of Virginia, 95 by Good of Virginia, 99 by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, 101 by Miller of Illinois, and 102 by Rosendale of Montana. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment 76, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216 by the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Sparks, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 76, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Sparks of Indiana.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. The sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic vote. This will be a 15-minute vote. The amendment, on this vote, the yeas are 49, nays 377. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment 79, printed Part F of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings are postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 79, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. The sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 210, nays are 216. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 83, printed in Part F of House Report 118-216 by the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 83, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 97, nays 336. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment 85, printed Part F, House Report 118-216, by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 85, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will voice their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 152, nays are 278. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote. Amendment number 89, printed in Part F, House Report 118-216, by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes recorded by a voice vote prevail by a voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 89, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, nays are 214. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment 90, printed in Part F, House Report 118-216, by gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 90, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 158, nays are 272. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request recorded vote on Amendment 91, printed Part F, House Report 118-216, by the gentleman from Virginia. Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 91, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will vote by the electronic device. There will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas 159, nays 272. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment 92, printed in Part F, House Report 118-216, by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed and in which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 92, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record by their votes by the electronic device. Be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 156, nays 273. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment 93, printed Part F, House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 93, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The votes on this vote, the yeas are 162, nays 270. I'm sorry, the yeas are 161, nays 270. The amendment is not adopted. I won't hurt you. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on Amendment 94, printed Part F, House Report 118-216 by the gentleman, Mr. Virginia, Mr. Good, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 94, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 160, nays 271. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 95, printed in Part F, House Report 118-216 by the gentleman, Mr. Virginia. Mr. Good, on which further proceedings are postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 95, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas 163, nays 267. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request to recorded vote on Amendment 99, printed in Part F, House Report 118-216, by the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, on which proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by recorded votes for it. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 99, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. the yeas are 217, the nays are 216. The amendment passes. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment 101, printed in Part F, House Report 118-216, by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 101, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 216. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment 102, printed Part F of House Report 118-216, by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 102, printed in Part F of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Recorded vote will be requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 71, the nays are 362. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments, under the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under its consideration H.R. 4368, pursuant to House Resolution 723. I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Sundry?
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 4368 and pursuant to House Resolution 723, reports the bill as amended by the resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the whole committee or the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put an engross. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the independent chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on the engrossed and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of chairs, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making appropriations for agriculture, rural development, food and drug administration, related agencies' programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4368 is postponed. Pursuant to the House Resolution 723 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in Committee of the Whole House and the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4365. Will the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration on H.R. 4365, which the clerk will report by title.
For the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment number 180, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216, offered by the gentleman of Montana, Mr. Rosendale, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings now will resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-216, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment 34 by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania. All of them? Jeez. Amendment 149 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Amendment number 151 of Ms. Plaskett of the Virgin Islands. Number 152 of Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 153 of Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 155 of Mr. Clyde of Georgia. Amendment 156 by Mr. Connolly of Virginia. Amendment 160 of Mr. Gates of Florida. Amendment 161 by Mr. Gates of Florida. Amendment number 166 of Ms. Jayapal from Washington. Amendment number 175 of Mr. Roy of Texas. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for every electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request of a recorded vote on amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216 by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 240, the nays are 191. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 149, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
149, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 104, the nays are 330. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request of a recorded vote on amendment number 151, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-216 by the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 151, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Plaskett of Virgin Islands.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 203, the nays are 231. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 152, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 152, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 150, the nays are 282. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 153, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216 by the gentlewoman of Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 153, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 184, the nays are 248. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 155, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-216 from the gentleman of Georgia, Mr. Clyde, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 155, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 172, the nays are 261. This amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 156, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 156, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Connolly of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 218. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 160, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 160, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
minute.
On this vote, the yeas are 93, the nays are 339. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 161, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-216 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 161, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 160, nays 269. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 166, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216 by the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 166, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 1 minute. On this vote, the yeas are 176, nays 258. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 175, printed in Part A of House Report 118-216, from the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 175, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 202, nays 231. The amendment is not adopted. Do I need a gavel? Or no? Right now? Oh. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 4365 and pursuant to House Resolution 723. I report the bill back to the House. You, Mr. Speaker, sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. This is why we don't have nice things.
That the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 4365 and pursuant to House Resolution 723 reports the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them en gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. What's that? Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on the engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30 of 2024 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of the Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4365 is postponed. Pursuant to House Resolution 723 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4367. Will the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4367, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30 of 2024 and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, Amendment Number 11, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 13, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose? What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Correa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I say to you, if you want to reduce fentanyl on our streets, I ask you to vote for this amendment. This amendment number 13 simply allows CBP to hire additional CBP officers at our ports of entry in addition to new CBP Border Patrol agents. Our ports of entry today are the economic engine of our country. They are vital gateways for our international commerce, travel, and they collect more than $112 billion in duties and taxes every year. But our ports of entry are understaffed. CBP has told us they need 4,000 more agents at our ports of entry. And as you know, about 90% of the fentanyl seizures and other narcotics actually happen at our ports of entry. And that's with only 2% of the vehicles crossing being inspected. That's with only 17% of cargo coming across those ports of entries being inspected. If you want to stop, if you want to seize more fentanyl, you need to hire more agents at our ports of entry. It's very simple. Today, this bill that I'm amending calls for 2,000 more border agents, but only 150 new officers at our ports of entry. Let me repeat. This bill only calls for 150 new agents at our ports of entry. And my amendment simply says, give the CBP, give our folks at the border the ability, the flexibility to determine who they hire, ports of entry or between ports of entry. The expert there, those experts that are there protecting our borders day in and day out, should make that decision. Again, Mr. Speaker, 90% of the fentanyl seized coming into this country is seized at our ports of entry. 90% says who? 90% says those officers at our ports of entry. They need our help. Let's give them the flexibility. Let's give them the tools to make sure they keep our country safe from fentanyl while continuing to increase economic commerce and trade at our borders. Mr. Speaker, please support Amendment number 13.
Gentleman yield back?
I do.
Do you reserve or yield back? Gentleman yields?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For what purpose the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Reserves. The gentleman reserves. What?
Mr. Chair, I claim
purpose
time
gentleman
in
from Ohio?
opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, an amendment offered by the gentleman from California is well-meaning, but ultimately misguided. We are averaging nearly 10,000 encounters at the southern border on a daily basis, near record levels. My bill addresses the challenge by funding an additional 1,800 Border Patrol agents to relieve the burden on our overworked agents along the southwest border. Taking funds dedicated to the Border Patrol agents and instead using it to hire additional customs officers dilutes our efforts to secure the border between the ports of entry. Additional officers may be needed to help with legitimate trade and travel that crosses the border, but we have to address the immediate crisis caused by this administration's disastrous border security policies. If you turn on the TV, you can see the flood of migrants heading north on trains crossing the border in an uncontrolled fashion. It must stop, which is why we desperately need additional men and women in green uniforms to help us gain operational control of the border. I reluctantly urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd say that my colleague on the other side of the aisle is absolutely correct. We need those forces at our border. And I'm just saying to you, sir, that you know most of the drugs, narcotics, fentanyl, comes across the ports of entry. Why not give those ports additional personnel to stop the fentanyl that we know is killing our citizens, our young people in our streets? Give them the opportunity to also hire. Give the Border Patrol, give those agents at our ports of entry the ability to stop these poisons from coming into our country. One death is one death too many from an overdose from fentanyl. Let's stop fentanyl and other narcotics from coming into the country. Again, sir, 90% of the fentanyl and narcotics are actually apprehended at our ports of entry. That's not my statistic. That's not your statistic. That is Homeland Security data, sir. I reserve.
Thank you, gentleman reserves. I want to remind members that they direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio has the right to close.
Again,
California is recognized.
I think all of us recognize the challenges we have at our border. What I'm merely doing is presenting this amendment, amendment number 13, in response to what I have seen at our ports of entry, which is they need more personnel and they need it today. Let's help them at the border keep our country safe. Let's give them the personnel, the resources they need. Thank you very much. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I'm sorry.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed.
Okay.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Well, I've been down on the border several times, and every time you're down there, you learn a little bit more. My amendment would highlight the need for alternative methods of management for border wall infrastructure during flood season. The border wall faces a challenge when the waters rise during flood season. These floods can jeopardize the structural integrity of the wall, compromising its effectiveness and putting our border at risk. During a recent hearing I held in Sierra Vista, Arizona, I was surprised to discover the way in which we deal with this issue, and we deal with it just by opening up the gates along the wall. You heard that right. Border Patrol agents are required to open vast sections of the wall, allowing migrants to flow into the country unimpeded. This comes at a time when we are facing an unprecedented crisis. Last month, U.S. officials encountered 230,000 migrants crossing the border. 180,000 of those migrants crossed the border between ports of entry, areas that are supposed to be protected by the wall. However, during flood season, these migrants simply walk through because we open up the gates. To address this critical concern, we need to explore alternative methods and technologies that can protect the border wall. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition of this amendment. Again, I understand where the gentleman is coming from, but if you look at it, even the prior administration also understood that the way to address this issue is to put those gates because of the flooding. Congress has been looking at this issue with CBP for the last 15 years, and while it's not perfect, I do understand the prior two administrations have come with the same conclusion, and that is deal with the monsoons, of flooding, and they put those doors to make sure that things are not washed off. And keep in mind that we're spending about $36 million a mile for every fence that we put up. $36 million a mile. With about $3 to $5, we can get the best technology that can include drones, that can include sensors, that can include so much of the technology to address that. And again, if you spend $36 million a mile for a fence, all you need is a $100 ladder that would take care of the problem that you have. Again, I would show to you that even in Texas, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you that if you look at it, people are concerned about the flooding over there, and that's why the fence is put a quarter mile or a half a mile away. So all the landowners that are over here, they lose their property because you're putting the fence on this side. So the ranchers, the property, the private right is gone because of the fence, and all you have is the river over here. People just walk over here to the fence and claim asylum. We got to have repercussions at the border. Whoever's supposed to stay, stay. Whoever's supposed to be deported should be deported. And again, we cannot play defense on the 1 yard line called the U.S. border. We need to extend the perimeter out there. So again, I feel, Mr. Chairman, that the wall might be damaged because of the water or the flooding. But again, the past administration, the Trump administration, the Biden administration, and the Bush administration all came up with the same conclusion when they got asked to look at this issue, and they said you got to put doors or gates so the rain or the floods don't wash away the fence. So with that, I understand where my colleague is coming from, but I will ask the floor to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Well, I would just reiterate, being at the border and talking to the members of the Border Patrol who are on the border every day, they feel the current situation is untenable, is allowing more people to cross the border than they should. As far as the idea of simply climbing over a fence, I have yet to meet anybody on the border, be it Border Patrol agent, be it American law enforcement, be it people who have land on the border, who does not feel the wall is a good thing. They all realize it's a wall system. It takes more than just a wall, and they prefer if we describe it as a wall system, but they all feel that we need additional barriers at the border to prevent this over 200,000 people a month streaming in here. Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield back the balance of his time?
Yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In an opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report 11-216. For what purpose? What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment gives my Republican colleagues a chance to reconsider some of the cruel and reckless partisan riders tacked onto this atrocity of a Homeland Security bill. Republicans are really done, obviously, pretending that they just want people to immigrate here legally. This bill puts their bitter disdain for all immigrants on clear display. Because when President Biden set up legal pathways to reduce pressure at the border, the radical right objected. They took aim at dreamers and refugees with legal status, and by taking away their right to work, they threatened to harm our economy, jack up inflation, and condemn these communities to poverty in the process. That's not securing a homeland. It's inflicting vicious harm. Instead of registering immigrants and offering the chance to work and pay taxes, this bill would leave immigrants to languish in private prisons that fail to meet bare minimum standards for convicts, and all at taxpayer expense. This Republican bill blocks inspections of detention facilities so our constituents can't see the horrific treatment and squalid conditions that migrants are forced to endure. But even that malevolence doesn't satisfy my Republican colleagues. This bill goes further, and really, listen carefully here. It goes further to mandate that every last one of these prisons is filled to the brim, packed full of people who have not been convicted of a crime, have not faced a judge, and have not seen a lawyer. Finally, this bill blocks legally admitted migrants from being reunited with their families, separating children, even toddlers, from their families. And yet, MAGA Republicans will still preach to all of us about family values. I know the people they are marginalizing in this bill, people who come from Venezuela, Cuba, and Haiti. They are my neighbors, my friends, my children's classmates. They're like family in my community. None of us are happy with our immigration system. So why not work towards a bipartisan plan that balances legal pathways with unbiased enforcement? Because the secret is out. Republicans don't want a solution. They want more chaos and more heartbreak. They want more desperate people trying their luck against the Rio Grande or the Florida Straits instead of safely applying online from home and coming through a port of entry. The pain is the point for these extremists. Mr. Chairman, I wish my amendment could make sense of this bill, but these provisions barely scratch the surface. All I can hope is that my colleagues will show a shred of courage and common sense, even if it means facing jeers from the radical right-wing fringe who are their base, who are holding this majority hostage. I urge my colleagues to join me in countering this effort to deepen the despair of families who have had enough of it for one lifetime, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment seeks to strike several provisions that are crucial to entering the open border crisis that this administration has created. While I've heard it just portrayed as somehow being cruel and being done by names that are called MAGA or other things, if I'm not mistaken, it was just this morning on the news that I happened to see the mayor, I believe a Democrat from New York, saying they can't take any more. The governor of New York, a Democrat, saying they can't take it anymore. The governor of Massachusetts declaring a state of emergency. The Democratic mayor of Chicago, same issue. But I guess it's our problem, and we're attempting to fix it. And the Biden administration continues to subvert the law and implement policies that are detrimental to our border security, our national security, and our overall sovereignty. This bill includes several provisions that mitigate the misguided and ineffective policies of the Biden administration that have been exploited by transnational criminal organizations, human smugglers, and cartels. For example, the bill prohibits funds to implement the administration's prosecutorial discretion guidance, which encourages DHS attorneys to administratively close non-priority cases, allowing aliens to continue living in this country without having any legal basis to do so. As I said before, mayors and additionally, this bill includes a provision prohibiting asylum officers from making determinations about an alien's credible fear claims instead of actual immigration judges. These are only two of the many provisions in this bill that seek to reverse the damage done in the past 2.5 years and halt the migration crisis in its tracks. To strike these provisions would be to tell our constituents that Congress approves of this administration's catastrophe at the border. Nothing could be farther than the truth. And while they may not admit it, my colleagues on the other side know what is happening at the border right now is nothing short of a catastrophe. Mayors and governors throughout this country alike are speaking out on the impact of illegal migration crisis on communities across this nation and are calling on this administration to acknowledge and resolve the problem at the border. This amendment would only make the disaster worse. I urge the defeat of the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to give a couple of examples of the type of torture that the language in this bill supports and endorses. One provision, Section 404, prohibits funds for asylum officers to adjudicate fear claims, which is the point of our asylum program. Republicans include the perfect provision to demonstrate that they value disrupting due process for migrants more than they value speeding up results for their constituents. They want to block asylum officers who receive extensive training and face enough difficulties as it is from assessing whether refugees have a reasonable claim to asylum. While Republicans continue to engage in massive hyperbole, leaving people with the impression that people are storming the border, this bill actually prevents a lawful, orderly asylum process from occurring because the Republicans defund it in this bill. Another section eliminates the inspections of detention facilities. All I've heard since the MAGA majority gavelled in this Congress is oversight, oversight, oversight. And yet when it comes to our detention facilities where vulnerable women and families are held indefinitely without a trial or legal counsel, the Republicans want no oversight at all. These inspections are critical. These inspectors ought to get combat pay for what they walk into. At one facility in my home state, Mr. Chairman, an investigation found severe violations, including sexual voyeurism by guards, denial of menstrual products as punishment, refusal of life-saving medication and health care, beatings, and extended solitary confinement. Yet Republicans in this Homeland Security bill actually eliminate funding for inspections of detention facilities and allow this torture to continue. It's outrageous, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio has the right to close. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to use the balance of my time to underscore my fierce opposition to these toxic anti-immigrant provisions. I'll always stand up to counter attacks on legal pathways for migrants. I'll always condemn cruelty against the vulnerable, even when it's justified by deterrence. And I'll never stay silent when opportunists try to blind the American people to the trauma we are inflicting on a generation of refugees. The extreme MAGA Republicans ignored dozens of common sense requests from bipartisan members regarding detention conditions, preserving asylum access, and ensuring that Congress upholds its oversight responsibility. I hope my colleagues will join me in mitigating the most harmful components of this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. I urge a no vote, and I'd close. I yield back the rest of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
All right. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The key to this amendment is just 4 words: or across state lines. I offer this amendment. One of my co-sponsors, Mr. Donalds, I guess it's like football practice this morning, he is absent. But this amendment prohibits federal funds from being used to transport illegal immigrants over the age of 18 across state lines, except for the purpose of removing the individuals from the country. As it currently stands, the bill prohibits funds from being used to transport illegal immigrants into the interior of this country, but fails to recognize there are already folks here illegally. This amendment will cut wasteful and unnecessary spending of taxpayer dollars. It'll get the Biden administration out of the human trafficking business, and it'll focus Homeland Security operations on removing the people who enter our country illegally. Mr. Speaker, our border states have been overwhelmed by the Biden administration's pro-illegal immigration agenda since he first came to office. This amendment would help our border agents do what they are supposed to do, and that is protect our border and deport illegal immigrants. Yes.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman for Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment. I trust the work of Border Patrol agents. I trust the work of OFO, which are the men and women in blue at our ports of entry. I trust the Air Marine agents. Trust the work of ICE agents. I trust the work of HSI, Homeland Security agents. And I trust the work that they do. And what we're looking at, what wants to be changed is Section 221 that says that none, and this is what the law is right now, none of the funds appropriated, otherwise made available by this act, may be made available to transport aliens unlawfully present, parole, or inadmissible to the United States into the interior of the United States, for purposes other than the enforcement of immigration law. It's already here. And again, I don't think we ought to be legislating on the House floor. I think we need to get the input from the agents that I mentioned that I support, Border Patrol, OFO, Air Marine, ICE, HSI. I think we need to ask them, but the law is already there. It says you cannot go into the interior of the U.S. Itself. So with that, I stand in opposition, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Leaving out a key element of this, I too trust our Border Patrol agents. They're underpaid and overworked. I do not trust this White House. This has 4 words added to it: or across state lines. That's currently what is happening. It needs to stop, Mr. Speaker. That's the bottom line.
Gentleman yield back the balance of his gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Ask for the yeas and nays. Is that what you want?
Does anyone seek a recorded vote? Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Escobar of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Chair, my amendment strikes Section 224 of the bill, which mandates that ICE prioritize detention before considering any other options, such as alternatives to detention. This mandate is absurd, and for a party claiming to champion fiscal responsibility, it makes no sense to mandate detention, which is the most expensive option available. We know from previous alternatives to detention, like the case management program run by DHS in 2016, that providing case management services for migrant families costs the department roughly $39 per day. Compare that to the cost of detaining those same families, which is roughly $300 per day. The mandate makes no sense even on the most practical level. The United States simply does not have the capacity to detain every single asylum seeker who arrives at our nation's front door, nor should it. Furthermore, Section 244 of the bill hamstrings DHS's operational flexibility to effectively manage their resources depending on the department's needs at a given time. This could cause a ripple effect of management issues for several agencies within DHS, including ICE, CBP, which would further exacerbate the challenges we see in border communities like mine. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Does anyone seek time in opposition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the amendment before you seeks to strike a provision in the bill that requires the prioritization of detention and appropriate GPS monitoring technology for aliens going through the immigration proceedings. As we continue to see record levels of migrant encounters under this administration and our non-detained docket continues to grow exponentially, we must use every available tool to compel the department to enforce the law. Striking the provision would give the Biden administration a free pass to continue releasing migrants into the country, a total disregard of the law. We cannot allow the administration to continue the status quo that has ravaged our communities. I urge defeat of the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If my colleagues were truly being honest with each other, they'd admit the proposed Homeland Security appropriations bill is unworkable and truly will not solve the challenges that we face. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. This bill pulls money from critical DHS functions and improvements, including investing in our ports of entry, the CBP One app, and even endangers public safety by defunding CBP's recently updated vehicle pursuit policy. In short, this bill is filled with unworkable, empty promises Republicans feed their base instead of putting forth real solutions. I have tremendous respect for my colleague, the gentleman from Ohio, and I would implore with him to work with us on a bipartisan solution that is truly workable. I was born and raised in El Paso, Texas, on the U.S.-Mexico border. I live there today. I raised my 2 children there in that beautiful community. No one wants safety and security and order more than those of us who live there and have invested our lives in those communities. But we know that relying on borders, as my colleague has pointed out, Representative Cuellar, they are not the answer. They don't deter, they don't manage, and they don't make migrants go away. All it does is feed cartels so that they can find other routes for migrants. And we share a commitment to wanting to end that. We can find a solution in a bipartisan pathway. My colleague Maria Salazar and I have come together to find compromise, to seek true solutions that uphold our values and actually solve the problems at hand. And I invite my Republican colleagues to join us. There is no doubt that this is a very broken system that puts significant pressure and strain on communities like mine, on NGOs, on local governments, on our federal personnel, and of course, the incredible inhumanity that migrants endure in order to seek an opportunity to live and work in our country. But this broken system is a consequence of Congress's inaction. It's been 37 years since Congress has reformed and passed comprehensive immigration law. There's no better time than the present to do that together in a bipartisan way. But depending on unworkable solutions, expecting that Mexico will accept every migrant, believing we can jail every human being that comes to our border, it's unrealistic and it's not a true solution. My amendment, if the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion to recommit with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would cut the billions of dollars being allocated to the outdated and expensive border wall and reallocate it to the programs and services necessary to address a deadly and urgent matter, the fentanyl smuggling detection and interdiction that's needed at our ports of entry. The most effective way to ensure that fentanyl smugglers are caught and held accountable is to send resources where fentanyl is entering the country, our ports of entry. Over 90% of fentanyl is seized at these land ports and interior checkpoints, and it is overwhelmingly smuggled by U.S. citizens crossing the border legally. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly appreciate my distinguished colleague and I'm always there to work together in a bipartisan fashion to try to fashion something. You're right, and it's long overdue for Congress to address this situation, but unfortunately, this is about appropriations and not authorizations, and so therefore, I urge a no vote on this, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman yields his time. The question on the amendment is offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. What purpose is the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 26, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Tony Gonzalez of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent a district that is over 42% of the southern border, places that sadly nobody knew very well a few years ago, and now everybody knows. Places like Eagle Pass and Del Rio and El Paso. Right now in my communities, we are completely overwhelmed. In El Paso alone, there's over 11,000 people that are here illegally into the community that has saturated the situation. In Eagle Pass, we've come to beyond a breaking point where over 2,000 people are coming over illegally. In that community, we are beyond a point of return, and we need help. We need assistance. Every instinct in my body is to leave this place and go home and help the people in my district, that it feels as if a Category 5 hurricane has hit the southern border. This is the absolute worst I have seen it, and there is no bottom to it. There is no end in sight. My amendment is simple. My amendment asks to end catch and release, essentially in a humane and orderly way. If there is space, if there is capacity, instead of DHS releasing migrants into a community that is already saturated, this amendment asks that they look for other places where they have capacity. It is humane, it is orderly, and most importantly, it would end the catch and release policies that have turned my communities upside down. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Reserve? Gentleman reserves?
No.
Gentleman reserves? So what gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise respectfully in opposition against this amendment, but I will say this. My good friend and I share the border, and we will continue working. I do believe in detention beds. I do believe there is a place for them. I do believe that we should best utilize the detention beds for the higher risk detainees. And I believe also that we should give ICE flexibility. I will commit to my good friend, Mr. Gonzalez, and to my other good friend from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, that I will work with them when we get in conference committee, because this is not the final bill, that I will work with them on this particular language. So again, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge this body to please grant the people in my district, the people in Eagle Pass, the people in El Paso, some relief. We are beyond a breaking point, and we are completely overwhelmed. I am here to urge this body to do something today. Not a week, not a month, not a year, not 10 years from now, today. And ending catch and release is exactly what our communities need to get some relief. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 27 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 28 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment to cut the funding levels for the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA, by 25%, which equals about a $592.7 million reduction. On CISA's website, the agency's mission reads, and I quote, "We lead the national effort to understand, manage, and reduce risk to our cyber and physical infrastructure." Great mission statement. Unfortunately, CISA has dangerously and nefariously migrated far from its mission, kind of like one of the illegal aliens coming across our southern border. Last year, CISA was involved in the infamous Disinformation Governance Board, established under the Biden administration's Department of Homeland Security to regulate and police Americans' speech. While this dystopian Disinformation Governance Board was rightfully disbanded a few months later after enormous public outcry, many will be shocked to learn that CISA has not stopped monitoring Americans' free speech. According to a draft copy of DHS's quadrennial Homeland Security Review, CISA drafted plans to target, and I quote, inaccurate information on a wide range of topics, including the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic, the efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccine, racial justice, U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the nature of U.S. support to Ukraine. Moreover, Twitter's business records suggest that CISA migrated its true mission to protect the nation's critical cyber and physical infrastructure into controlling what Americans can say and what speech is accessible online. This is wrong, this is dangerous, and this is a massive violation of our constitutional rights. Americans' First Amendment freedoms shall not be regulated or controlled by a rogue government agency, either directly or indirectly through big tech. This government by proxy censorship has no place in our constitutional republic. For some background, CISA was first created with overwhelming bipartisan support prior to my service here in the House. Under the Trump administration, CISA focused on countering foreign cyber influence. Unfortunately, since the current administration took office, CISA has aggressively shifted beyond the original mandate of countering foreign threats. In January 2021, CISA officials renamed the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force, one of the key bodies countering foreign disinformation, founded during the Trump administration. They renamed it to, quote, the Mis, Dis, and Malinformation Team, or MDM team, meaning they took the word foreign out of the title. This shift in name represents a shift in CISA's mission from foreign to domestic to censor American citizens. Earlier this year, information was reported that showed members of CISA had privately characterized those who raised concerns over government censorship of free speech. CISA had labeled these individuals, and I quote, bad actors. CISA needs to return to its original mission of strengthening and protecting our national cybersecurity and infrastructure, not censoring free speech and infringing America's First Amendment liberties. As CISA's budget has drastically increased by 44% over the last 3 fiscal years, this agency has dangerously expanded its mission to police free speech and to silence the American people. There's a clear connection here. Given an extraordinary boost in funding, CISA has weaponized tax dollars to censor Americans and target the speech that they find disagreeable. It's time to end this injustice in order to protect the American people's unalienable First Amendment rights. Therefore, I offer this amendment to reduce CISA's funding closer to its FY 2019/FY 2020 funding level. This agency must be refocused on its true mission, not get expanded funding to continue undermining our constitutional rights. There's nothing like a budget cut to get an agency's attention. I urge all members to support my amendment in an effort to stop CISA's Orwellian practices and to defend our cherished First Amendment freedoms. Thank you, and I reserve.
Reserves? Anyone seeking time in opposition? What purpose the gentleman from Texas, or what gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
We set out to make a precise and calculated cuts in this bill due to CISA's rapid growth over the last few years. The top line serves effectively as a strategic pause in significant budget growth. It is $19 million above the fiscal 2023 enacted level, but $130 million below the President's request. This provides CISA the opportunity to mature its operations commensurate with its historic budget growth. This amendment would cut CISA's operations and support budget by 25% on top of what we've already done. We had a debate on a cut of this magnitude during full committee consideration, and I said then, as I do again now, passing this amendment would make our homeland less secure. This mis, dis, and malinformation language is strong, and I want to commend the gentleman from Georgia for his valuable edits to those provisions during markup, which we made sure we addressed in a more holistic way. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. You know, the only thing that agencies in this town respect is funding. Indeed, reduced funding is the only way that we will bring them back to their core mission. This agency has had a 44% increase in funding, and yet they have taken that money, and what they have done to our First Amendment civil liberties, to our rights, is they have spied upon us. And in the cybersecurity world, they have taken our information and they have misused it. So I think CISA needs a haircut, and I think this haircut will get their attention. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And again, with the utmost respect, I speak to my colleague, and we've had lengthy debates at this in full committee. And I understand and appreciate what the desire that he has to defund, or at least severely reduce the budget of this agency. However, we're at a time in America where this serves as a clearinghouse for those rogue nations and bad actors that prey upon Americans on a daily basis. And this is something that is not only important for everybody who works in the cyber communities and cyber systems, but also for the schools and the hospitals and the water and sewage facilities, and gas pipeline, all those things throughout our country that don't have a safety net. They have to rely on CISA for their information in the hope and support, because unfortunately, the companies that provide the software, but do nothing when it's be hacked by these outside influences and actors. All this agency could do and hopes to do is promote that clearinghouse, if you will, that platform for which we can all come to an understanding bad actors exist and we must prevent it. And while I understand and appreciate and will work closely with my colleague to make sure the things he talks about as far as attacks on First Amendment rights never occur in any agency of the United States, that at this time I must urge a no vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. Okay. All right. It is now in order to consider amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment to reduce Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas' salary to $1. Since President Biden has taken office, we have witnessed an unprecedented invasion on our southern border, causing 6 million migrants to flood across our border now, and including the northern border. The district I represent in upstate and central New York contains most of the New York border region. Secretary Mayorkas has ended numerous successful border policies by the Trump administration, including the Remain in Mexico policy, building the border wall, and ending the catch and release policy. As a result, all of our communities have been transformed into border communities, including New York. Near my district in Erie County, 2 migrants were charged, one for rape and one with a sexual assault. In nearby Rensselaer County, a migrant has been charged with murder. These migrants were not vetted in spite of the false claims of our Governor Kathy Hochul, who claimed they were vetted. And over 100 individuals on the terror watch list have successfully crossed the southern border, putting all of our communities at risk, including those in New York. Secretary Mayorkas is either willfully derelict in his duties or is completely incompetent. Either way, he should no longer be paid the hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for failing to perform the basic obligations required under our Constitution to protect American citizens and to provide effective border security and control of our border. I was honored to co-lead this amendment with my friend from Texas and my colleague, Representative Chip Roy. And I also urge my colleagues to join us in support of this amendment and to finally hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable. I'm hoping Mr. Roy will join me and speak on behalf of this. However, until he gets here, I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, just this past month, we hit a record for migrant crossings in American history of over 304,000. Despite repeated pleas and actions by me, my colleagues on this side of the aisle, Mayorkas refuses to change course and actually secure our border. Secretary Mayorkas has completely failed to do his job and has completely doubled down on his failed policies. While Congress ultimately needs to impeach and remove Secretary Mayorkas, defunding his salary is a great first start. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and now I would like to reserve and yield some time to my colleague and my co-sponsor of this great amendment, Representative Chip Roy of Texas.
Gentlelady reserves. Oh, gentlelady yields the balance of your time?
Reserve.
Reserve. You reserve. Okay. Gentlelady reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Look, any Secretary of Homeland plays a very critical role in national security. Secretary Mayorkas has served our country as the U.S. Attorney, Director of USCI, Deputy Secretary of Homeland, and now as Secretary. I know that we hear a lot from the other side of the aisle where they say that the Secretary has not achieved operational control of the border. Operational control of the border was first defined in the Secure Fence Act of 2006, and neither Border Patrol Chief nor the Secretary have yet declared operational control since then. If you look at it, 2 Republican presidents, Bush and Trump, none of them obtained operational control. 2 Democrats, Obama and Biden, also have not obtained operational control. I know how important the Constitution is to my colleagues, and I would ask you to say that if you target salaries, by targeting salaries, it's simply unconstitutional, as pointed out in the United States versus Lovett, a Supreme Court case in 1946. So again, if we're going to uphold the Constitution, the court has said that targeted salaries is not the right way. We all want to secure the border, but targeting somebody's salary does not get to the aim that we want to get to. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Holman Rule still exists, and we're exercising our rights under the Constitution and the Holman Rule. I now would like to yield my time, 1 minute or 2. I don't know what I have remaining, to the representative from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentlelady has 2.5 minutes.
I'd like to yield 2 minutes to Mr. Roy.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady from New York, and I have great respect for my colleague on the other side of the aisle from Texas. On this matter, we disagree. The Secretary of Homeland Security has entirely abdicated his responsibility to follow the laws of the United States. He has done so purposely. He has done so with complete disregard to his constitutional obligation to run the Department of Homeland Security, which by definition means he is supposed to secure the homeland. Having released some 2 million people into the United States, having come before the House Judiciary Committee and literally said, yes, we have operational control of the border, while staring directly at a statute defining operational control of the border under the Secure Fence Act, and then later going back to committees and saying, well, no, that's not the definition that I was talking about. We all know full well what he's doing. He's trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the American people that he is somehow following the laws, that he is somehow following asylum laws and parole laws, when he's using parole, which is supposed to be for a case-by-case basis, to literally dump hundreds of thousands of people into the United States. And Americans are dying. Kids are dying from fentanyl poisoning. The very migrants that my colleagues say this is supposed to be helpful for are dying in the Rio Grande, or dying in South Texas ranches, or getting sold into the sex trafficking trade, or dying or getting abused in stash houses. This is a blatant disregard of his duty. He should be removed from office, and we sure as hell shouldn't be funding his salary. The Holman Rule exists for us to exercise our Article 1 authority over an abusive Article 2 executive. It is time for Congress to reassert its authority, to reclaim control, to use the power of the purse to stop the abuse of authority by this secretary, to endanger the American people, to endanger migrants, to undermine our homeland security. I yield back to the gentlelady from New York.
How much time do I have?
Gentlelady has 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Roy. Let me just be clear to everyone out there. The Democrats in New York are against this policy put in place by Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas. Even Mayor Adams of New York City has blamed Joe Biden. Our current governor, Kathy Hochul, has done a 180, and now she blames Joe Biden. Even former Governor Cuomo is now blaming Joe Biden for this migrant crisis in New York. And 82% of New Yorkers have done, in a recent poll, blame Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas for this migrant crisis in New York, which is having devastating consequences for our security and is harming our taxpayers. For that reason, I ask my colleagues to join us in this amendment, Congressman Roy and I, in reducing Secretary Mayorkas' salary to $1. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which prohibits the use of funds to pay the salary and expenses of CISA Director Jen Easterly. It is no secret at this point that this administration is waging war on conservative voices, and Jen Easterly has been at the tip of the Biden administration's spear to censor American speech. In the recent case decision of Missouri versus Biden, Judge Doughty specifically pointed out Ms. Easterly's targeting of conservative speech for censorship. In fact, Ms. Easterly's censorship efforts were so explicit and pervasive that Judge Doughty believed that the plaintiffs in the case are likely to succeed in their claims against Ms. Easterly and the other Biden administration officials. And this was affirmed recently by the Fifth Circuit. On September 6, 2023, they wrote, quote, CISA did flag content. Beyond holding regular industry meetings with the platform, CISA officials engaged in switchboarding operations, meaning that they acted as an intermediary for a third-party group by forwarding flagged content from them to the platforms. For her part, Ms. Easterly has both worked with and in some cases coerced social media platforms to take down and suppress posts that don't fit into the administration's idea of what the truth is. And we know this because Ms. Easterly herself has said that conservative opinions that question the administration are not truth, but are instead alternative facts, and are dangerous to national security, implying that terms like truth are for her and the administration to define. She and other members of the administration have ordered the removal of posts about Hunter Biden's laptop, the COVID lab leak theory, the ineffectiveness of masks and the vaccine, questions about the security of the 2020 election and future elections, the state of the economy. Most of that has been proven objectively to be true, but she suppressed it, as well as suppressing a variety of other posts which happen to be inconvenient for the Biden administration. With that, I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I understand and join the outrage shared by my colleagues over the CISA mis, dis, and malinformation scandal. No administration and no government should ever be in the business of labeling or attempting to convince social media companies that First Amendment protected speech is or is not disinformation. The government is not the arbiter of the truth, a position that even the ACLU agrees with. That is why we work diligently to address government censorship concerns in this bill, and I stand by our language. However, this amendment is not targeted at the policies of the Biden administration that we disagree with. It's targeted at a person who wasn't in office when CISA engaged in mis, dis, and malinformation activities. And while we might not agree with her policies, the CISA director has a history of dutiful service to this country, including a long career in the military. Director Easterly is a West Point graduate, two-time recipient of the Bronze Star, retiring from the Army after more than 20 years in intelligence and cyber operations. While I empathize with the sponsor on the sentiment behind this amendment, I cannot support it and urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. Not only has Ms. Easterly already suppressed many conservative voices, she has stated that she's preparing to do the same thing again for the 2024 election. Not somebody else in the administration, not somebody else in CISA. Ms. Easterly has said this. This continuous and purposeful censorship of conservative voices must stop. And just as we saw in the last one with Secretary Mayorkas, using the Holman Rule does our job, helps us do our job and do our duty. In July, Federal Judge Doughty of the Western District of Louisiana gave a memo decision in the case of the state of Missouri versus Joseph Biden. As part of his conclusions, Judge Doughty stated multiple times that it was likely plaintiffs in this case will prevail on their ultimate case of censorship and suppression of conservative voices by the Biden administration. The primary means of censorship by the defendants in the case was by colluding with, and in some cases, ordering social media companies to ban conservative individuals on their platforms and to take down posts which dared to question the Biden administration and a number of important issues. Among the defendants listed by Joseph Doughty as having directed this purposeful policy of censorship are CISA Director Jen Easterly. I would urge my colleagues to join me in this important endeavor of holding someone accountable. I don't know what more we need to do, but certainly we should hold Ms. Easterly accountable, and with that, I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
The ranking member, Mr. Cuellar.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my chairman, Mr. Joyce, in strong opposition on this amendment. The CISA Director Easterly leads an organization of over 3,000 dedicated public servants who play a critical role in our national security. First, Director Easterly is the operational lead for federal cybersecurity, charged with protecting and defending the federal civilian executive branch networks, the .gov, we all rely on. Two, CISA serves as the national coordinator for critical infrastructure, security, and resilience, working with partners across government and industry to make sure that we protect and defend our nation's critical infrastructure from bad actors. Again, when you target somebody by name and you want to reduce their salary, it is unconstitutional. Targeting salaries is unconstitutional, as pointed out by United States versus Lovett, a Supreme Court case in 1946. I join my good friend, Mr. Joyce, in asking our colleagues to vote no on this amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Correct.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate 2-on-1 here. That's fun. No, I'm just kidding, you guys. Here's the deal. Not only is this critical that you hold people accountable, this person, this director, lied in response to a question from Representative Cloud on this particular issue, on these issues that we're talking about in testimony in the Appropriations Oversight hearing earlier this year. It is my opinion that if we fail to hold this person accountable, then we are going to see like things happen in the future. When you provide a specific deterrent, you also provide a general deterrent. And that is the way a justice system works. That's the way you hold people accountable. I reserve.
Gentleman reserve. Gentleman from Ohio. You reserve. Gentleman from Ohio has the right to close. Are you reserving?
I'll close.
To close. So the gentleman from Arizona still has time.
I'll reclaim my time for the last closing. I appreciate my colleagues who don't want to see this done. It's not unconstitutional to do this. This is a good way to hold people accountable. That is one of the jobs of the United States Congress. You hold people accountable. And what did the founders give us? They gave us the purse strings. And in this instance, it seems to me that this individual should have their salary eliminated. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. In closing, I disagree, and I understand and appreciate the concerns of my colleague, and would certainly feel that, again, they've been addressed in what we could do within the confines of an appropriations bill, and I urge a no vote.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Independent of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose, the gentleman from Arizona rise?
A recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report 11216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I rise. This may seem like Groundhog Day, but I'm going anew. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which prohibits the use of funds to pay the salary and expenses of CISA Director of Election Security Initiative, Jeffrey Hale. As outlined in Judge Doughty's memo decision in the Missouri versus Biden case, as Director Hale worked with social media companies to censor conservatives who speak out against the Biden administration, he was singled out by the judge. Under the guise of protecting national security and election integrity, Mr. Hale and his team purposely suppressed social media posts that went against the Biden administration's view of what they considered the truth to be. CISA seems to believe itself to be the ultimate arbiter of truth, ordering social media companies to suppress and ban posts and users that dare to question their side of the story, that dare to speak up for what they believe. Listen to what I'm saying, please. That's what was going on in the agency that was supposed to protect cybersecurity and our elections. The blatant censorship by Mr. Hale and others of constitutionally protected speech has got to end. It is the weaponization of government against the American people. And it's up to us to stand up against that. I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this amendment. At some point, we're going to have to recognize that we need to hold people accountable. Now, I appreciate my colleagues who oppose this, but I will just tell you something. I don't think we can say we can't do this in the appropriations bill. We've already done something else in the appropriations bill. We just passed by voice vote a defunding of the Secretary of Homeland Security. Why cannot we hold these people accountable? I think we can. And with that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I empathize with wanting to hold this administration accountable for its many failed border and immigration policies. I also stand join in the outrage shared by my colleagues over the CISA mis, dis, and malinformation scandal. Labeling Americans' First Amendment protected speech as mis, dis, or malinformation is not a role for any government agency, whether there's a Democrat or Republican in the White House. However, this amendment targets a career civil servant who was not in charge of creating the policy in which we disagree. We worked diligently in our bill to address the security failures and censorship concerns associated with this administration. I stand by our language. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. I at this time would yield 2 minutes to the ranking member, Mr. Cuellar.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my good friend, Mr. Joyce, for yielding. Again, I stand in opposition to my friend from Arizona about this amendment. What we're looking at here is that CISA Director of Election Security plays a critical role in our national security. Director Hale has served his role in many administrations as a career civil servant under Republican and Democratic administrations. Again, I would say that targeting salaries is unconstitutional. As pointed out in United States versus Lovett, a Supreme Court case from 1946, I join my chairman, Mr. Joyce, in urging our colleagues to vote no, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, again, appreciate my colleagues and their position. I fundamentally disagree. When this case came before the court, and this is, you have a heavy burden when you're going to enjoin people. The CISA Director of Election Security Initiative, Jeffrey Hale, was one of the defendants that was found to be one of the officials of this administration that was engaged in a clear and focused policy of using the Department of Homeland Security to stop conservatives from questioning the Biden administration on social media, even if it meant censoring constitutionally protected speech. I guess we're going to have a fundamental difference here, and I appreciate what my colleagues who oppose this measure. I think I appreciate and understand what they're saying, but I'm just not certain what we're going to do then. How are we going to stand up to an administration where every institution of this administration has been weaponized? FBI, DOJ, Department of Education, the border security leadership. Here we are. We have CISA. And the people who are running CISA, leading areas, are systematically suppressing speech and censoring speech. It isn't me saying it. It is a court of law saying it after evidentiary hearings. It is through admissions, through discovery of these individuals. That's why these individuals lost in court. But there is no other way to hold them accountable. Holding an administration accountable is one thing, but holding an individual accountable for violating systematically, participating in violations of our First Amendment rights, this is the way we do it. This is the way we should do it. And I will urge my colleagues to join me, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. And not to belabor the Groundhog Day, I don't want to make any arguments further other than to say that I urge a no vote on this, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report 118216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which prohibits the use of funds to pay the salary and expenses of DHS Undersecretary for the Office of Strategy, Policy, and Plans, Robert Silvers. Much of my argument is the same. Court hearing, they are found to have violated the free speech rights of Americans systematically. They're going to lose in court, and we have an opportunity to hold them accountable. I'm reminded, because I feel the need to try to maybe throw a slider instead of a fastball. So I'm reminded of George Mason, who said many years ago something to the effect that because individuals can be punished and rewarded in heaven, but nations can't. Nations need to be held accountable on earth. I am now making an appeal that we hold individuals where we can accountable on earth. And what we have are people who systematically defied the rights of American citizens for no other reason but that they didn't like what was being said about the administration. They politicized their position. And we're going to hold them accountable. I think the number, and the gentleman from Ohio can correct me, I thought the 17 million or something like that was going to come off their overall budget. Maybe I'm off on that, but 90? 19 million. So I was pretty close. That does not necessarily impact these people. Let me give you another example. Somebody was told recently that somebody said, I will take responsibility for that, for a problem that this administration was doing. They said, well, how did you take responsibility? No, I take responsibility, take the full blame. No, what did you do? What did you do to take blame? Was anybody fired? Were you fired? Were you reprimanded? What happened? If you don't hold people accountable, they will persist. Check my time here. There's a theory of punishment in criminal law, and I practiced criminal law. And it was, why do you have punishment and sentencing at all? Well, for public safety, that's one thing. But you also have two kinds of deterrents. You have a general deterrent and you have a specific deterrent. If you have a specific deterrent, you're trying to teach that individual that that conduct is not acceptable and cannot happen again. And so you punish them in whatever way you can. That's appropriate. General deterrent is when the entire society, in this instance, it is the federal bureaucracy that says, if we do that, we are subject to specific deterrents. In other words, maybe even the elimination of our position, elimination of our salary, whatever it may be. If we don't hold people accountable, this action will persist because there'll be no specific or general deterrents. With that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. So what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I rise in opposition to this amendment to my friend from Arizona. The DHS Undersecretary for Office of Strategy, Policy, and Plans plays a critical role in our national security. The Senate confirmed this position to do certain things, and at his own confirmation, Mr. Silvers said, quote, that the department must secure the border. It must be relentless in disrupting the human and drug trafficking and organizations that inflict such devastation. And again, it must administer our immigration system humanely and must also facilitate the lawful flows of trade and travel that power this economy. Again, we might have some differences how we secure the border. We did have an opportunity the last 2 years of the Homeland Appropriations, and I would like to remind our colleagues that we added $2.4 billion. That's a 15% increase to Homeland the last couple of years. And I would remind my colleagues, except for 2 members on the Republican Party that are still serving, everybody else voted no on securing the borders, hiring more Border Patrol, hiring more ICE agents, hiring more OFO, Air Marine, technology, except for 2 members that are still serving on the Republican side, everybody voted no. So if we want to secure the border, let's look at how we do that. And again, I say this just because we might have differences on how we do it, but to target an individual, I would assume it would violate the Bill of Attainder clause of the Constitution. And in fact, again, targeting a salary, but when you put a specific name, it's not a group of individuals, but targeting an individual by name is unconstitutional, as pointed out in United States versus Levitt, a Supreme Court case in 1946. Again, urge my colleagues to vote no on this unconstitutional amendment. And if we want to have a debate on border policy, we certainly can do that. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have left?
Gentleman has 1.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate my colleague talking about the border. I wasn't going to bring up the border because that's not what my main beef is with this amendment. My beef was about the censorship of U.S. citizens. But if you want to talk border, let's talk border. And let's talk. I have to clear up one fact that I hear so often from my colleagues across the aisle, that when they say something like 90% of all the fentanyl that that's coming across the border is seized at ports of entry. No, that's not. That's a total sham statement. 90% of interdictions take place at ports of entry, not 90% of the drugs coming across. Why do you stop 90% plus at the ports of entry? Because that's where the x-ray machines are. That's where the dogs are. That's where the personnel is. You have all the equipment. But you know where you don't have equipment? Man, how about that 62 linear miles of the TO reservation in southern Arizona, which is one of the busiest drug and human trafficking corridors in the world? And this undersecretary has not secured the border. So that's two strikes. But I want to get back to the CISA argument, because we have an individual who systematically is okay with censoring United States citizens who are exercising First Amendment rights. But if we want to talk border, I'll be here till hell freezes over to talk why we need to make changes in the Homeland Security folks on the border. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Oh, you ask roll call?
Pursuant
no, you ask. I'll ask, Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which prohibits the use of funds to pay the salary and expense of DHS Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism and Threat Prevention, Samantha Vinograd. When she was Senior Advisor for National Security, Ms. Vinograd took her role of surveilling and stopping terrorist threats against our nation and turned it on the American people. As outlined by Judge Dowdy in his memo ruling in the Missouri versus Biden case, Ms. Vinograd and her colleagues purposefully and systematically targeted American conservatives who dared to exercise their right of freedom of speech. And this is on issues that later proved to be accurate objectively, ranging from COVID-19 origins, lab leak theory, the Hunter Biden laptop. The DHS explicitly sought to suppress statements and posts which made the Biden administration look bad, turning the counterterrorism role of the DHS on the American people and engaging in explicit government censorship of constitutionally protected speech constitutes a major breach of trust. Despite this, or more likely because of it, Ms. Vinograd was promoted. She wasn't held accountable. The court names her as a responsible defendant for this activity. She wasn't held responsible. No, she was promoted to Assistant Secretary of Counterterrorism and Threat Prevention. In her new position, Ms. Vinograd is no doubt even more of a threat to conservatives who wish to exercise their constitutional right of freedom of speech. Unelected bureaucrats like Ms. Vinograd cannot be allowed to continue to censor Americans and to decide for themselves what is worthy of being called the truth. I urge the passage of my amendment. Now, I want to add something different this time as well. Elected officials have an accountability measure built in. Leave out impeachment or anything else. Our voters elect us. They look at us with scrutiny. We stand before them. We tell them what we intend to do. They look at our record to see how successful we were in doing what we said we'd do. You do not have the same ability with a bureaucrat. The reason that we know about these things is, as we began to see these things, is you had an attorney general and several attorneys general come together and file a lawsuit. And a court, in looking at the discovery and taking evidence, said, oh my goodness, the plaintiffs here, the attorneys general, the states, they're going to probably win this. Why? Because people like this bureaucrat, Ms. Vinograd, abused her authority and violated the constitutional rights of American citizens. Seems to me that someone like that should not be in the pay of the American government. I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Again, I rise in opposition to this amendment. Again, respectfully to my colleague, again, if we're concerned about security of the country, national security, border security, again, I would remind that the last couple of years, we've added over $2.4 billion to the Homeland Security bill, and there were only two of my Republican colleagues that are still in Congress that voted for the increase. So if we're concerned about security and the work that we're doing, terrorism, counterterrorism, and threat, we all should have voted for the appropriation bill. Again, like to bring up some figures again. We know as of July 2023, July of this year, just a couple months ago, 92.9% of the fentanyl, 93% of the heroin, 94.1% of the meth were seized at the ports of entry and interior checkpoints. And if you look at the U.S. Sentencing Commission, 86 to 87% of the people that were caught with drugs were U.S. citizens. And again, I want to put anybody that brings drugs in, that we go after them. But again, we as members of Congress have a constitutional duty to provide oversight over the budget. And the way we provide oversight is not by targeting somebody by name and going after their salary. Again, this will violate the Bill of Attainder clause of the U.S. Constitution, and it would also be in violation of the Supreme Court that we have mentioned before, the court in 1946. So again, if we want to provide oversight, there's a way of doing it and not targeting somebody without their due process and basically firing that individual. So again, if we want to go ahead and debate how much money we put in, we can do that, but not targeting somebody's against the Constitution. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
You yield back your time?
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
May I ask, sorry to do this, how much time I have left?
The gentleman from Arizona has 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I want to rebut a couple of things. Again, when you quote statistics saying 94% of all drugs coming into the country are stopped at interior checkpoints or at ports of entry, that is an inaccurate statement. 94% of drugs that are interdicted, that we catch, that's where you catch them. And why do you catch them there? I mean, this is not rocket science. You catch them there because you got personnel there. You've got drug sniffing dogs. You've got X-ray machines that are looking at trucks. You've got personnel there. But I will tell you what you don't have. Come with me to the San Miguel Gate. I've been all over southern Texas. I've been all over southern Arizona, southern California. Come with me to San Miguel Gate. There is nothing near the San Miguel Gate. The nearest town south of the border is Caborca. That's 2 hours away. And you know what happens? You have more gotaways, known and unknown, through that section than anywhere else in the country. Good grief. And they don't want to be caught because they're the ones that are bringing in drugs and human trafficking. So that's just an kind of a fallacious argument. Next thing is, when you say only 2 people voted to increase Homeland funding, it's because it was an omnibus bill. You had every Christmas tree ornament in the world on that puppy. Just enough to drive every Republican off but 2. Yeah. If we would have done 12 bills like so many of us advocate, you might have seen a different thing. You might have seen a kind of a joinder of stuff. But here we have an individual, and this does not violate the Bill of Attainder provision of the Constitution, doesn't violate a court decision. What this is this is adherence to the Holman Rule. I urge adoption. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed.
I'm working, man. These are good arguments.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I rise in support of my amendment, this time which prohibits the use of funds to pay the salary and expenses of DHS Director of Departmental GAO OIG Liaison Officer Jim Crumpacker. Director Crumpacker leads DHS's Departmental GAO OIG Liaison Office, an office tasked with maintaining, quote, mutually beneficial and productive relations with GAO and the OIG, close quote. That is what Mr. Crumpacker stated in testimony before the Senate several years ago. Unfortunately, under the Biden administration, that mutually beneficial and productive relationship is broken down completely. DHS continues to obstruct oversight by its own Inspector General in violation of the agency's obligations under the Inspector General Act. Last year, then-Ranking Member Comer and Oversight Committee Republicans opened an investigation into reports that the Department of Homeland Security was obstructing efforts by their Inspector General to conduct oversight over DHS programs and policies, consistent with its obligations under the Inspector General Act. At the time the letter was sent, committee Republicans had uncovered a memo circulated to Customs and Border Protection employees, which essentially encouraged CBP employees to resist OIG requests for access to CBP systems. Think of that. You got a memo going out to CBP employees saying, don't cooperate with the OIG. The memo falsely claimed that OIG access to information was not unlimited, contrary to statute, incorrectly relying on a statute that limited public disclosure of information. To be clear, the Inspector General Act contains no such limitation. DHS OIG has a statutory mandate to have timely access to all records, reports, audits, reviews, documents, papers, recommendations, or other materials, close quote, from DHS components, with only a narrow national security exemption that requires congressional notification. Unfortunately, DHS continues to slow walk and stonewall oversight efforts. In June, Inspector General Kafari came to committee and testified under oath that, quote, since the fall of 2021, DHS OIG has consistently reported DHS delays and denials of DHS OIG's requests for information, close quote. These are requests for information allowed under statute, and a response is mandated. These are requests for information that our more than 700 career professionals need in order to do their jobs as in the OIG offices, and which DHS is required to provide to DHS OIG consistent with the statute. I remain hopeful that DHS will improve its responsiveness to our request for information so that DHS OIG can continue to provide Congress and the public robust and timely oversight, were the words that Inspector General Kafari said. I appreciate his optimism, but after nearly 3 years, Congress may need to start twisting some arms. And this is the place, this is the individual who has put his thumb on the scale to prevent that information from going to the Inspector General, in information that we need, and we need the results of that OIG report. And with that, I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Again, this is This amendment violates the Bill of Attainder clause of the U.S. Constitution. This amendment, again, by targeting somebody by name, is unconstitutional, as pointed out by the United States versus Lovett at Supreme Court in 1946. And again, I go back, if we're so interested in border security, national security, we had a chance to add $2.4 billion to CBP's budget authority, an increase of 15%. Doesn't matter what the vehicle was. Bottom line is some people who voted, except for two of my Republican colleagues, voted against pay raises for Border Patrol, the mental health services that we provided, college help also, clothing allowance, technology, canines, everything that's so important to border security, except for two of my colleagues are still in Congress. So again, you can say that I didn't like the vehicle and where this pay raise for Border Patrol and the other help that we provided. And again, bottom line is some folks voted against border security, and now we're trying to come back and trying to change the narrative. Again, I would say that it violates the Bill of Attainder clause of the U.S. Constitution, the Lovett case in 1946. And again, if we want to provide oversight, there are ways that I'll be happy to sit down with my colleagues from my colleague from Arizona and go over that. So with that, I ask my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Time, please.
The gentleman from Arizona has 1 minute and a half.
Thank you. Okay, so let's litigate the border some more, and let's talk about how these things get funded. So if that's the new deal, that it becomes you throw an omnibus bill because you don't bother to do your 12 bills, and you're going to say, oh, you voted against something, then we should start talking about all of the bad programs and policies that you all voted for in that omnibus bill that has left us with $2 trillion in structural deficit this year. That's what you did. You added $2 trillion to the national debt. So, but the bottom line here is you have an individual here, Mr. Krumpecker, who has basically said, we're not going to provide information to the DHS OIG. And what are we going to do about it? We're going to say, oh, that's just too bad. That's too bad. We've got a massive border problem. I don't even think my colleague across the aisle would disagree with that. But in rules last Friday, the gentleman from Massachusetts said there was no border crisis. I thought that was intriguing. You got 11,000 people rolling through the Tucson sector. Those are the encounters. They don't get those kinds of groups in Tucson because they are getting the runners. But you know what? The whole border's in disarray. And that's between the ports of entry. At your ports of entry that you're so pleased with, you got CBP One app bringing people in by the tens of thousands. I think we need to hold Mr. Lumpecker.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Lumpecker
Gentleman's
responsible.
time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House.
What purpose does the gentleman from...
Point of inquiry, didn't we address this amendment already, passed by voice vote?
Gentleman State's parliamentary inquiry.
That's what I'm reading.
We're currently on amendment number 44.
But isn't 38 the same thing? Are we
I will be willing to
the clerk will designate the amendment.
Withdraw this.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Hold on. I'm not going to withdraw. Okay.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendment which prohibits the use of funds to pay the salary and expenses of DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. And I want to speak about Secretary Mayorkas. I want to speak about what has happened at the border. By the time we're standing here today, you have millions and millions of people who have come through illegally into our country, and what they have done is they've surrendered. In the meantime, you have at least 2.5 million people who have not surrendered, who have escaped into the country. And I was there when Secretary Mayorkas, I've asked Secretary Mayorkas, I brought him to a border security caucus. I said, Secretary, you know what the secure fence of 2006 says? Can you tell me, do we have operational control of the border? He says, oh yeah, we've got operational control of the border. Okay. Then how come you've set a record every month? At that point, he'd set a record every month from February 2021. Every month, a new record. In fact, last month we had another new record, 304,000 encounters. We brought him into Judiciary Committee. He's under oath at that point. Do you know what the definition of border security, operational control of the border is? Oh yeah. Do we have it? Yeah, we've got it. Then, Mr. Secretary, why in the world are we seeing literally tens of thousands of people? 8,000 to 9,000 most days. Some days 10, 12, 13,000 people. That's a violation of that act. He says, look, we've got control. So the last time we had him in, just a month and a half ago, Secretary, Mr. Secretary, hey, do you have operational control? And he says, yeah. So we bring out the poster with the statute again, say, hey, take a look at the statute. He says, oh, no, we don't have operational control with that. We've defined our own operational control. That's the kind of person that needs to be held accountable. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to recognize for 1 minute our distinguished majority leader, who we're so happy to see with us on the floor tonight, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my friend from Arizona for yielding and for his leadership on the border, on this amendment, on this issue. I rise in strong support of the amendment. As I see my friend, Mr. Joyce, I rise in strong support of his legislation. And frankly, Mr. Chairman, all of us here in the House and Senate, as we talk about the necessary funding of government, should be talking about what we need to do to secure America's border. And it should start with the Secretary of Homeland Security, who has been derelict in his job, and this is the most important job that he has. Not only has he gone before committees and says, yes, the border is secure, as Mr. Biggs talked about, says there's operational control. You know who has operational control of the border? The drug cartels have operational control of the border. It's become a multi-billion-dollar industry for the drug cartels to bring people across our border, not just from South America, Central America, from all over the world, over 140 countries, millions of people. He can't even tell you what the real number is. Is it 5 million? Is it 8 million? This Department of Homeland Security won't even tell you what that number is of how many millions of people have come into our country illegally since he took this job, since Joe Biden became President of the United States and systematically destroyed the things that were working to secure America's border. More people than live in my home state of Louisiana have entered our country illegally since Joe Biden became President of the United States. They can't even tell you where they're going. We see mayors all around the country, livid, Republican mayors, Democrat mayors. It doesn't matter what your party affiliation is. It's wrecking cities. Read comments from the mayor of New York City himself, Mayor Adams. The cost of migrants will destroy New York City. You've got people, leaders, Republican, Democrat, all across America pleading with President Biden to address this problem, and he refuses. He doesn't want to solve this problem. Secretary Mayorkas doesn't want to do his job and solve this problem. The tools are there. The ability is there. They dismantled the things that were working day one. And so what we have done as House Republicans is brought legislation, not just today in Mr. Joyce's bill, but we brought H.R. 2, the border security package that we passed months ago to take necessary steps to secure America's border. It's been sitting over in the Senate. They don't want to take action on this. The United States Senate has sat back and done not a single thing to secure the border. They want to pass a CR over here that continues the open border policy, meaning millions more people coming across our border illegally to communities all across America. I've gone to our border. I've embedded with our Border Patrol agents. You don't need to reinvent the wheel to know how to fix this problem. Our Border Patrol agents will tell you what needs to happen to fix this problem. They've told the president he doesn't want to take those steps. So this House took those steps. But more of those steps need to be funded, and that's what Mr. Joyce did in his bill that the Appropriations Committee put together, to fund actually more Border Patrol agents, to give them more technology, to build the wall. Yes, walls work, technology works. Border Patrol agents want to do their job because they don't want the drug cartels having operational control like Secretary Mayorkas has allowed them to have. And if he's going to be derelict in his duty, we're not going to be derelict in ours. And so why don't we work until we get this right, not only here in the House, which we've done, and we're going to continue to do, but until the Senate finally realizes it's a problem worth taking up for America, until the President of the United States finally realizes this is a problem worth taking up for the American people who are sick and tired of an open southern border. And it's not just because it's open. It's because of the problems that are coming with it every single day. We are losing 150 young people who are dying every single day in America from the drug overdoses that are coming in from the open southern border. Imagine if an airplane fell out of the sky every single day in America. How long would it take for us to stop everything we're doing and fix that? It wouldn't be a week that would go by that we would allow that to happen as a country. And yet it's been going on for over a year and a half, over 2 years. Every community, talk to coroners in any community in America and ask them how many fentanyl deaths they're seeing of young people. I had a high school group here not long ago, and I said, how many of you know someone who died of a fentanyl overdose? Every single hand went up. These are our young people in America that they're poisoning with drugs made in China, infiltrated through our southern border because the drug cartels have been allowed to have operational control of our border by a secretary who says it's under control. If that's under control, I don't know what he would consider out of control. We are fed up with this problem. America is fed up with this problem. And look at what they're saying all around the country. The whole mainstream media is covering this issue. It's not like this issue is under radar anymore. 6 months ago, it was. This issue wasn't being covered for a long time. And I've got to give credit to a lot of my colleagues who represent border communities because they're on the front lines and they started getting vocal because they started seeing it before anybody else did. And they started raising alarms, and they said, this is a crisis. And then others started going down to the border. We've taken over 150 delegations down to the border, members of Congress, again, embedding with Border Patrol agents, talking about the problem, listening to our Border Patrol agents who are telling us what needs to happen. That's how we built the legislation we passed. That's how we built the legislation we're working on passing here on this floor right now. But look at what they're saying all around the country. Everybody is seeing this except the President of the United States and the United States Senate. And we're not going to be quiet about this. We're going to continue fighting until we get this problem fixed. America demands it. America deserves it. We need to secure our border. That's what this bill does. It's a package of bills. It's been months in the works. It's time for the President to pay attention to this crisis and join with us as we talk about funding the government You fund the government to address the problems that this country is facing, and this open southern border is at the top of that list. Let's get this done. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arizona Reserve.
Reserve.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
First of all, let me just say it's a point of privilege. It is so good to see my good friend Luciana, and again, I'm with you all the way. I appreciate it. We disagree on this amendment. We might agree on defunding other things, but not this particular one. And let me say this. Again, in the last 2 years, we added $2.4 billion to the CBP operation monies. From there, we added monies for more Border Patrol agents, more CBP officers, new intel specialists, trade enforcement staff, and other personnel. We added additional technology at the ports of entry. We added initiatives to support CBP workforce, such as suicide prevention, wellness efforts, uniform allowances, tuition allowance, to make sure that we support our men and women in green, in blue, and Homeland in general. But again, I would say that if we support them, except for 2 members, they're still on my Republican side, all voted against supporting Border Patrol and all this. So if we're so interested, why did we vote on $2.4 billion of monies for Border Patrol? Again, this is something that I would ask you to look at. And again, if what we should be focusing right now is how do we keep our government open? Folks said, hey, pass H.R. 2, and we're going to go ahead and get the job done. It's waiting in the Senate. And if this bill passes the floor, it's going to be in the Senate. What we ought to be focusing on is how do we keep the government open? And it is important to know that if the government shuts down, and again, I would remind my colleagues that if you look at the last 5 shutdowns, the House Republicans control the House. And again, November 13, 1995, the Republicans controlled the House. December 15, 1995, it was the Republicans that controlled the House. September 30th, 2013, the Republicans controlled the House. January 19, 2018, the Republicans controlled the House. December 21st of 2018, again, the Republicans controlled. We had shutdowns. And again, if we're not careful, the Republican-controlled House will have another shutdown at 12:01 this coming Sunday. So again, we want to work with you. We want to sit down. You know my position. I've always said that I don't like open borders, and we got to make sure that we secure the border. But again, people talk about crime. I can pick any city. I'll say New Orleans. And if I pick New Orleans, you will see that in my hometown, Laredo, crime is lower per 100,000. Rape, murder, assaults, those crimes, it's lower. So our border is safe. Now, that's on the crime part. If you want to talk about migration, I agree. We need to do more on that. But cutting somebody's salary doesn't get to us what we need. We need to make sure that we start playing defense on the 1-yard line called the U.S. border. What we need to do is to do what happened in 2015 and 2019. President Barack Obama sat down with the Mexicans and said, hey, you got to stop people from coming to the border. And guess what? The numbers went down. In 2019, President Trump did the same thing and asked the Mexicans, hey, stop the people from coming in. And guess what? The numbers came down. We need to make sure that we put authorities, and I emphasize authorities for Homeland, where they can do more outside the U.S. border, because otherwise, we're not going to see the same thing we saw in 2015 and 2019. We keep playing defense on the 1-yard line. And again, I want to secure the border. But again, if you want to stop drugs, I'll say it again, most of the drugs will be coming in. Again, the latest numbers from July of 2023, 92.9% of the fentanyl, 93% of the heroin, 94.1% of the meth were seized at the ports of entry and interior checkpoints. And again, I would say that if you look at the U.S. Commission on Sentencing, 86 to 87% of the people that were caught with drugs were U.S. citizens. Again, I don't care who brings in drugs, I want to make sure that they are put behind jail. So again, I would say this. I know that a lot of y'all believe on the border wall, but again, I would say that if you look, this is fencing all here, and this is where the heat map shows. Why? Because the border fence is a quarter mile to a mile away from the river where the international border. So if we are going to do our job, and keep in mind, I agree with you, 89 to 90% of the people asking for asylum don't get granted asylum officers. So what we ought to be doing is setting judges, asylum officers down here to make sure that we do our job over here. And if we need to deport somebody, I'll be the first one to say deport that individual. But again, put in a wall, $36 million a mile when you can get $3 to $5 million for
the gentleman's time has expired.
With that, I say thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Please.
The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. So let's talk about which side wants to get something done on the border. I keep hearing about the magnificent Omni bill. How many Democrats voted for H.R. 2 in this House? Not one. Not one. Don't tell me that you care about the border. You didn't vote to secure the border with H.R. 2. When you say Americans are importing the drugs, first of all, you got it wrong again. I don't think you're listening. 92% of the drugs that they catch, that's what they catch. It's what they interdict. It's what they stop. That's who they arrest. That takes place at the ports of entry. But that ain't where 92% of the drugs are coming through. They're coming through the places wide open where there's no fencing in Arizona. We don't have the river. We got 4-strand barbed wire fence in places. They're coming through there. It is considered the #1 drug trafficking corridor in the world. Don't be telling me that we're stopping 92% of the drugs, because we're not. Don't show me a heat map of where people are coming through in Texas. That's xenophobic. You need to spread out. Don't be so parochial. Come to Arizona. Let's go down. I'll take you to Cocopah. We'll stand right there. We'll stand literally hundreds of people walk on through. And they're not coming from the Northern Triangle states. They're coming from Mauritania. They're coming from Mali and Togo. They're coming from all over the world. Don't say that you guys care about the border, because you're not doing a damn thing to stop it. What's happening on the border is a crisis. It is the largest mass migration in the history of this entire world. And it's time you join us and bring it under control, because it's bringing crime. And Laredo's great. Good. You know what they're doing? They're releasing into Cochise County now, and this CBP, this Secretary Mayorkas is calling them freedom runs. We're just going to release people in the community. We're going to call them freedom runs. It's time to do something. That's why I urge you to vote for my amendment. Thank you. Yield
The
back.
gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Oh, good. It is now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which prohibits the use of funds in furtherance of the public charge ground of inadmissibility rule. Thank you. Section 212 of the Immigration and Nationality Act states that any alien who is likely at any time to become a public charge is inadmissible for entry or for a readjustment of status. Anyone, any alien at any time who might become a public charge is inadmissible for entry or even for a readjustment of status. Think about that. Someone is a public charge if they are likely to become primarily dependent on the government for subsistence, as demonstrated by either receipt of public cash assistance for income maintenance or institutionalization for long-term care at government expense. The primary factor that the DHS is supposed to look at when determining if someone is or will likely be a public charge is the likelihood that the person will be reliant on government benefits and services, such as Medicaid and SNAP. This past December, the DHS greatly reduced the number of public benefits considered when determining whether an immigrant is or will be a public charge, and thus inadmissible for entry or for permanent residency. The Trump administration rightly included programs such as SNAP, housing vouchers, and Medicaid in its determinations on whether an individual would be a public charge. However, President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have decided that not only should we take in thousands of illegal aliens every day, but that they should receive the same benefits that thousands of struggling Americans rely on, and that those same Americans should pay for it. The American ideals of self-sufficiency and personal responsibility have always been the spirit of our immigration law. It is in this spirit that Congress decided that immigrants who are likely to become a public charge are ineligible for admittance or permanent residency. However, under this new rule, individuals who are reliant on a variety of government benefits can be considered self-sufficient when applying for renewal or adjustment of status. The DHS's new rule is not only costly to the American taxpayer, but it also directly incentivizes hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens to cross the southern border and come into our country. It seems to me that Secretary Mayorkas is not only negligent and reckless with securing the border, but he's also negligent and reckless with the American taxpayers' hard-earned money. So I'm calling to stop any funding for DHS's new public charge rule until they secure our border and start acting in the best interest of the American people. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Since 1999, the policy has been under the Clinton administration, under the Bush administration, Obama administration, that immigration officials still consider whether a non-citizen will become dependent on cash benefits. I agree. That's been the policy since 1999, and I think we ought to stick with that policy where a non-citizen should not be dependent on cash benefits. So follow the law, and that's what we want to do under the current policy. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I urge the passage of my amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak in support of my amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My amendment prohibits the use of funds to implement a TSA vaccine or mask mandate. For years, the Biden administration subjected millions of Americans to draconian vaccine and mask mandates, even when the science showed these mandates did very little. I remember at one point having literally meta-studies and individual studies showing the inefficacy of masks, but we were nonetheless compelled to wear masks. And now we're beginning to hear again the same people and institutions suggesting again that we need to start looking at public vaccine and mask mandates due to small rises in COVID. This must be coming up on an election year or something. Specifically, there's talk about TSA mandating people who wish to fly wear a mask or be vaccinated. These types of mandates are just another form of overreach by this power-grabbing administration, and the American people are not going to put up with it for a second time. Americans make calculated decisions about their health risks every day. You just saw the great Steve Scalise come down with his own adjudication of his own health risk so he could participate on the floor in something that is meaningful to him. We all make those types of decisions about our health risk every day. The last thing they need is for unelected bureaucrats to tell them once again when they can and cannot fly, especially since we now know the actual efficacy, or I should say, ineffectiveness of the vaccine and masks. These calls to renew vaccine and mask mandates are coming from the same people, such as Anthony Fauci, who relish controlling the day-to-day lives of Americans and profited off it. Americans have had enough. So we must ensure that neither President Biden, Anthony Fauci, or any other bureaucrat can force Americans to get a vaccine or wear a mask just to exercise their right to travel. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This policies, in my opinion, should be debated in a different bill. DHS's role is here guided by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC. DHS doesn't come up with policies. They don't develop their independent policies on these issues. Rather, they implement policies that originate with the CDC. Again, we can get into a debate about wearing masks or having vaccines. But again, I think we need to concentrate this on another bill and not on Homeland. So for that reason, I oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this does belong in this bill. TSA is in this bill, and this is an important policy. I urge the passage of my amendment to stop any funds from being used to implement a TSA vaccine or a mask mandate. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of Or Jadot, Director, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, to $1. Ms. Jadot is a radical leftist. Before joining the Biden administration, she worked for an open borders group called DHS Watch. While at DHS Watch, Jadot called for stopping Border Patrol funding and referred to CBP as President Trump's, quote, personal militia. Ms. Jadot has also previously called for the mass release of illegal immigrants. Someone like this should not be in a position of influence at the Department of Homeland Security. She has no regard for the rule of law. Ms. Jadot proposed and finalized the rule, quote, procedures for credible fear screening and consideration of asylum, withholding of removal, and cat protection claims by asylum officers, end quote, which removed ICE attorneys and the adversarial process from the credible fear asylum application process. The rule violates the jurisdiction of Department of Justice immigration judges, as stated by Section 103 of the Immigration and National Act and the Homeland Security Act. Ms. Jadot also heavily prioritizes USCIS resources to adjudicate and issue employment authorization documents for millions of illegal aliens, parolees, and ever-expanding populations of temporary protected status, instead of adjudicating lawful non-immigrant and immigrant applications. These misguided amnesty pursuits have rapidly increased the USCIS pending backlog to over 9 million cases. Trudeau previously pushed other amnesty policies in her role as USCUS during the Obama administration. Specifically, she aggressively tried to expand parole in place in order to bypass Congress and implement mass amnesty. Trudeau has also defended the unconstitutional Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, falsely claiming this is a permissible exercise of discretion by the Secretary of Homeland Security. As an attorney, she should know only Congress has the authority to authorize this type of program, and with that, Obama and DHS should have never unilaterally created this amnesty program. Trudeau, in her current role, is literally enabling the supporting the Biden border crisis. In August alone, there were 232,972 illegal immigrants encountered at the southern border. Customs and Border Patrol has seized 25,500 pounds of fentanyl so far in fiscal year 2023. Of course, that is only what has been seized, not what we know is coming into our country illegally and killing Americans, at least 300 a day. Biden's bureaucrats like Trudeau are literally allowing deadly fentanyl to easily flow into our communities and kill our children. My amendment is supported by the National Immigration Center for Enforcement, Numbers USA, and the American Accountability Foundation. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and hold Ms. Trudeau accountable for her blatant disrespect for the law of our nation. And Mr. Chair, with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
We support border security. We also support the U.S. Citizen Immigration Service, where they have asylum officers. And one of the things we ought to be doing is adding more money supporting the asylum officers so they can be at the border and they can make a decision whether somebody stays or has a credible fear. We know the numbers. 90% of the people who ask for asylum will be denied. Because the law is very specific on what asylum is. It's got to be persecution by the state based on religion, based on political beliefs. If you're coming in because you want a job, or you're coming in for a better life, or you're coming in because of drought, or you're hungry, or because your country is falling apart, it's not allowed under the law. So what we ought to do is make sure that the Homeland has the monies to support border security. Again, remind my friends that the last 2 years, we added $2.4 billion to CBP budget authority, a 15% increase, except for 2 members from the Republican side. Everybody voted no on it. And again, we want to support border security. If you want to look at fentanyl, the fentanyl will come in through 2 ports in Mexico, legal precursors, then they come up here, and we got to make sure that we add money for technology to make sure that we stop the drugs coming in. So again, I am for border security, and I want to work with y'all to get to border security. But again, this Congressman rule, Congressman Homeland in 1876, the Homeland rule, keep in mind, that the bill of attainder clause says no punishment without a trial. I believe this is in violation. The United States Court, Lovey versus Supreme Court in 1946 says this type of action is unconstitutional. Again, if we want to have a debate, let's go ahead and have a debate, but to target somebody's salary is unconstitutional. I agree. We need to do more to secure the border. And I certainly want to work with my colleagues from Colorado, Ohio, and wherever you might be at. Certainly want to work with you. With that, I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate my colleague on the other side of the aisle and his efforts to promote border security. He and I have had conversations about the border. I realize that he represents a district on the border, and I appreciate his sincere concern for what is taking place. Unfortunately, we do have an invasion. My colleague mentioned that much of the fentanyl that is coming into our country is being found at the ports of entry, and we know that it is being found at the ports of entry, but unfortunately our Border Patrol agents are overrun, they're overworked, and there is just too large of a surge for them to handle everything that is happening at the border. Certainly we want more funding to secure the border, but we don't want more funding for our Border Patrol agents to simply be process agents and bringing people into our country in these mass amounts that we are seeing. So I do appreciate my colleague and his efforts to work with us to secure the southern border, and I look forward to future conversations as well. Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report 118-216. And for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-216, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment that utilizes the Homeland Rule to reduce the salary of Secretary of Homeland Security for Intelligence and Analysis, Kenneth Weinstein. In 2020, Mr. Weinstein claimed that President Donald Trump's leadership was a threat to the rule of law and endorsed Joe Biden for President of the United States. And I'll tell you what's a threat to the rule of law: blatantly violating federal immigration law and intentionally facilitating a complete and total invasion at our southern border. I'll tell you what's a threat to the rule of law: refusing to cooperate with state and local law enforcement officials as required under Section 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act. I'll tell you, Mr. Chair, what is a threat to the rule of law: pursuing a radical open border agenda, purposefully and willfully circumventing every safeguard, check, and balance required by law, allowing terrorists and deadly drugs like fentanyl to freely